Chapter 897. The Ice Sky Twin Stars were somewhat famous in the Sword Burial Prefecture. The older generation's true martial experts were lacking in talent, but they had cultivated to the 8th level of the true martial realm over the years. If the two of them worked together, they wouldn't be afraid of a 9th level true martial expert. Seeing this, Fang Chen put away the heart of darkness as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. "You want my darkness heart?" asked Fang Chen. "Brat, hand over the darkness heart obediently, or you'll definitely die. Don't think we're afraid of you just because you left 99 sword scars on the sword burial heavenly wall," said the other. "Talent doesn't represent strength." The two of them recognized Fang Chen. After all, he was quite famous in the sword burial city. "The Ice Sky Twin Stars," muttered Fang Chen. "What if I don't hand it over?" sneered Fang Chen. "You're asking for it. Are you courting death? Are you forcing us to attack? Once we attack, you'll definitely die." The Ice Sky Twin Stars believed that Fang Chen had no other choice but to hand over the darkness heart. However, Fang Chen had chosen a different method, which was to fight. Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure disappeared as he executed the true intent of void. The Ice Sky Twin Stars had long anticipated that Fang Chen would display spatial-type true intent. Wild sword chi emerged around the two people's bodies, forming the strongest defense. The void was torn apart, and the hidden star sword shot out. The golden light dragon slaying was immediately used. Bang! The star-hidden sword fiercely collided with the long swords of the twin stars of ice and sky. The powerful force directly pressed down. "This brat is so strong," said the Ice Sky Twin Stars. Bang! Bang! After forcing back Fang Chen, the Ice Sky Twin Stars unleashed their strongest attacks. Fang Chen used the true intent of void to battle together with the Ice Heaven Twin Stars. "Boss, hold on for a bit." The little mouse transmitted from within the spatial ring. He was currently devouring violet crystals to recover his strength. Once he recovered, he would be able to use his innate ability. A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face when he heard this. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a Tao-level formation was instantly set up. An array formation. Seeing this, the Ice and Sky Twin Stars sneered. The swords in their hands instantly merged into one. The appearance of this long sword caused the temperature within the array to drop rapidly. Ice Heaven Sword, the weapons that the Ice and Sky Twin Stars were proud of. The aptitude of the Ice and Sky Twin Stars was very poor. It was only through the accumulation of time that they were able to cultivate to the 8th level of the genuine martial realm. And ever since they had obtained the Ice Heaven Sword, they had become somewhat famous in the sword burial state. In its normal state, the Ice Heaven Sword could be split into 2 swords. When in danger, they would combine into one and transform into the Ice Heaven Sword. When the Ice Heaven Sword appeared, the surrounding space instantly dropped. Even the Tao level array was instantly frozen by the Ice Heaven Sword. Cold chi. Seeing this, Fang Chen sneered. Then he took out the Jade Moon Pearl. Suddenly, a vast aura shot out from the Jade Moon Pearl and filled the entire formation. Hiss! The Jade Moon Pearl was actually absorbing the cold chi of the Ice Heaven Sword. In an instant, the two confronted each other. "What's going on?" Seeing this, the Ice and Sky Twin Stars cried out involuntarily. "World of ice and snow." The Ice and Sky Twin Stars roared loudly and displayed the strongest state of the Ice Heaven Sword. Suddenly, ice appeared in the entire formation. Crack! The Ice Heaven Sword blasted away the attack of the Jade Moon Pearl with absolute strength. Then it smashed the Tao level array with an unstoppable force. Fang Chen's figure instantly appeared in front of the Ice and Sky Twin Stars. "Kid, it's time for you to die." The Ice and Sky Twin Stars said eerily. "This Ice Heaven Sword is amazing. I want it," Fang Chen said softly, without any fear on his face. "You're courting death." The Ice and Sky Twin Stars were furious. They immediately controlled the Ice Heaven Sword and launched a fierce and domineering attack. However, at this moment, the little mouse appeared behind Fang Chen. It instantly displayed its innate ability. An extremely tyrannical, attractive force appeared in an instant. The Ice Heaven Sword trembled in the sky, as if it was resisting the vast, attractive force. The bodies of the Ice and Sky Twin stars couldn't help but move towards Fang Chen. What's going on? At this moment, the Ice and Sky Twin stars finally sensed a trace of danger. Roar! The little mouse roared towards the sky in anger. Immediately, the terrifying devouring force increased in an instant. Hiss! The bodies of the Ice and Sky Twin stars couldn't be controlled. No. The Ice and Sky Twin stars passed through the place where Fang Chen was and were absorbed by the little mouse's innate ability. Crack! At the most critical moment, one of the Ice and Sky Twin stars suddenly cut off one of his arms. In an instant, his figure flashed and directly grabbed the Ice Heaven Sword in the sky and slashed towards the little mouse. The other person was instantly swallowed by the little mouse. Whoosh! In an instant, the person with the severed arm held the Ice Heaven Sword and disappeared into the void. The little mouse withdrew its innate ability and spat out a mouthful of blood. There was some helplessness on its face. The taste of humans is very bad. But, fortunately, the sky-devouring godly mouse had a powerful digestive ability. After swallowing, it would automatically digest it. It's all thanks to you this time. Fang Chen gently stroked the little mouse's head and said softly. At this moment, the little mouse's face was clearly a little pale after using its innate ability once. Its body was extremely weak. The 40,000 purple crystals in the interspatial ring had all been swallowed by the little mouse. Such a huge amount of energy was only enough to support it to use its innate ability once. It seemed that the little mouse wouldn't be able to use its innate ability for a very long time. Fang Chen looked at the void and nodded slightly. Although not both of the Ice and Sky Twin stars were left behind, he had killed one of them. The other one was no longer a threat. On the third floor, in a dark corner, one of the Ice and Sky Twin stars was extremely furious. Damn it! Just what race is that little mouse? How can it use such a heaven-defying technique? Bing Yu was extremely furious. This time, they had suffered a double loss. Not only did they not obtain Fang Chen's Heart of Darkness, but they had also lost one of the Ice and Sky Twin stars. Fang Chen, I'll definitely make you wish you were dead. After speaking, Bing Yu disappeared into the darkness. On the fourth floor, the majority of the Quasi-Kings had found some opportunities. Of course, there were also some who had encountered danger. And on the fifth floor, the 8 peak powerhouses had also stopped advancing, because they had encountered a powerful enemy. It's actually an Abyss Demon Hunter from outside the region. What do? Abyss Demon Hunters have extremely strong defenses. Their only weakness is their abdomen. The 8 of us will work together and attack their abdomen. The 8 peak powerhouses were currently discussing a countermeasure. This was because Abyss Demon Hunters were abnormally strong. If it was one-on-one, the 8 peak powerhouses would not dare to face the Abyss Demon Hunters head-on. Fortunately, the 8 of them worked together. This way, killing the Abyss Demon Hunters would be much easier. All right, let's attack together. The 8 peak powerhouses attacked one after another. Their combat power was comparable to a mystic king. Rumble. Earth-shattering sounds were constantly heard. The 8 ultimate powerhouses unleashed their most powerful techniques to attack the Abyss Demon Hunters. After a fierce battle, the Abyss Demon Hunter's abdomen was hit and its body was penetrated. In the end, it fell to the ground unwillingly. Crash! After the Abyss Demon Hunting beast died, a luminous pearl-like pearl appeared on its forehead. Seeing this, the eyes of the 8 peak powerhouses lit up. It's actually a Demon Hunter pearl. There should be many Abyss Demon Hunters on the 5th floor. It shouldn't be a problem for each of us to have one. Someone suggested that this pearl should be given to one person first, and the rest should be dealt with after killing the Abyss demon hunters. The 8 peak powerhouses were extremely strong, but they still needed to be careful on the 5th floor. At this moment, Fong Chun was still on the 3rd floor. Little Mouse went to recuperate, while Fong Chun sat cross-legged and started to devour the 10 middle-grade hearts of darkness. This middle-grade heart of darkness is obviously much stronger than the inferior and low-grade ones. Fong Chun muttered to himself. The middle-grade heart of darkness contained a very strong dark aura. Fong Chun devoured all 10 middle-grade hearts of darkness in one go. Suddenly, a strong dark aura spread out. In Fong Chun's mind, the dark attribute aura was constantly circulating. Chapter 898. 10 middle-grade darkness hearts contained an extremely dense darkness aura within them. When Fong Chun digested all 10 heart of darkness, a majestic dark aura instantly enveloped him. At this moment, the dark aura in Fong Chun's mind was constantly rolling. As time passed, Fong Chun's understanding of the concept of darkness became deeper and deeper. 2 hours later, the dark aura around Fong Chun's body had become slightly thinner. 6 hours later, the dark aura around him completely disappeared as if it had never appeared. At this moment, Fong Chun's mind buzzed, and the concept of darkness instantly filled the air. Fong Chun instantly opened his eyes. With a thought, a majestic dark aura emerged in his mind. The dark aura gathered together and formed the concept of darkness. Is this the concept of darkness? Fong Chun muttered to himself. For him now, the comprehension of the concept was not enough to surprise him. After all, at his level, the most important thing was the true intent. However, being able to comprehend the concept of darkness also meant that he was one step closer to the true intent of darkness. The concept of darkness was one of the more powerful concepts. It could instantly release the dark aura to envelop oneself and hide in the darkness. Moreover, the dark aura had a strong corrosive power. If he could comprehend the true intent of darkness, then Fong Chun's strength would increase a lot in this eerie and terrifying god-burying sword prison. Moreover, even if he encountered dark monsters, he could easily kill them. Fong Chun's potential was unquestionable. To comprehend the concept of darkness in 6 hours, although it was partly due to the heart of darkness, it was still a heaven-defying potential. In the following time, Fong Chun began to comprehend the true intent of darkness. The comprehension of the true intent itself was a relatively difficult thing. However, the god-burying sword prison was the best place to comprehend the true intent of darkness. There was an extreme dark aura here, and it also had a frightening feeling. Time passed bit by bit. After a week, Fong Chun's concept of darkness reached the peak of the first minor realm. After half a month, the concept of darkness reached the second minor realm. In just 1 month, he had cultivated the concept of darkness to the peak of the 3rd minor boundary. This was Fong Chun's unparalleled potential. After his intent realm reached the peak of the 3rd level, he tried to break through to the true meaning realm. Once he succeeded, Fong Chun's strength would greatly increase. Hiss, hiss! His thunder rumbled within Fong Chun's body. This was the vast amount of lightning that had remained in his body when he had gone through the 12th tribulation. At this moment, he was completely drawn out by Fong Chun. The concept of darkness completely enveloped Fong Chun's body. The entire area instantly became incomparably dark. Fong Chun's eyes were filled with a dense aura of darkness. In a month, many things had happened in the god-burying sword prison. Back then, more than 200 martial artists had entered the god-burying sword prison, and countless of them had died. By now, there were only a little over 100 people left. Moreover, most of them were trapped in the 4th level and were unable to enter the 5th level. As for the 8 ultimate contenders, they remained at the forefront. In the 3rd level, there was only Fong Chun alone. He was comprehending the true meaning of darkness. If he succeeded, his strength would reach an unprecedented height. The potential of a 12th tribulation martial artist was unparalleled in the god-burying sword prison. Because of this, it was extremely difficult for Fong Qin to improve his cultivation. However, even if his cultivation was at the peak of LV5 true martial realm, he could still kill a martial artist at LV8 true martial realm. This was the strength of a 12th tribulation martial artist. The palace master of the sword-burying immortal palace had long predicted that Fong Chen's future achievements would not be inferior to his. He was even the most promising martial artist to be recognized by the sword-burying emperor. As for Fong Chen, he was also working hard in this direction. After 3 months in the god-burying sword prison, Fong Chen finally comprehended the true meaning of darkness. At this moment, Fong Chen was shrouded by the aura of darkness. His bottleneck seemed to have loosened a lot. Is this the true meaning of darkness? Fong Chen muttered to himself. It took him a total of 3 months to comprehend the true meaning of darkness. Of course, these 3 months were worth it. The true meaning of darkness was very powerful. Crash! Fong Chen moved his mind, and a ball of black aura suddenly appeared on his palm. It then condensed into a fist radiance and instantly shot out into the distance. Dong! The black fist radiance heavily bombarded the ground, causing the entire earth to tremble. At this moment, a dark, demonic beast suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Fong Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately used the true meaning of void and directly appeared in front of the dark, demonic beast. Without saying a word, he activated the true meaning of darkness and punched out. Bang! The dark, demonic beast's body was instantly blasted apart by Fong Chen's fist. A heart of darkness was suspended in the air and was kept by Fong Chen. I killed a dark, demonic beast with a low-grade heart of darkness with 1 punch. Fong Chen grinned. After comprehending the true meaning of darkness, his strength had increased a lot. Subsequently, Fong Chen looked around and smiled. It's time to enter the 4th level. In a short while, Fong Chen found the entrance to the 4th level and entered it. The atmosphere on the 4th level was much more oppressive than the 3rd level, causing Fong Chen to frown a little. Bang! Just as he entered, a dark, demonic beast sneakily attacked him. However, it was killed by Fong Chen with 1 punch. While Fong Chen was thinking, a figure appeared from afar. When he saw Fong Chen, he instantly walked over. Fong Chen. This figure called out Fong Chen's name. Fong Chen looked over and discovered this person. This person was an expert in the top 10 of the Sword Burial Skywall list. He had met Fong Chen once before. In the blink of an eye, this person arrived in front of Fong Chen. Just as Fong Chen was about to open his mouth to ask, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from this person. In an instant, he launched a fierce attack on Fong Chen. Fong Chen was a little surprised. Why did this person attack him? However, he didn't have time to think about it. He had to solve this problem first. Bang, bang, bang. Fong Chen used the true meaning of void while using the Golden Light Dragon Slaying. The Golden Light Dragon Slaying was a sword move of pure strength. Even an LV8 genuine martial realm martial artist couldn't compare with it. Bang! This person was hit by the Golden Light Dragon Slaying, and his body was instantly split in half. Just as this person fell, a wisp of aura emerged from his mind. Such a perfect body, haha. This wisp of aura emitted a sinister laugh. Fong Chen was startled and immediately understood that this was the resentment of those experts who had fallen. The resentment turned into a stream of light and shot towards Fong Chen. Bang! However, just as the resentment was about to touch Fong Chen, it was suddenly blocked by the true meaning of darkness on Fong Chen. Damn it, you actually have the true meaning of darkness. The resentful spirit roared furiously. When they had fallen here, their resentment was extremely strong. As long as a human martial artist came in, they would let their resentment take over the human martial artist's body. However, Fong Chen had the true meaning of darkness, and they couldn't get close to him. True meaning of darkness. Fong Chen muttered to himself. He instantly understood that this resentment should be afraid of the true meaning of darkness. Swish! Fong Chen clenched his fist, and the true meaning of darkness revolved around him as he punched at the resentment. Bang! The resentment was hit, and it was in a mess. At the same time, it was shouting loudly, "Kid, let me go, and I can teach you an absolute art." This resentment roared loudly. Bang! Fong Chen ignored the resentment's words and punched again. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The true meaning of darkness had a strong corrosive power. The resentment's aura was being corroded, and it let out a miserable cry. "No, I can teach you an absolute art that will allow your strength to improve by leaps and bounds." The resentment shouted loudly, hoping that Fong Chen would let it go. However, Fong Chen ignored it. "I can tell you a secret about the God-burying sword prison." Seeing that Fong Chen was indifferent, the resentment roared again. "What's the secret?" At this moment, Fong Chen finally stopped his attack and asked. A powerful existence had fallen in the 5th level. As long as you can get the inheritance of this existence, there will be no danger in the first 10 levels of the God-burying sword prison. The resentment said, "How do you know?" Fong Chen asked. Chapter 899. "Tell me the details," Fong Chen said in a deep voice. "Do you know about the Abyss Demon Hunting Beast clan?" Fong Chen nodded. This clan was considered an overlord clan in the extraterritorial realm. They were very powerful. The powerful existence that died on the 5th floor was a king of the Abyss Demon Hunting Beast clan. He was called the Black Crack King. He was very powerful, the Black Crack King said. "We followed His Excellency the Black Crack King to the Sword Burial Prefecture. Who would have thought that we would die here?" Black Crack King. Fong Chen's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. Fong Chen wanted to know more about the Black Crack King, but the Black Crack King didn't. Finally, Fong Chen came in front of the Black Crack King and raised his fist. Darkness intent spread out. "You promised not to kill me," the Black Crack King roared. Fong Chen sneered and killed him with a punch. The 4th floor was extremely dangerous. Many Almighties had died here. Some Almighties had extremely strong resentment. If they weren't careful, their souls would be invaded. The warrior just now had his soul invaded. Whoosh! At this moment, the little mouse jumped onto Fong Chen's shoulder with a whoosh. Seeing the little mouse, Fong Chen smiled. It seemed that the little mouse had recuperated. This way, the speed of exploring the God Burial Sword Prison would be faster. "Let's go to the 5th floor," Fong Chen said. While Fong Chen and the little mouse were searching for the entrance to the 5th floor, they encountered countless dark beasts. However, with the darkness intent, it was much easier to kill the dark beasts. The little mouse didn't make a move from beginning to end. According to Fong Chen, the little mouse's innate ability could only be used on the 5th floor. This was a trump card that needed to be used at the last moment. Along the way, Fong Chen killed more than 20 dark, demonic beasts. Some of the dark, demonic beasts even possessed mid-grade Heart of Darkness. Along the way, Fong Chen also encountered some human warriors who were killing each other. However, Fong Chen couldn't care less. Among these martial artists, there were even some quasi-king level experts. The reason why their souls were corroded by resentment was because they were greedy and their minds were not firm enough. However, after Fong Chen walked for about an hour on the 4th floor, he suddenly stopped. This was because he saw 2 familiar faces, Dugu Yin and Sidu Hong. Dugu Yin, Sidu Hong. Fong Chen waved at the 2 of them and shouted loudly. However, Situ Hong and Dugu Yin's actions were rather strange and attracted Fong Chen's attention. At this moment, Dugu Yin and Situ Hong were standing on a small hill with their backs facing Fong Chen. Fong Chen quickly arrived in front of the small hill and called out again. However, Dugu Yin and Situ Hong still didn't move. Soon after, Fong Chen turned around to look. He instantly discovered that Dugu Yin and Situ Hong's faces were filled with fear. He followed their gazes and saw that there was a skeleton behind the small hill. On the skeleton, there was a pair of eyes that were staring at Dugu Yin and Situ Hong. Fang Chen's arrival interrupted the gaze of the eyes. The eyes on the skeleton swayed a little. Dugu Yin and Situ Hong instantly woke up. When they saw Fang Chen, they were shocked. "Brother Fang, why are you here?" Situ Hong asked hurriedly. "Brother Fang." When they parted that day, Fang Chen was being chased by the Golden Demon clan. They didn't expect to meet here 3 months later. "What happened to the two of you?" asked Fang Chen. Brother Fang, the owner of the skeleton, was an expert in illusions when he was alive. This pair of eyes is his resentment. The two of us couldn't enter this place and fell into the illusion created by this pair of eyes, said Situ Hong. Kiki, another human cultivator. The pair of eyes constantly flickered and emitted traces of illusions. A hoarse voice rang out. In an instant, the pair of eyes emitted a strange light that enveloped Fang Chen's group. What a powerful illusion! Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The illusion art was much stronger than his illusory sword Dao. Furthermore, this was an illusion created by the resentment of an expert after his death. If this expert was alive, just how strong would this illusion be? "What do we do?" asked Dugu Yin hurriedly. They weren't experts in illusions. Once they were targeted by this pair of eyes, there was no way they could escape. "Let me." Fang Chen used his illusory sword path. A dense illusory aura instantly spread out, wanting to resist the illusion of the eyes. Bang, 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 there were countless clashing sounds in the air. This was the result of the two illusions fighting. Crack! Finally, after a series of clashes, a cracking sound rang out. Fang Chen couldn't help but take a few steps back. His face revealed a trace of bitterness. Even his illusory sword path couldn't resist the illusion of this pair of eyes. "Is there no other way?" Situ Hong said disappointedly. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and pondered. At this moment, the little mouse strolled in the void. It wasn't affected by the illusion released by this pair of eyes and arrived in front of it. When Situ Hong and Dugu Yin saw this, they were completely stunned. This little mouse wasn't afraid of illusions. However, what the little mouse did next shocked the two of them. Crash! The little mouse's little claws grabbed the pair of eyes and put it into its mouth. Crack! In front of the three people's dumbfounded gazes, it bit by bit crushed the pair of eyes and swallowed them into its stomach. In an instant, the illusion was removed. Situ Hong and Dugu Yin returned to normal. The two of them were shocked. As for Fang Chen, he was a little surprised. The little mouse wasn't afraid of illusions. It directly swallowed the pair of eyes. The little mouse spread its hands and with a whoosh, jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder. "Brother Fang, is this your spirit pet?" Situ Hong asked with a smile. "This spirit pet is too domineering. It's not afraid of illusions," said Dugu Yin. Fang Chen didn't answer the two of them. If this was considered domineering, then what was the little mouse's innate ability? After rescuing Dugu Yin and Situ Hong, Fang Chen bid farewell to the two of them. "I'm going to explore the 5th floor. What about you guys?" asked Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, the 5th floor is extremely dangerous. The 8 peak powerhouses should be there." "You have to be careful," warned Situ Hong. "It's said that the 5th floor has abyss demonic beasts." "It's incomparably dangerous," said Dugu Yin. Fang Chen nodded. He had learned of the abyss demonic beasts' existence from the vengeful spirits he had killed. Right now, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. If he didn't explore, he wouldn't be able to break through. "We're going to look for opportunities on the 4th floor. Once we're strong enough, we'll enter the 5th floor," said Dugu Yin. Situ Hong also nodded heavily. "All right, I hope we can meet again." After saying that, Fang Chen turned and left. Looking at Fang Chen's departing figure, Situ Hong and Dugu Yin's eyes shone. In the past 3 months, countless martial artists had died in the god-burying sword prison. Of course, there were also many martial artists who obtained great opportunities and made breakthroughs in their cultivation. Among them were Lu Jingyun and the rest of the younger generation. Lu Jingyun had obtained the inheritance of an almighty in the 4th floor of the god-burying sword prison. His cultivation had made a breakthrough, and his swordsmanship was unparalleled. His strength was comparable to the older generation of true martial realm experts. As for Tuobi Yulong and Lu Wudao, they had also obtained some inheritances. Although they weren't swordsmanship inheritances, they were still very precious to the two of them. In the past few months, Lu Jingyun, Tuobi Yulong, Lu Wudao, Sita Hong, and Dugian had become famous among the younger generation. The rest had disappeared without a trace. As for the older generation of true martial realm experts, their strength had increased very slowly due to their talents. There weren't any outstanding martial artists. As for the 8 peak powerhouses, other than the 8 of them, no one knew where they were. Ever since they had entered the god-burying sword prison, no one had seen them. The 8 of them formed a group, and their goal was to go deeper into the god-burying sword prison. As time passed, the dangers in the god-burying sword prison were gradually exposed. Even the 8 peak powerhouses were trapped in the 5th floor. The 5th floor was a checkpoint. Overall, the first 4 floors weren't dangerous. However, the 5th floor was abnormally dangerous. The entire 5th floor was filled with abyss demon-hunting beasts. Chapter 900. God-Burying Sword Prison. 5th level. The spacious wasteland had the same style as the first 4 levels. However, the atmosphere here was extremely oppressive. Fang Chen had just entered the 5th level when he was discovered by the Abyss Demon Hunters. Roar! As one of the Abyss Demon Hunters roared, the other Abyss Demon Hunters instantly discovered Fang Chen and attacked Fang Chen. Not good. Fang Chen knew how powerful the Abyss Demon Hunters were. He leaped and hid in the void. Whoosh! The golden light dragon slaying sword was executed. The hidden star sword carried a majestic black flame and appeared in the void, stabbing the Abyss Demon Hunter that attacked first. Bang! Such a powerful sword was actually unable to injure the Abyss Demon Hunter, which shocked Yi Shiwen. The strength of this Abyss Demon Hunter is at least LV9 of the true martial realm. Fang Chen said in his heart. His face was filled with a solemn expression. Currently, he could still fight against a LV9 true martial realm martial artist, but he could not fight against LV9 true martial realm Abyss Demon Hunter. Escape! That was the only thought in Fang Chen's mind. The true meaning of darkness enveloped him, and the true meaning of void was activated to the extreme. Ripples appeared in the sky, one after another. Fang Chen's figure disappeared in an instant. On the desolate plain, countless abyss demon-hunting beasts continuously roared as they chased after Fang Chen. Although the abyss demon hunters were powerful, their speed was their weakness. They could not resist Fang Chen's true meaning of void. After fleeing for a long time, Fang Chen's figure appeared in the void. He was panting. His body could not take it after continuously using the true meaning of void at such a high intensity. Fortunately, the Abyss Demon Hunters did not chase after him. In the 5th level, the Abyss Demon Hunters are too powerful and their numbers are huge. I have to be careful, Fang Chen said to himself. Originally, the little mouse wanted to use its innate ability to deal with the Abyss Demon Hunters. However, it was stopped by Fang Chen. After using the little mouse's innate ability a few times in a row, its energy would be depleted. Thus, he couldn't use it unless it was a critical moment. Boss, what do we do now? The little mouse's eyes flickered as it asked. Find the Black Crack King, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. He was confident that he could use the true meaning of void and true meaning of darkness to find the Black Crack King's remains. Once he could obtain the Black Crack King's inheritance, the abyss demon-hunting beasts on the 5th floor would no longer be a threat. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure flickered continuously as he rushed towards the front of the 5th floor. During this time, Fang Chen encountered some demonic beasts from the Golden Demon clan and killed them in passing. After obtaining the hearts of the Golden Demon clan's demonic beasts, he kept them in his spatial ring. While Fang Chen was searching for the place where the Black Crack King had fallen, in a certain empty space on the 5th floor, the 8 ultimate contenders stood side by side. Their faces were filled with solemnity. There was a grave in front of them. The surroundings of the grave were extremely dilapidated. There were countless human skeletons. With one look, it was obvious that they belonged to the fallen human geniuses who had entered the God-burying sword prison. What do we do? The one who spoke was the old man holding a folding fan. He was called the Folding Sword Hand, the Black Crack King, the leader of the Abyss demon-hunting beasts. He was extremely powerful. It was said that he had already touched the threshold of the peak of the Mystic King realm. Another white-robed old man said solemnly. This old man was also one of the 8 ultimate contenders. His nickname was Dark Sword. He was also the only true martial realm expert who possessed the true meaning of darkness among the 8 ultimate contenders. On the outside, the 8 ultimate contenders were basically equal in strength. However, within the God-burying sword prison, there was a terrifying aura of darkness everywhere. Therefore, Dark Sword's strength had also become stronger. Most importantly, he could ignore the aura of darkness. Dark Sword had put in a lot of effort to be able to reach this place so easily. Dark Sword, do you have any ideas? Taoist Tianhong's eyes flickered as he asked. They weren't afraid of ordinary abyss demon-hunting beasts. However, the 8 of them were trapped here. In front of them was the tomb of the Black Crack King. There was definitely an important inheritance inside. However, above the tomb of the Black Crack King was a resentment that hadn't dissipated since ancient times. This resentment was extremely heavy. Furthermore, after so many years, this resentment had mutated and gained a trace of intelligence. Afterwards, countless human cultivators had died here. The mutated resentment had possessed the body of a dead human cultivator to protect this place. Above the tattered tomb, there was a skeleton sitting cross-legged. The mutated resentment was inside this skeleton. The 8 of them had already fought together. This mutated resentment contained boundless energy. As long as they approached it, their spiritual qi would be devoured. Hearing Taoist Tianhong's question, Dark Sword sank into thought. After a long while, Dark Sword said, "The mutated resentment contains an unimaginable amount of darkness energy. Its corrosive power is something that even mystic kings wouldn't dare face. Even if the 8 of us worked together, we still wouldn't be able to destroy it." Hearing Dark Sword's words, the others frowned slightly. This was only the 5th floor, but they had already encountered such a problem. "Is there no other way?" asked the Folding Sword Hand. "There is one way, but unfortunately," said Dark Sword. "What way?" Taoist Tianhong hastily asked. If there was a martial artist with the true meaning of space, they might be able to use their true meaning of space to enter the tomb without alerting the skeleton. Dark Sword said, "Unfortunately, the 8 of us don't have the true meaning of space." Hearing this, the others fell silent. Spatial true meanings were difficult to comprehend. Although the 8 of them had reached the limit of the true martial realm, their combat power was comparable to an expert who had just entered the Mystic King realm. However, none of them had spatial true meanings. "Can a shadow true meaning work?" asked the ox-nosed old Taoist. Dark Sword shook his head. "Then we can't be trapped here. How about we just directly enter the 6th floor?" said Taoist Tianhong. The others looked at each other. However, just as the few of them were discussing, a spatial ripple suddenly appeared. Instantly, the eyes of the 8 ultimate contenders lit up. On the way, Fang Qin had been using the true meaning of darkness and the true meaning of void to pass through the blockade of countless abyss magical beasts. Finally, they they found the Black Crack King's tomb. Before he could even get close to the area, he discovered the 8 ultimate powerhouses. The 8 of them are also here. Fong Chen's heart sank. With the 8 peak experts here, he had no hope of obtaining the Black Crack King's inheritance. Crash! The spatial ripple appeared, and Fong Chen's figure was revealed. The 8 peak experts immediately opened their eyes wide and stared at Fong Chen with burning gazes. Fong Chen was a little surprised when he saw the strange expressions on their faces. "Young friend." Dark Sword stared at Fong Chen and called out. The others were also surprised. They hadn't expected someone to be able to come here alone. "Young friend, you're alone?" asked Taoist Tianhong. Fong Chen nodded and cupped his hands. Junior Fong Chen greets the 8 seniors. After hearing the name Fong Chen, Swordsman Folding and the others burst out laughing. Although they were usually in seclusion, they had still heard of Fong Chen's name. "You're Fong Chen, the monstrous genius who left behind 99 sword scars in the sword burial heavenly wall." Not only that, I heard that he even merged with the 5-element bell and became the city lord of the 5-element sword city. So young, but his talent is heaven-defying. The 8 peak experts had never praised other martial artists, but now they weren't stingy with their praise for Fong Chen. Fong Chen laughed mischievously. There was a slight change in the way the 8 ultimate contenders looked at Fong Chen. Fong Chen's cultivation base wasn't high, but to be able to reach the 5th level was enough to show that his strength wasn't bad. Of course, there was one more important point. That was the 8 ultimate contenders had discovered that Fong Chen possessed a space-type true meaning. "Young friend, did you just use a space-type true meaning?" asked Dark Sword urgently. Fong Chen nodded. There was no need to hide anything in front of the 8 of them. "Ha ha ha. It really is a space-type true meaning." Hearing this, the 8 ultimate contenders burst into laughter. Chapter 901. "Young friend Fong, you've come at the right time," Swordbreaker said with a smile. Fong Chen was a little surprised. "Young friend Fong, can you do us a favor?" Enlightened Master Tianhong asked. "I'm afraid I can't do something that can stump the 8 of you," Fong Chen said with a smile. What a joke! If the 8 ultimate powerhouses couldn't do it, wouldn't it be suicide to ask him to do it? Although he didn't dare to offend the 8 ultimate powerhouses, he wasn't willing to die for no reason. "Young friend, you've misunderstood." The ox-nosed old Taoist straightened his sleeves and said with a smile, "Let me explain it to you in detail." Then the ox-nosed old Taoist began to explain the tomb of the Black Crack King to Fong Chen. It took the ox-nosed old Taoist a full 15 minutes to explain the tomb of the Black Crack King clearly. After Fong Chen heard this, he finally understood. "Seniors, you want me to use my true intent and enter the tomb?" Fong Chen asked. The 8 ultimate powerhouses nodded with smiles on their faces. "But even if I go in, what can I do? I can't bring out the inheritance of the Black Crack King," Fong Chen asked doubtfully. "Young friend Fong, you don't have to worry about this. There's a heart in the tomb of the Black Crack King. As long as you can bring it out in one piece, you'll be doing us a great favor," Enlightened Master Tianhong said. "I'm willing to try, but I can't guarantee success." After weighing the pros and cons, Fong Chen agreed to the 8's request. Hearing this, the 8 of them were full of smiles. "Young friend Fong, as long as you can help, you can follow us for the rest of our adventure," Swordbreaker said. Hearing this, Fong Chen was secretly delighted. The 8 ultimate powerhouses were the strongest 8 people to enter the god-burying sword prison. They would only be in danger if they encountered a Mystic King realm monster. Otherwise, it was very safe. If he could follow the 8 of them, it would solve a lot of problems for Fong Chen. "Okay, I'll try." Fong Chen nodded and then used the true intent of the void to tear open the void and disappear. What a powerful true intent of the void. "Even I can't feel any trace of it," whose Space King said slowly. With such a powerful true intent of the void, it will definitely succeed, Swordbreaker said. The 8 ultimate contenders stared intently at the skeleton in the air above the dark cracked king's tomb for any movement. However, after a long time, there was no movement from the true intent. At this time, the 8 ultimate powerhouses finally laughed. Ha ha ha, Feng Chen went in. Swordbreaker laughed. Daoist Tianhong shook his head slightly and said, "Before coming here, Palace Master even specially instructed the 8 of us to do our best to take care of Feng Chen. I didn't expect that Feng Chen would be the one to help us." But Feng Chen used the true intent of the void to enter the tomb. The ceiling of the tomb was in tatters. The interior of the tomb was very neat and tidy, but there was something strange about it. "Is this the tomb of the Black Crack King?" Feng Chen said to himself as he looked around carefully. This was an underground cave. There were many passages in the cave. Which one is it? Feng Chen was puzzled, not knowing which one to choose. At this time, Little Mouse appeared. "Boss, choose the one on the left." "You can feel it?" Feng Chen asked in surprise. "After entering the tomb of the Black Crack King, my bloodline is unusually active. It seems that there is something related to me here," Little Mouse said in a low voice. Hearing this, Feng Chen nodded. Then he listened to the Little Mouse and entered the leftmost tunnel. As expected, Little Mouse's choice was correct. There was no danger along the way. They arrived at the end of the passage without any obstacles. There was a huge skeleton here. It was obvious that it was the corpse of the Black Crack King. Roar! Just as Feng Chen arrived, a furious voice suddenly reverberated throughout the entire underground cavern. Then, countless resentment floated out of the Black Crack King's body and bombarded Feng Chen. Not good. Feng Chen shouted in his heart. His true intent of the void surged, and his body instantly disappeared. Countless resentment seemed to have existed since ancient times. A gloomy aura spread throughout the cave. What's going on? Feng Chen was hidden in the void, but these resentment were able to discover him. Crash! Feng Chen's figure was forced to reveal himself. Then, a gloomy voice entered Feng Chen's ears. "Damned human." Hearing this voice, Feng Chen's heart trembled. This is the voice of the Black Crack King. Feng Chen's heart was in turmoil. He kept retreating. Another voice came from the Black Crack King's body. "Submit to this king." This was the resentment of the Black Crack King. Unexpectedly, it had not completely dissipated. Feng Chen's heart was filled with fear. He kept retreating. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind: escape from this place. "Go!" Feng Chen shouted, and his body quickly disappeared into the void. However, at this moment, a trembling sound was heard. The underground cave was instantly sealed. Feng Chen's true intent of the void had lost its effect. Rumble! One after another, abyss demon hunters appeared from the Black Crack King's body and chased after Feng Chen, using the body as a furnace to nurture the descendants. Seeing this, Feng Chen cried out. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of abyss demon hunters appeared and chased after Feng Chen. The underground cave was not big. Hundreds of abyss demon hunters instantly covered the entire underground cave and blocked Feng Chen's path. Golden light dragon slaying. Feng Chen roared and used the golden light dragon slaying. In an instant, the abyss demon hunters that were close to him were sent flying. However, there was an endless stream of abyss demon hunters that rushed out. I can't go on like this. Feng Chen thought anxiously. I must destroy the Black Crack King's resentment. Otherwise, I will definitely die. Boss, let me try. Little Mouse roared and floated in the underground cave. Feng Chen held the hidden star sword and used all his strength to block the abyss demon hunters that were close to him. Buzz! Purple light surged around Little Mouse's body. In the next moment, it used its gifted ability. Roar! With a loud roar, the huge purple mouse shadow opened its bloody mouth. A vast suction force slowly came. Whoosh! The abyss demon hunters that were closer to Little Mouse were instantly sucked into its bloody mouth. The Black Crack King's body in the distance shook slightly. Roar! Seeing this, Little Mouse increased the power of its gifted ability. The suction force instantly enveloped the Black Crack King. This aura is the sky-devouring godly rat. The Black Crack King's resentment cried out. Didn't the sky-devouring godly rat die with Emperor Zongjian? Why would it appear here? At this moment, the Black Crack King's resentment also had a trace of fear. Buzz! The gifted ability was activated to the extreme. Within the Black Crack King's body, a ball of resentment struggled and struggled to leave the Black Crack King's body. It's not Emperor Zongjian's sky-devouring godly rat. Sensing this suction force, the Black Crack King's resentment said eerily. Then he laughed wildly. This suction force was not enough to devour it. Ah! Little Mouse saw this and shouted crazily. At this moment, the blood in its body kept flowing. The sky-devouring godly rat's bloodline power was instantly activated. Little Mouse's eyes were scarlet. Its body was filled with power. The wave-like purple light instantly poured into the purple mouse shadow. Immediately, the suction force soared. The Black Crack King's body trembled more and more violently. Bang! Just as Little Mouse was desperately activating its bloodline power, Fang Qin was injured by an abyss demon hunter. Then, countless abyss demon hunters rushed over, wanting to kill Fang Qin. No! Little Mouse saw this and shouted crazily. As Little Mouse fell into madness, the power of its gifted ability skyrocketed. The Black Crack King's resentment was originally sneering, but now it was filled with fear. Rip! Chapter 902. Roar! An angry roar came from the Black Crack King's resentment. The deafening roar resounded through the sky. However, when Little Mouse activated its bloodline power, its innate super ability reached its strongest state. The powerful suction force instantly sucked the Black Crack King's resentment into the purple mouse's shadow. Crack! The Black Crack King's resentment dissipated. Dong! The entire underground cave trembled. Countless abyssal demon-hunting beasts that were charging towards Fang Qin were instantly routed within the underground cavern. Fang Qin's face was filled with shock. Then he saw Little Mouse's body on the verge of collapse as its innate super ability dissipated in the air. Fang Qin suddenly stood up and supported Little Mouse's body. "How are you?" Fang Qin asked. "Boss, I'm fine. This Black Crack King's resentment is a little difficult to deal with. I activated my bloodline power, but my body is a little weak." Little Mouse grinned. Fang Qin was relieved when he heard this. Little Mouse's body was fine, but activating its bloodline power had consumed too much energy. Fang Qin sent Little Mouse back into the interspatial ring and looked into the depths of the underground cave. At this moment, the underground cave was empty. There was nothing but the Black Crack King's body lying there quietly. Hiss! Just as Fang Qin was observing, a black heart suddenly floated out from the Black Crack King's body. Fang Qin's eyes were burning. He shook his wrist and put away the black heart. At this moment, some information appeared in Fang Qin's mind. The Black Crack King's inheritance. Fang Qin's heart was filled with excitement. However, after careful observation, he realized that the inheritance he had received was only a small part of the Black Crack King's inheritance. This small part only introduced the true intent of darkness in detail. Hurry up and digest it. Fang Qin struck while the iron was hot and prepared to digest the inheritance in the underground cave. At this moment, on the wasteland of the tomb, the faces of the 8 ultimate powerhouses were extremely solemn. They had also seen the commotion just now. A series of deafening noises could be heard coming from the tomb as a magnificent aura burst out from it. The 8 of them were a little worried about Fang Chen. With the appearance of such a powerful aura, Fang Chen was most likely doomed. What should we do? Swordsman Folding asked. Let's wait a little longer. Fang Chen has a space-type true intent. Taoist Tianhong said. The others also nodded in agreement. There was no other way out of this. Just like that, the 8 of them waited for a full 6 hours. Crash! A series of ripples appeared in the void. Seeing this, the 8 of them revealed a surprised smile on their faces. In the next moment, Fang Chen appeared. At this moment, Fang Chen's entire body was emitting a dense aura of darkness. After receiving the Black Crack King's inheritance, his darkness true intent had improved quite a bit. Fang Chen's strength had also increased a little. How was it? Did you succeed? The moment Fang Chen appeared, the 8 of them looked nervously at Fang Chen. Dark Sword directly asked. Fang Chen looked at the 8 of them and then opened his palm. A black heart instantly appeared. Seeing this black heart, the 8 of them revealed brilliant smiles on their faces. Ha ha ha, we really succeeded. Great! If not for little friend Fang, who knows how much more trouble we would have to go through. The 8 ultimate powerhouses were very happy. This black heart was very important to them. Fang Chen handed the black heart to Dark Sword. Little friend Fang, thank you for your help this time. You can follow us for the rest of the time, Dark Sword said. The other powerhouses all nodded. Clearly, their impression of Fang Chen had improved greatly. Fang Chen was secretly delighted. If he could follow the 8 powerhouses, at least he wouldn't be in any danger. Moreover, the 8 powerhouses didn't care for some of the inheritance treasures and would definitely give them to Fang Chen. In this way, Fang Chen wouldn't be at a loss this time. Just like that, the 8 ultimate powerhouses led Fang Chen out of the 5th level and into the 6th level. Not long after the group left, Lu Jingyan and the others entered the 5th level. They looked a little haggard. Clearly, they had encountered some danger on the 4th level. Lu Jingyan was still a maverick, exploring the god-burying sword prison alone. Tuoba Yulong had chosen to join forces with Lu Wudao. Situ Hong had also chosen to join forces with Duge Yin. As for the other LV9, true martial realm martial artists, they had already joined forces. Only in this way would their chances of survival be higher. Fang Chen and the others walked quickly on the 6th level. What exactly is the danger on the 6th level? Swordbreaker looked around and asked in a low voice. I'm not sure, Dark Sword said in a low voice. As he followed the 8 ultimate powerhouses, Fang Chen gradually learned some secrets about the god-burying sword prison. It turned out that the goal of the 8 ultimate powerhouses was the 10th level of the god-burying sword prison. It was said that there was a demon-like almighty who had fallen on the 10th level. If one could obtain his inheritance, they would definitely be able to enter the mystic king realm. Moreover, according to the 8 ultimate powerhouses, Fang Chen knew that the 10th level was the 10th level. The 10th level seemed to be a hurdle. There was even the legendary heart of Shentian in the outside world. What was the heart of Shentian? After every mystic king realm almighty died, there would be something similar to a heart in their body. This was the heart of Shentian. This was the condensation of the mystic king realm almighty's life energy. As long as one could obtain the heart of Shentian, there was hope for them to enter the mystic king realm. The legendary heart of Shentian was in the 10th level. The 8 ultimate powerhouses had lived for thousands of years and were nearing the end of their lives. This time, they entered the god-burying sword prison to fight. Their goal was the heart of Shentian. The reason why they asked Fang Chen to help them obtain the heart of Black Crack King was because they would need it in the next few levels of the sword prison. The heart of Shentian. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Just as the 8 ultimate powerhouses were conversing with each other, Fang Chen suddenly felt the earth tremble slightly. The earth is trembling. Dark Sword's expression changed drastically as he said in a low voice. Buzz! The earth trembled again in front of everyone's eyes. Following this, strange rays of light were emitted from the ground. Oh no, it's the earth demon. Suddenly, Taoist Tianhong let out a loud roar. Immediately, his figure rose into the air. The others also floated in the air. Fang Chen was the last one to float in the air. When he steadied himself, he suddenly realized something. The earth within a radius of 100 meters was floating. After the earth floated to a certain extent, it started to change. Under everyone's gaze, it condensed into a yellow human figure. What is this? Fang Chen was puzzled and asked directly. This is the earth demon, the ox-nosed old Taoist explained. Earth demon. This was the first time Fang Chen had heard of such a creature and was very surprised. The great earth demons are creatures from the outer realm. Their defense is extremely strong. Every great earth demon, after reaching adulthood, will automatically possess the true meaning of the earth. Their bodies can transform into the earth and silently kill their enemies. The broken swordsman continued and explained. Hearing this, Fang Chen took a deep breath. He didn't expect the earth demon to be so strong. The extraterrestrial universe is full of strange things. This earth demon is just a creature in the vast universe, Tianhong's spiritual master said when he saw Fang Chen's surprise. The earth demon originally possessed the intent of the earth. Once it reached adulthood, it would automatically transform into the true intent of the earth. The true intent of the earth was a defensive true intent. After the earth demon transformed into the earth, its defense was invincible. Even a mystic king expert would find it difficult to kill an earth demon. However, because the earth demon's defense was very strong, its attack power was insufficient. Therefore, after the 8 ultimate powerhouses discovered the earth demon, they were only slightly surprised for a moment before regaining their senses. "Let me deal with this big guy," Swordsman Folding said. Then, he threw the folding fan in his hand into the air. In the next moment, he appeared beside the earth demon and stabbed the long sword in his hand into the earth demon's body. Bang, 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 no matter how Swordsman Folding stabbed the earth demon, the latter's body was not injured at all. Chapter 903. The earth demon ignored Swordsman Folding's attack. Instead, he gathered the power of the earth and punched Swordsman Folding. Bang! Swordsman Folding sensed the earth demon's power and jumped back into the sky. Damn this earth demon. His defense is invincible and he's so strong, Swordsman Folding said angrily. Swordsman Folding was helpless against the earth demon. Fortunately, the earth demon was slow. Otherwise, he would be a nightmare for many human warriors. Let me do it. Suddenly, a tall and sturdy old man stepped forward. This person was the only one among the 8 extreme powerhouses who cultivated his physical body. His physical body had long surpassed the level of a 9-star Great Path physique and reached the legendary sacred level. Taoist vigor was so strong that he could kill an expert who had just entered the Mystic King realm with one punch. No one in the burial sword state could compete with him in physical strength. The others nodded in agreement when Taoist vigor stepped forward. Earth demon, let me deal with you. Taoist vigor flashed and appeared in front of the earth demon. Before the earth demon could attack, he activated his physical strength and punched. Fang Chen saw that Taoist vigor was surrounded by bright starlight when he activated his physical strength. It was as if his entire body was like the stars in the sky. An extremely sharp aura was instantly emitted. Is this the saint-level physical body? Fang Chen muttered to himself. He was shocked. Although he could fight against a LV9 true martial realm martial artist if he used all his strength, he couldn't fight back against the 8 extreme warriors. This time he was shocked to see 2 extreme warriors attack in succession. Swordsman Folding's attack was extremely tricky and strange. Taoist Vigor's attack was very simple. It was a head-on clash. Roar! Taoist Vigor roared. The power of his saint-level physical body exploded and gathered on his fist. Dali Daoist threw out a simple punch. Dong! Daoist Vigor's fist directly hit the Earth Demon's body. The power was so strong that the Earth Demon's body collapsed instantly. It turned into 100 meters of yellow soil and merged with the earth. Daoist Vigor's strength is really strong, Swordsman Folding and the others praised. The Earth Demon, who was blasted into the earth, began to counterattack. Dong! The earth rose and fell, trembling continuously. Standing on the ground, Daoist Vigor grinned. Compete with me in strength. I don't believe that I can't smash you to death. Dali Daoist, who was very confident in his own strength, declared loudly. Human earthy yellow aura instantly spread out from the ground. The Earth Fiend displayed the true intent of the earth. A thick aura of the earth instantly enveloped Daoist Vigor, courting death. Daoist Vigor's body was enveloped by the true intent of the earth. His fists were constantly bombarding the true intent of the earth. Not long after, the attacks scattered the true intent of the earth. At the same time, the earth devil condensed into human form once more, and then it suddenly blasted out a punch. This punch was also very simple, but it was much more powerful than the previous punch. Fong Qin, who was watching the battle, suddenly felt an explosion in his mind. Then he entered a state of epiphany. Power, unparalleled power, simple and violent. Wasn't this the ultimate meaning of his golden light dragon slaying technique? Although Fong Qin had already mastered the golden light dragon slaying technique, he was still stuck at the stage of lifting a light weight. But now, as he watched Daoist Vigor's battle, he suddenly realized something. Around Fong Qin, traces of aura spread out. The few extreme powerhouses beside him did not notice at all. Their gazes were all focused on Daoist Vigor. This Earth Fiend isn't strong. He shouldn't be a match for Daoist Vigor. Dark Sword laughed. Yeah, luckily it's a weak Earth Fiend. If he had met a perverted Earth Fiend, he would have been in trouble. Tianhong Sage said. The others nodded in agreement. Bang! The Earth Fiend and Daoist Vigor's fists continuously clashed. As they clashed, cracks continuously appeared on the Earth Fiend's body. His invincible defense was completely useless against Daoist Vigor. Boom! Finally, after a quarter of an hour, Daoist Vigor found an opportunity and punched out. The power of this punch was comparable to an expert who had just entered the Mystic King realm. When the punch landed on the Earth Fiend's body, it instantly shattered the Earth Fiend's body. The dense true intent of the earth dissipated instantly. The Earth Fiend did not even have the chance to transform into the earth before he was killed by Daoist Vigor. Phew! Seeing the Earth Fiend die, Daoist Vigor let out a sigh of relief. His forehead was covered in sweat. I'm so tired. Daoist Vigor raised his head to look at everyone. His battle with the Earth Fiend had almost been a brilliant experience. Fortunately, the Earth Fiend's speed was very slow. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill it. Daoist Vigor, you really are the bane of the Earth Fiends. Everyone laughed. Just at this moment, Daoist Vigor noticed that Fong Qin was in a state of enlightenment. This little fellow is in a state of enlightenment. Daoist Vigor stared at Fong Qin. Only then did the others react. Turning their heads, they saw that Fong Qin was surrounded by golden light. He was in a state of enlightenment. As expected of the Sword Burial Prefecture's #1 genius, even watching Daoist Vigor's battle with the Earth Fiend caused him to enter a state of enlightenment, said everyone. However, just as the few of them were discussing, the golden light on Fong Qin's body suddenly retracted. Fong Qin awoke from his state of enlightenment. What a wonderful feeling! Fong Qin muttered to himself with joy on his face. Little friend Fong, did you break through? Asked Swordbreaker. Fong Qin nodded slightly. I gained something. Just now, Fong Qin had comprehended the golden light dragon-slaying sword to the point of lifting something heavy as if it were light. Lifting something light as if it were heavy. Lifting something heavy as if it were light. Although the difference didn't seem great, it was actually worlds apart. If lifting something light as if it were heavy was a child, then lifting something heavy as if it were light was an adult. Now that the golden light, dragon-slaying sword had reached the level of lifting something heavy as if it were light, Fang Chen's strength had once more increased. Unfortunately, his cultivation base still hadn't broken through. The golden light, dragon-slaying sword really is profound. Fang Chen thought to himself, just who was the master of this golden sword? How could a self-created sword move in the condensing reality realm possess such tyrannical power? Fang Chen sensed that this sword move could last until he broke through to the profound king realm. This was the gap between them. That person had created a sword move in the condensing reality realm, while he himself had been in the true martial realm. After cultivating it, he had been shocked. However, Fang Chen didn't say this out loud. "Little friend Fang, your potential is truly enviable," said the ox-nosed old Taoist. The others also looked at Fang Chen enviously. In the eyes of the world, the 8 of them were incomparably high. But who could do it? They had been trapped at the limit of the true martial realm for nearly 1,000 years. If it weren't for their determination, they would have already collapsed. The most urgent thing for them was to obtain the profound heaven heart and step into the profound king realm. Otherwise, when the time came, they would turn into dust. As for Fang Chen, his talent was heaven-defying. He had created 99 sword scars on the sword burial heavenly wall. He was one of the most monstrous geniuses in the history of the sword burial prefecture. Of course, if they knew that Fang Chen had passed the 12th stage tribulation, they would have removed the word one of. Such a genius would step into the profound king realm sooner or later. There was no need to worry. And Fang Chen wasn't even 30 years old yet. With such talent, he could be considered a monstrous genius even in the universe with thousands of races. And this was under the condition that they didn't know that Fang Chen had a transcendent grade, true intent. After a round of praise, they continued forward. On the 6th floor, they could encounter earth demons at any time. So they chose to fly and avoid touching the ground as much as possible. Earth demons could merge with the earth and launch sneak attacks. After flying for a while, they encountered another earth demon. In such a situation, they naturally let Taoist vigor take action. As expected, Taoist vigor used his tyrannical physical strength to kill the earth demon. But because of this, Taoist vigor had consumed too much energy and his body was very weak. We need to find the entrance to the 7th floor as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we encounter a powerful earth demon, we will definitely be trapped here. Taoist Tianhong said in a low voice. Chapter 904. There were many earth demons on the 6th floor. These earth demons were comparable in strength to the ones they had encountered before. In the beginning, Taoist vigor was able to kill them by himself. But later on, he had used up too much of his strength. So, when they encountered earth demons, the others were responsible for restraining them, while Taoist vigor went all out to kill them. Only Taoist vigor's saint-level physical strength was able to break through the earth demon's defenses. The group continued to walk, but at a certain moment, suddenly, the earth began to shake rapidly. Immediately after, everyone saw a towering mountain peak appear in front of them. This mountain peak was surrounded by an earthy yellow aura, which directly blocked everyone's path forward. "Not good, it's an earth demon." Dark Sword cried out. The others also stopped in their tracks. "Foolish humans." A mocking voice sounded from the mountain peak that reached the clouds. Everyone was greatly alarmed as they stared at the mountain peak. Under everyone's gazes, the mountain peak that reached the clouds instantly transformed into countless traces of Earth's true intent, which then condensed into a human figure. The appearance of this human-shaped Earth demon caused the faces of the 8 ultimate powerhouses to change greatly. "Earth Demon King." Taoist Heavenspan cried out involuntarily. Why would an Earth Demon King appear? Sword Breaker asked in confusion. Ox-nosed old Taoist muttered, "It seems that this Earth Demon King should be the strongest creature on the 6th floor." Earth Demon King, as its name implied, was the leader of the Earth Demons. Moreover, it was also a mystic king Earth Demon. "All of you must die." The Earth Demon King said sinisterly, controlling its humanoid body. It slowly walked towards the group of people. At the same time, it clenched its fists and punched out. Rumble! A deafening sound directly tore through the void, causing the group to land on the ground. At this moment, Taoist Vigor had more or less recovered his strength. He glanced at the others and said, "Help me restrain it." Hearing this, the others nodded heavily. A blood-red long sword appeared in Taoist Heavenspan's hand. He then used his ultimate skill, Heavenspan sword technique. Suddenly, countless terrifying sword lights appeared in the sky. The sword lights contained vast sword true intent. Heavenspan sword technique was able to shoot out countless terrifying sword lights in an extremely short period of time. Its advantage was that it was extremely fast. As for Taoist Heavenspan, he had long cultivated the Heavenspan sword art to the limits. With a flick of his wrist, thousands of sword lights shot out from the blood-red longsword. The power contained in each of these sword lights could easily kill a martial artist who had just entered LV9 of the true martial realm. If tens of thousands of sword lights were to converge and attack a single person, even an expert who had just entered the profound king realm would not be able to withstand it head-on. This was how formidable Taoist Heavenspan was. Taoist Grand Heavens controlled countless sword lights and directly bombarded the Earth Fiend King. Rumble at this moment, the Earth Fiend King's body was enveloped by the true meaning of Earth. Thousands upon thousands of sword lights pierced the Earth Demon's body with majestic power. However, what was shocking was that these sword lights actually didn't break through the Earth Fiend's defenses. "Isn't this defense a little too strong?" Fong Qin, who was standing in the distance, was quite shocked. The might of the great heavenly sword art was so powerful, but it was actually unable to break through the defense of the Earth Fiend King. Just how strong was the defense of this Earth Fiend King? Seeing this, Taoist Vigor tightly creased his brows. Shortly after, he roared, "Attack together!" All of a sudden, the other experts also made their moves. Taoist Heavenspan's face was gloomy as he once again used the great heavenly sword art. On the other side, Dark Sword's body was also filled with dense dark energy. His aura was raised to the peak. As for the ox-nosed, old Taoist, and Handbreaker, they also used their full strength. Just as Fong Chen was astonished, he suddenly encountered a gorgeous radiance that rapidly shot out from the body of a certain expert. This brilliant ray of light contained a vast aura. Perilous waves rose in Fong Chen's heart. This was the first time he had seen 8 extreme experts attack at the same time. It was enough to see how strong this Earth Fiend King was. The expert that emitted the gorgeous radiance was the most low-key among the 8 extreme experts. He was also the one with the highest profile. He was low-key because he was clearly very strong, but he rarely interacted with others. He was high-profile because of his name. The Burial Sword Province was formed from the body of the Burial Sword Emperor after his death. And this expert that emitted the gorgeous radiance was called Zongjian. After reaching the limit of the true martial realm, he called himself the Burial Sword King. According to Handbreaker and the others, this person's ambition was very big. His life's goal was to become an expert, like the Burial Sword Emperor. At that time, his title would also be Burial Sword Emperor. Of course, everyone knew that this was simply impossible, because if one wanted to become an expert like the Burial Sword Emperor, one could not just rely on hard work. This was the first time Zhang Jian attacked, and his strength was too tyrannical. The gorgeous radiance emitted from his body instantly hit the Earth Fiend King. Bang! The other experts' attacks were simply unable to break the Earth Fiend King's defense. But Zhang Jian's attack actually made the Earth Fiend King retreat a few steps. Seizing this opportunity, Taoist Vigor's fist suddenly smashed towards the Earth Fiend King. Bang! Bang! The Earth Fiend King did not expect that these ant-like humans would actually be able to force him to retreat. Damned humans! The Earth Fiend King stabilized his body. Earth intent revolved around his body as he furiously roared. At this moment, the 8 peak experts were standing side by side. Taoist Vigor smiled as he glanced at Zhang Jian. "Zhang Jian, how many more times can you use that attack of yours?" asked Taoist Vigor. Zhang Jian muttered to himself for a moment, then said, 3 times. Zhang Jian's attack was too powerful. Thus, it consumed a lot of energy. So, he could only use it 3 more times. After that, he would not be able to support such a powerful attack. "We can give it a try." Taoist Vigor looked at the others, then said, "Whether or not we can kill the Earth Fiend King will depend on everyone." Just as Taoist Vigor was speaking, the Earth Fiend King suddenly roared furiously and punched out. At the same time, Handbreaker took the initiative to attack. Handbreaker was most proficient in breaking swords. He approached the Earth Fiend King and grabbed its arm with both hands. A tyrannical power instantly erupted, wanting to break the Earth Fiend King's arm. Seeing Handbreaker take action, Dark Sword also took action. Enveloped by darkness intent, he used his strongest attack, Darkness Invasion. Rumble, a dense darkness aura surged out of Dark Sword's body and enveloped the Earth Fiend King. Taoist Heavenspan used the Heavenspan sword art. Tens of thousands of sword lights stabbed toward the Earth Fiend King. The ox-nosed old Taoist used his talisman sword. This was the technique that had made him famous, the culmination of his life's work. A short sword appeared in his hand, and he instantly activated it. Talismans were both talismans and sword arts. When the two were combined, their attack power was outstanding. Blizzard Descend. Among the 8 ultimate contenders, the only female contender, Windchant, displayed the Blizzard sword technique. Suddenly, the temperature of the world sharply dropped. Snowflakes filled the sky. Then those snowflakes wrapped around the Earth Fiend King, turning it into ice, temporarily freezing it. The Ice Fire King used the Ice Fire sword art. This sword art was formed from the true meanings of ice and fire. With the assistance of the Blizzard sword art, its power greatly increased. Finally, Zhang Jian took action. Fang Qin didn't see him take action. Instead, he saw a gorgeous radiance shoot out from his body. Taoist Vigor had been waiting for a long time. Once Zhang Jian took action, he would take action. The dazzling light caused everyone to be shocked. Its appearance directly converged with the attacks of the other people. Boom! The gorgeous radiance heavily bombarded the Earth Fiend King's body. In an instant, cracks appeared on the Earth Fiend King's body. Die. Chapter 905. A world-shaking sound echoed through the horizon. The combined attack of the 8 ultimate powerhouses shocked Fang Qin to no end. Even a mystic king wouldn't dare take such an attack head-on. Even Fang Qin believed that the Earth Devil King would definitely be killed this time. Rumble, the 7 peak experts used their strongest techniques, leaving the rest to Taoist Vigor. Every time he punched, his strength was boundless. The might of his fists wasn't any weaker than a newly advanced Mystic King. Bang! 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 The cracks on the Earth Devil King's body grew bigger and bigger. It kept retreating, roaring towards the sky. Still not enough power. Seeing that the Earth Demon King's body was on the verge of collapse, the Earth Demon King started a powerful counterattack, and Taoist Vigor roared loudly. Zhang Jian's eyes flickered. Then he continued to urge the spiritual qi within his body. 2 magnificent rays of light appeared, intimidating the heavens. These 2 magnificent rays of light instantly bombarded the Earth Devil King's body. Bang! With these 2 magnificent rays of light, Taoist Vigor's eyes were filled with excitement, and he once again punched. He directly smashed the Earth Devil King's body that was about to collapse. Crash! The Earth Devil King's body collapsed in the air. Whew! The 8 peak experts let out a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on their faces. This Earth Devil King's defense was too strong. They had exhausted all their power to kill it. Zhang Jian's face was a bit pale. After using his strongest killing move, his body was a bit weak. Careful! Just as the 8 of them relaxed their vigilance, Feng Chen suddenly shouted. Just as Feng Chen's voice fell, the ground they were standing on suddenly changed. The dirt on the ground rapidly gathered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The expressions of the 8 peak experts changed. In the blink of an eye, another Earth Devil King condensed. What's going on? Dark Sword cried out. They had used all their power to kill one Earth Devil King. Why did another one appear? With their current strength, they were unable to deal with this Earth Devil King. Could it be that they were going to retreat to the 5th level? They were unwilling to give up. The 10th level of the heart of Xiantian was still waiting for them. What should we do? Taoist Tianhong asked solemnly. He was prepared to attack at any moment. In the previous battle, Feng Chen hadn't been able to help, but now Feng Chen was carefully observing the Earth Demon King and suddenly noticed something. There's a crystal on the forehead of the Earth Demon. If I'm not wrong, that crystal is the energy source of the Earth Demon, Feng Chen suddenly said. Hearing this, the 8 ultimate contenders all looked over. The energy crystal provides an endless amount of energy. If we don't shatter the energy crystal, the Earth Demon King will continue to condense. Zhang Jian, who rarely spoke, said in a deep voice. This space was the territory of the Earth Fiend King. As long as there was land, the Earth Fiend King could rely on energy crystals to recondense. This was a very terrifying thing. The 8 of them had unsightly expressions. They had just used all their strength to kill an Earth Demon King. That was the best opportunity to shatter the energy crystal, but they had missed it. Now, if they wanted to shatter the energy crystal, they had to get rid of this Earth Fiend King. But in their current state, how could they kill it? No, the Earth Fiend King is too strong. Our condition isn't good. Let's return to the 5th level. Right, let's return to the 5th level. After recovering, we'll return to the 6th level. That's the only way. A few of the experts said helplessly, but just as they were about to leave, Feng Chen suddenly opened his mouth. Everyone, I have an idea, said Feng Chen. You. Dark Sword looked at Feng Chen and asked. He clearly didn't believe that Feng Chen had a good idea. If you're willing to believe me, the success rate is at least 80%, said Feng Chen. The other experts fell silent when they heard this. If they failed, they would lose their lives here. What do you need us to do? Asked the only female powerhouse, Wind Chant. You're in charge of restraining the Earth Fiend King. Do your best to confine its body. I'll use my true meaning to go in front of it and take the energy crystal, said Feng Chen. Just as Feng Chen was speaking, the Earth Fiend King had already arrived in front of them. Foolish humans, you'll definitely die at my hands. When the 8 ultimate powerhouses heard this, they quickly pondered for a moment. In the end, they decided to give it a try. All right, let's try again. After saying that, Wind Chant took the lead and used the Storm Sword art. A terrifying snowstorm instantly descended from the sky, causing the surrounding temperature to drop to the lowest point. The snowstorm landed on the Earth Fiend King's body and instantly froze it, temporarily freezing it. Seeing this, the Ice Fire King also used the Ice Fire Sword art. His 2 true meanings instantly surged out to support Wind Chant. As for the other powerhouses, they also used their strongest skills once more. Only Zhang Jian calmly stood there. After using his strongest killing move several times in a row, he was already powerless to use it again. I hope it'll succeed, Zhang Jian inwardly said. Roar. The imprisoned Earth Fiend King furiously roared. his body unceasingly struggling. At this time, Fong Chen's figure instantly disappeared. The next time he appeared above the Earth Fiend King's head without any warning. "Melt the ice on its forehead!" Fong Chen loudly roared. Wind Chant suddenly waved her white hand, and the ice on the Earth Fiend King's forehead melted, revealing the energy crystal. Fong Chen extended his hand and directly grabbed the energy crystal. Crash! Fong Chen's hand exerted force, and the energy crystal was instantly pulled out. Success! Fong Chen's face was filled with joy. Then his figure flashed, and he returned to Zhang Jian's side. "The energy crystal has been taken," said Fong Chen. Seeing this, the other 7 were overjoyed and immediately attacked the Earth Fiend King frantically. After losing the energy crystal, the Earth Fiend King's defense continuously decreased, and it was finally killed by the 7. Crash! The Earth Fiend King's body directly dissipated in the void. At this time, the gazes of the 8 peak powerhouses were all focused on the energy crystal in Fong Chen's hand. "Quickly destroy the energy crystal, or the Earth Fiend King will condense again," said Wind Chant somewhat anxiously. The other powerhouses also nodded one after another. The urgent matter was to destroy the energy crystal. Otherwise, if the Earth Fiend King condensed again, they would have no choice but to retreat to the 5th floor. Fong Chen exerted force in his palm, wanting to crush the energy crystal. But unexpectedly, the energy crystal was abnormally hard, and he was unable to crush it. "Let me!" Vigorous Taoist exerted all his strength and punched the energy crystal. Dang, dang, dang! Vigorous Taoist's body was sent flying, but the energy crystal was not damaged in the slightest. At this time, the energy crystal was crazily absorbing the earth fragments on the ground. So hard! Seeing this, the others involuntarily cried out. The energy crystal was too hard, and even Vigorous Taoist was unable to destroy it. Furthermore, the energy crystal was absorbing the surrounding earth fragments, and the Earth Fiend King was about to condense again. "The 8 of us must join hands to destroy it," shouted Dark Sword. The 8 peak powerhouses joined hands once more, and their tyrannical attacks collided with the energy crystal. The result was very disappointing, as the energy crystal was not damaged in the slightest. Damn it, how could it be like this? They had originally thought that once they obtained the energy crystal, they would be able to easily destroy it. But now, it seemed that they had been too optimistic. The energy crystal was constantly revolving, and the Earth Fiend King was about to condense again. The 8 of them had gloomy expressions, and Fong Chen was also filled with helplessness. The energy crystal is actually this hard. Fong Chen thought to himself, "Not good. The Earth Fiend King is about to condense. Quickly retreat." The 8 peak powerhouses turned pale with fright and retreated one after the other. Fong Chen was also preparing to leave, but at that moment, the little mouse appeared with a swoosh. "Let me." Chapter 906. Crack! The little mouse ignored the shock of the 8 ultimate contenders and directly crushed the energy crystal that the 8 of them could do nothing about. Then it swallowed it. At this time, the 8 peak experts all stopped in their tracks, their hearts filled with shock. That's possible. Even Zhang Jian, who rarely spoke, said in shock, "I'm so full. Too bad there's only one." After the little mouse finished eating the energy crystal, it was very satisfied and grinned. Hearing its words, everyone was dumbfounded. With a whoosh, the little mouse jumped onto Fong Chen's shoulder. At this time, the 8 of them finally reacted. "Little friend Fong, is this your spirit pet?" When the 8 of them saw the little mouse standing on Fong Chen's shoulder, they were dumbfounded. Fong Chen nodded. The 8 of them were also shocked. "This spirit pet of yours is too abnormal," Dark Sword couldn't help saying. "Yeah, even when the 8 of us joined hands, we couldn't break the energy crystal." "But your spirit pet directly swallowed it," said Taoist Tianhong. "Little friend Fong, this spirit pet of yours isn't simple. said the ox-nosed old Taoist. As for the others, they were also shocked. The only female expert smiled as she looked at the little mouse. "What a cute little mouse," said Windchanter. In response to their shock, Fong Qin only gave a brief explanation. He said that the little mouse's teeth were relatively hard and then glossed over it. With the little mouse's fighting strength, the 8 peak experts were very excited. The Earth Devil King has been destroyed. The 6th floor is no longer dangerous, said the Ice Fire King. The others were also grinning from ear to ear. They were in a very good mood. They originally thought that they would fail, but they actually succeeded. Furthermore, the one who resolved the crisis was actually a little mouse. Everyone looked at Fong Qin one after another, their eyes filled with satisfied smiles. It seemed that bringing Fong Qin was a wise choice. Thinking about it carefully, if they didn't have Fong Qin's space-related true meaning, the 8 of them wouldn't have been able to obtain the Earth Demon King's energy crystals. If it wasn't for the little mouse, the Earth Devil King would have condensed again, and they would have been forced to retreat to the 5th floor. Fortunately, there was Little Mouse and Fong Qin. Right now, the 6th level is no longer dangerous. Let's look around here and see if there are any opportunities, Dark Sword suggested. The others nodded in agreement. Fong Qin, it's all thanks to you this time. If there's anything suitable for you, we'll keep it for you, said Sage Tianhong. Many thanks, seniors. Fong Qin cupped his hands in thanks. In the end, the 8 of them discussed and prepared to plunder the inheritances on the 6th floor. Fong Qin, be careful. Although the Earth Devil King is dead, the God-bearing sword prison is incomparably dangerous. Be careful of other dangers. Win Chant chuckled. Fong Qin nodded, and the 8 of them instantly disappeared. Fong Qin also left with the little mouse. The entire 6th floor was covered in a dusky haze. The earth was filled with the true intent of the earth. After the Earth Devil King died, the ordinary Earth Devils all hid, not daring to come out. The spacious 6th level was empty. Fong Qin leisurely flew in the air above the 6th floor. From time to time, he could hear some resentful voices. So many skeletons. Flying in the air, Fong Qin saw countless skeletons scattered on the ground. These skeletons were all world-shaking powerhouses when they were alive. However, they fell here and turned into a pile of yellow soil. In the end, who would still remember them? The little mouse stood on Fong Qin's shoulder, constantly looking around. With the little mouse's sense of smell, it could easily discover the inheritance treasures hidden in these skeletons. 1 man and 1 mouse quickly searched. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Everyone discussed that in 7 days they would gather at the place where the Earth Devil King died and then head to the 7th floor. Now 3 days had passed. Fong Qin and the little mouse had some gains, but overall they hadn't gained much. Boss, I feel that something is wrong. Suddenly the little mouse said gravely, What's wrong? Fong Qin hastily asked. The little mouse's pitch-black eyes looked at a distant mountain peak. I feel that there's a trace of a strange aura on that mountain peak. Let's go take a look. After Fong Qin finished speaking, he flew rapidly and soon arrived at this place. Climbing the mountain peak, Fong Qin discovered that there were countless skeletons here. These skeletons were scattered all over the mountain peak. At first glance, he didn't discover anything. But after looking carefully, Fong Qin was shocked to discover that the arrangement of these skeletons actually formed a formation. Corpse formation. Fong Qin was incomparably shocked. Why would the skeletons of these fallen supreme experts form such a terrifying formation? The corpse formation was an extremely sinister formation. Although its level wasn't high, it was abnormally sinister. This kind of formation was able to gather the resentment of the dead. The stronger the resentment, the more dangerous it would be when gathered together. Crash! Just as Fong Qin was pondering, a large illusory hand suddenly pounced over. Fong Qin fiercely brandished the hidden star sword, and the golden light dragon-slaying sword shot out. Bang! The hidden star sword fiercely chopped down on the illusory hand, causing it to directly dissipate. Then, Fang Qin sensed that there was a strange aura that instantly filled the air. The little mouse seemed to recognize this aura and immediately jumped into the formation, crazily absorbing this dense aura. Seeing this, Fang Qin didn't disturb it. He vigilantly looked around, guarding the little mouse. Inside the corpse formation, countless resentment of the dead had gathered together. As the little mouse crazily absorbed, these resentment constantly struggled, but to no avail. The little mouse seems to be transforming. Fang Qin whispered. He didn't expect the little mouse to be able to absorb these resentment. After a full 2 hours, the corpse formation collapsed on its own. The little mouse's body surged with a purple luster, and its eyes emitted a terrifying light. "How is it?" Fang Qin hurriedly asked. "Boss, the resentment in this corpse formation seems to be tainted with the aura of my heaven-devouring divine rat lineage, so I can absorb it," the little mouse said in a deep voice. Fang Qin's heart trembled when he heard this. Where did this resentment come from? Why was it tainted with the aura of the heaven-devouring divine rat lineage? One had to know that in the entire Outerverse, there were only 2 heaven-devouring divine rats, and one of them was the one that followed the buried Sword Emperor. It had fallen in the buried Sword Province, so perhaps these resentment had come in contact with it when they were alive. That was the only explanation. The little mouse told Fang Qin that after absorbing the resentment, its strength had skyrocketed, and the number of times it could use its innate ability had increased. Fang Qin was very happy. The little mouse was a heaven-devouring divine rat, and once it fully matured, it would definitely shake the entire Outerverse. "Let's go." With that, Fang Qin took the little mouse and left. In the following time, Fang Qin continued to look for opportunities. Finally, one day, he found a wondrous place. This place was filled with the aura of countless lightning bolts, and occasionally lightning energy would strike down. Fang Qin thought that this was a cultivation place. Soon after, Fang Qin arrived, and his body was instantly filled with lightning energy. Rumble, for some reason, more and more lightning energy struck down, and all of them bombarded Fang Qin's body. Fuck! Fang Qin couldn't help but curse. He had just arrived, and this lightning energy seemed to be repelling him. However, this was just right. He activated his sword body, and sword intent filled his body as he tempered his physical strength. A few days later, Fang Qin left this place. This was because all the lightning energy here had been absorbed into his body. Strangely enough, it seemed that because he had passed the 12th level tribulation, he didn't fear lightning energy. All the lightning energy in this strange place had been absorbed by Fang Qin. Now, Fang Qin's body was filled with countless lightning energy, and at first glance it was very frightening. However, Fang Qin was also very happy. This lightning energy was stored in his body, and when released at a critical moment, its power was incomparably shocking. According to the agreement, Fang Qin returned to the place where he had killed the Earth Devil King, and the 8 ultimate powerhouses rushed over. Their first reaction when they saw Fang Qin was shock. Chapter 907. I used the power of lightning to refine my body and absorb some of it, Fang Qin said. Taoist Vigor's eyes widened. He looked at Fang Qin and said, "Kid, I'm the best at refining my body. You can't refine your body like this." The other 7 people nodded. Taoist Vigor was the best at refining his body among the 8 extreme powerhouses. Furthermore, Taoist Dali had already reached the pinnacle of body refining. His body had reached the saint level. No one could compare to him. Taoist Vigor had observed Fang Qin's body and wanted to take him in as a disciple. Therefore, he said, "Kid, are you interested in learning how to refine your body? I can guarantee that your body will reach the level of a 9-star Tao body." Fang Qin shook his head. "Why? Are you looking down on me?" Taoist Vigor was a little unhappy. At this moment, Fang Qin activated his sword body. Sword intent surged, and a vast aura filled his body. Taoist Vigor's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw this. A 9-star Tao body. Taoist Vigor was shocked. Fang Chen was not even 30 years old, but his body had reached the level of a 9-star Tao body. As expected of the most talented genius in the Burial Sword Prefecture, not only is his sword Tao incredible, but his body is also incredible, Dark Sword said. Yes, a 9-star Tao body at such a young age. I'm envious. Tianhong's spiritual master curled his lips. The others also praised Fang Chen. Taoist Vigor was a little embarrassed. He straightened his sleeves, snorted, and turned to leave. Fang Chen also smiled and cupped his hands. Senior Vigor, I appreciate your kindness, but I'll focus on the martial Tao. The 8 extreme powerhouses led Fang Chen to the entrance of the 7th floor and entered. After Fang Chen and the others entered the 7th floor, an earth-shattering event happened in the Burial Sword Prefecture. Of course, this was something that no ordinary martial artist knew except for a few people from the Burial Sword Immortal Palace. At the edge of the Burial Sword Prefecture, in the endless ocean, there was a vortex, and within the vortex was the god-burying sword prison, other than the palace master of the Immortal Palace and a dozen mystic king realm commanders. No one knew that there was a terrifying being suppressed under the god-burying sword prison. Even the palace lord of the Immortal Palace could not completely destroy this terrifying existence. If it were not for the existence of the god-burying sword prison, no one would be able to suppress this terrifying existence. At this moment, a dozen or so commanders were standing before the vortex, dragging their mutilated bodies. Before them stood the Sword Burial Immortal Palace's palace master. Palace Lord, let us do it. The old ancestor of the Golden Sword City, Sword Arena, said in a deep voice. Immediately, the other profound King Realm commanders also unleashed their terrifying auras. The palace master of the Sword Burial Celestial Palace nodded with a helpless expression. For the Sword Burial Province, kill! The dozen or so commanders roared out as they charged into the vortex. In the next few minutes, the entire endless ocean was shaking. The palace master of the sword-bearing Immortal Palace floated above the boundless ocean, his heart filled with grief. He wanted to make a move, but he couldn't. For the sake of the Sword Burial Prefecture, he couldn't do anything. Dong! A few minutes later, the endless ocean regained its calm. A trembling sound resounded through the sky. During this time, a furious roar could be heard. It was the roar of that terrifying existence. One day, I will destroy the entire Sword Burial Province. The palace master of the Sword Burial Celestial Palace reached out his hand and pressed down on the endless ocean's vortex. The endless ocean regained its calm, but the dozen or so commanders had completely disappeared. The palace master of the Sword Burial Celestial Palace floated above the endless ocean, his heart trembling. The Sword Burial Province will remember your deaths. After saying that, the palace master disappeared. The cultivators of the Sword Burial Province were living a peaceful life. However, the palace master of the Sword Burial Celestial Palace knew. Today, more than a dozen Mystic King realm commanders had used their lives to seal the terrifying existence in the whirlpool once more. On the 7th floor of the God-burying sword prison, everyone floated in the sky and looked around. The 7th floor was abnormally calm. There were no dangerous auras. However, the more it was like this, the more abnormal it was. Find the entrance, Taoist Tianhong said. The 8 of them nodded and began searching for the entrance to the 8th floor. 3 days later, they gathered at the entrance. However, their expressions were incomparably solemn. There was a figure at the entrance to the 8th floor. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground and looking at them with a smile. "You've arrived a bit earlier than I expected," said the figure with a grin. His smile gave off a sinister feeling. Fang Chen carefully observed this figure. He was not tall and had a head of purple hair. He was wearing plain cotton clothes and looked very simple. "Who are you?" asked the ox-nosed old Taoist. "I'm the Guardian," said the figure with a smile. "Guardian," asked Windchant, "didn't you notice that there wasn't the slightest bit of danger on the way here?" asked the Guardian. Everyone's expressions changed slightly as they stared at the Guardian with vigilance. "That's because I've devoured all the resentment on the 7th floor. As for those life forms, they've all been killed by me," said the Guardian calmly. However, when they heard that, their hearts palpitated. "What?" exclaimed Darksword. The faces of the others were filled with shock. All the resentment on the 7th floor had been devoured by the Guardian, and all the life forms had been killed by him. Just what kind of existence was this Guardian? "It's been a long time since a human martial artist has come here," said the Guardian with a smile. Everyone's expressions were solemn as they stared at the Guardian. "So, I'll play with you properly." "I won't kill you easily," said the Guardian sinisterly. The eyes of the 8 peak powerhouses flickered. "What should we do?" asked Fang Chen in a low voice. He had just used spiritual detection, but he couldn't get close to the Guardian. The Guardian's strength was too tyrannical. "Don't be rash," said Swordbreaker. At this moment, the Guardian's gaze turned to Fang Chen. "You're the weakest among the 9. "I'll start with you," said the Guardian with a smile. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt his golden heart rapidly beating. His body seemed to be imprisoned. True meaning of the void. With a thought, Fang Chen displayed the true meaning of the void. His figure instantly disappeared. Seeing this, the Guardian's eyes flickered. The Guardian noticed Fang Chen's true meaning of the void. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Interesting. As soon as the Guardian's voice fell, he flicked his wrist. Suddenly, a terrifying fist radiance shot out. Bang! Fang Chen, who was hiding in the void, was instantly hit by the terrifying fist radiance. With a bang, his body fell to the ground. So strong! This Guardian was too strong. There was no way he could resist. Even if he entered the void, he couldn't escape the Guardian's attack. Fang Chen quickly stood up. The sword body around him was activated. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and was ready to attack. Too weak. The Guardian shook his head slightly. Then he threw out another punch. Suddenly, Fang Chen's body was sent flying again. Little Mouse whizzed in front of Fang Chen. "Don't you dare hurt my boss." Little Mouse roared angrily. Its eyes were scarlet and its body was surging with purple light. Roar! Using its special ability, a terrifying attractive force instantly spread out. Seeing this, the gatekeeper's expression finally changed. This aura is so familiar. The Guardian looked at the huge purple rat shadow behind Little Mouse and muttered to himself. It felt like déjà vu roar, using its special ability to the extreme. The terrifying attractive force shrouded the Guardian. After a short moment of shock, the Guardian's face returned to normal. Then a terrifying light burst out from its body and shot directly at Little Mouse. Poochie! This ray of light struck the purple rat's shadow with lightning speed. Boom! The purple rat shadow collapsed. Little Mouse's special ability was broken for the first time. Its body was sent flying and blood splattered all over the sky. "Let's attack together." Taoist Master Tianhong roared loudly. The 8 ultimate powerhouses attacked together, activating their strongest killer moves to surround and annihilate the gatekeeper. Chapter 908. The gatekeeper's strength was simply not what the few of them could imagine. When the 8 ultimate powerhouses joined forces, their power was comparable to a mystic king realm powerhouse. However, they were powerless in front of the gatekeeper. Little Mouse's innate superpower had completely infuriated the gatekeeper. His face was filled with coldness. As soon as he finished speaking, his wrist suddenly shook. In an instant, it turned into countless rays of light that shot towards the 9 people. Poochie! At the most crucial moment, Fang Chen unleashed the true meaning of the void and dodged the terrifying rays of light. As for the other 8, they were hit and instantly flew out. Run! The hand of broken swords roared, and the 8 ultimate powerhouses fled one after another. Seeing that everyone was fleeing, the gatekeeper did not stop them. Too weak, the gatekeeper said again. Then he sat down cross-legged and continued to guard the entrance of the 8th level. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 8 ultimate powerhouses were very fast. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the 7th level and were ready to return to the 6th level. Yes, the gatekeeper did not chase after us. Suddenly, Dark Sword was a little confused and asked. The others also looked at each other before exchanging glances with each other. I'm afraid that the gatekeeper disdains to chase after us, Zhang Jian said in a deep voice. At this moment, a deep voice entered everyone's ears. You can cultivate as you wish. As long as you do not come within 100 miles of me, I will not take the initiative to attack. Hearing this voice, the 8 of them relaxed and heaved a sigh of relief. Voila! Fang Qin came out of the void with a pale face. In his arms, Little Mouse was severely injured. The gatekeeper clearly thinks that we are too weak and wants us to cultivate here and increase our strength before challenging him. Enlightened Tianhong said, The gatekeeper is guarding the entrance of the 8th level. Unless we defeat him, we can't enter the 8th level. Seeing that they had already entered the 7th level, they did not want to give up. Now that things have come to this, we can only bury ourselves in cultivation. There were not many opportunities to enter the God-burying sword prison. If they did not seize this opportunity, they did not know when they would be able to enter again in the future. Moreover, time waits for no one. Their time was coming. All right, let's cultivate. The 8 ultimate powerhouses came to a unanimous decision and set up a formation. They sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Seeing this, Fang Qin also began to cultivate. While the 8 ultimate powerhouses and Fang Qin were trapped in the 7th level, Lu Jingyun and the others finally arrived at the 6th level. At this moment, they were in a sorry state. On the 5th level, Lu Jingyun and the others had made some breakthroughs, and even obtained some inheritances. Suddenly, Tuoba Yulong asked, Why is the 6th floor so empty? Lu Wudao's eyes to the side, to the 4th level, to the 7th level. When they entered the God-burying sword prison, there were more than 200 martial artists. Now, there were only a few dozen left. Just as Lu Jingyun and the others were talking, many quasi-kings suddenly appeared on the 6th floor. Lu Jingyun, you were the first to come. What did you discover? Asked one of the more prestigious quasi-kings. Lu Jingyun shook his head. When we came in, it was already empty. It seems that the 8 ultimate powerhouses have already cleaned up this place, another quasi-king said. They discussed for a while and decided to explore the 6th level first. They would look for opportunities to raise their strength before entering the 7th level. The entire God-burying sword prison was emitting an oppressive aura. Outside the God-burying sword prison, the sword-bearing prefecture was incomparably peaceful. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In this half year, the palace master of the sword-bearing immortal palace had been paying attention to the God-burying sword prison. However, even he was unable to clearly see the situation within the God-burying sword prison. Ancient sword continent, 5 elements province, a large country. This large country was not far from the Golden Crown Nation. To be able to be called a large country, it could be considered a powerful faction in the secular world. However, one day, this large country suffered the most tragic attack since its founding. The remnants of the Yellow Spring sect attacked this large country. In just one day, this large country was completely massacred by the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Then, the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect brazenly suppressed this large country. Lord, this large country has been conquered. What do we do next? Within the large country, a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect asked in a low voice, Take complete control of this large country and then use it as a foundation to massacre the other large countries, the leader said slowly. Because of the Yellow Spring Sect master, the Yellow Spring Sect was extremely powerful. Because the Five Elements province did not have a quasi-king, it was in a very difficult situation. The sky and demon continents could barely fend for themselves. There was no way they could help the Five Elements province. The remnants of the Yellow Spring Sect also targeted this point and continuously invaded the Five Elements province. The Five Elements province was so large that half of it had already been conquered by the Yellow Spring Sect. This was unimaginable in the past. The invasion of the Yellow Spring Sect caused the people of the Five Elements province to suffer. Many large sect wanted the Five Elements Academy to help. However, the Five Elements Academy's dean was in seclusion and had yet to appear. No one could stop the pace of the Yellow Spring Sect's invasion. After resting in this large country for 3 days, the Yellow Spring Sect continued to advance towards another large country. This time, their target was the Golden Crown State. Under the powerful attack of the Yellow Spring Sect, the Golden Crown State only managed to hold on for a day before they completely lost. The Five Elements Academy, the main peak of the Five Elements Peak. The Bloody Spearman and the others gathered together and stared at the forbidden area of the Five Elements Academy. Their expressions were extremely grave. Is the dean coming out of seclusion? Did the dean make a breakthrough? The few true martial realm experts were puzzled. Their faces were filled with hope. They hoped that the dean could make a breakthrough. If the dean could reach the quasi-king realm, then the remnants of the Yellow Spring Sect in the Five Elements province would be able to completely leave. Rumble. Dark clouds gathered in the sky above the Five Elements Academy. The power of thunder resounded through the sky. Crack! At a certain moment, the gates of the forbidden area opened and a familiar figure walked out. Dean Wuyun's body was filled with a powerful aura. Dean. Seeing this, the few true martial realm experts cried out and came to the dean's side. At this moment, the dean's aura was very special. In his hand, he held a long sword that was 1 zhang long. On the long sword, there was a flowing light. Dean, you made a breakthrough? Elder Han asked excitedly. Dean Wuyun nodded and said, How's the situation in the Five Elements province? Nearly half of the Five Elements province's territory has been occupied by the Yellow Spring Sect. Right now, the Yellow Spring Sect's attack has already reached the Golden Crown State, the Bloody Spearman said. It's time to end this. After saying this, Dean Wuyun's figure flashed and disappeared. When the other true martial realm experts saw this, they quickly shot over as well. At this moment, the Yellow Spring Sect had taken complete control of the Golden Crown country. At this moment, they were sending a small team to the Shunfeng country to massacre the Shunfeng country. Boss, the Shunfeng country is up ahead, a Yellow Spring Sect member said with a smile. Oh, this is the Shunfeng country. Yes. Massacre, the leader of the Yellow Spring Sect said coldly. Immediately, the Yellow Spring Sect member's body flew into the sky. People of the Shunfeng country, listen up. You have 3 minutes to surrender. If you dare resist, kill without mercy. His voice spread throughout the entire Shunfeng country. This caused countless cultivators in the Shunfeng country to be shocked. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The Yellow Spring Sect activated their massacre mode. In the blink of an eye, the imperial capital of the Shunfeng country was covered in rivers of blood. Puny humans, you actually dare to resist? The leader of the Yellow Spring Sect said sinisterly after killing a cultivator with a single punch. Pucci just as he finished speaking, a sword suddenly tore through the void and pierced his body. This, the smile on his face, instantly stiffened. He wanted to turn his head to see who had attacked him, but he was unable to do so. Bang! The Yellow Spring Sect leader's corpse fell to the ground. Remnants of the Yellow Spring Sect scram from the Five Elements province. After that, a shocking voice instantly spread throughout the entire Divine Wind Nation. This voice contained a soul attack. Puchial, the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, had their souls instantly collapse. Their corpses fell to the ground one by one. Dean Wiyun floated in the sky like a god of war. He held a sword in his hand, and his robes fluttered without wind. Soon, the situation in the Shangfeng country spread to the Golden Crown country. When the Yellow Spring sect leader guarding the Golden Crown country heard the news, he immediately rushed to the Shangfeng country. "Which cultivator dares to kill the people of my Yellow Spring sect?" the leader asked coldly as he floated in the sky. 5 Elements Academy, Wu Yun. As soon as the dean spoke, a sword light greeted the leader. After a year of silence, the people of the 5 Elements Academy finally began their counterattack under the lead of their dean. The remnants of the Yellow Spring sect in the Golden Crown country were wiped out by the 5 Elements Academy. Other places were also wiped out one after another. When the Yellow Spring sect leader learned of this, he was furious and immediately went to the battlefield. In the sky above a certain country, the Yellow Spring sect leader appeared. "Wu Yun, you dare kill the people of my Yellow Spring sect," said the Yellow Spring sect leader coldly. "The Yellow Spring sect has invaded my 5 Elements province and massacred innocent people. It's time to pay back the debt," said Dean Wiyun. "Humph. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so." The Yellow Spring sect leader's aura instantly erupted. At this time, the aura of a quasi-king also erupted from Dean Wiyun's body. "Quasi-king? Is that what you're relying on?" asked the Yellow Spring sect leader sinisterly. Although they were all quasi-kings, there were still differences in strength between them. Moreover, he was once a genuine Mystic King expert. Chapter 909. Ever since the Devil Cloud Lian province invaded the ancient Sword Continent, the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect were incomparably rampant in the 5 Elements province. And now, Dean Wiyun could finally go all out and fight. "Is this what you're relying on?" Sensing the aura around Dean Wiyun, a sinister smile appeared on the Yellow Spring sect master's face. Voila! Dean Wiyun didn't say anything else. His figure flashed, and the long sword in his hand suddenly danced. The battle between quasi-kings shook the heavens and the earth. The numerous true martial realm experts of the 5 Elements Academy retreated one after another and watched from afar. Boom! Seeing Dean Wiyun take the initiative to attack, killing intent shot out from the Yellow Spring sect master's eyes. "Old thing, after killing you, the 5 Elements province will belong to my Yellow Spring sect," said the Yellow Spring sect master sinisterly. Once, the Yellow Spring sect almost ruled the entire ancient Sword Continent, but it was encircled and annihilated by the ancient Sword Continent. In the end, the profound King Realm experts of the Yellow Spring sect had no choice but to die with grievances. But now it was an excellent opportunity. The Devil Cloud Lian province only wanted to refine the ancient Sword Continent's realm core. He couldn't be bothered with other things. And the Yellow Spring sect master, who loved overflowing power, wanted to gradually devour the ancient Sword Continent and then complete the unification. In the eyes of the Yellow Spring sect master, this battle was the final battle. From now on, there would be no 5 Elements Academy in the 5 Elements province. There would be an absolute overlord power, the Yellow Spring sect. Originally, the Yellow Spring sect master wanted to recover his cultivation to the profound King realm before launching the final attack. But Dean Wiyun broke through to the quasi-king realm, forcing him to come out of seclusion early. Bang! Facing Dean Wiyun's attack, the Yellow Spring sect master clenched his fist and punched out. Instantly, with the two of them as the center, the space within a 100-mile radius became incomparably chaotic. A deafening rumble resounded through the sky. The long sword in Dean Wiyun's hand was forced back by the Yellow Spring sect master's fist. Dean Wiyun's body continuously retreated. After he stabilized his body, he coldly stared at the Yellow Spring sect master. Although it was only a small exchange, the Yellow Spring sect master absolutely suppressed Dean Wuyun. "Old thing, you dare to embarrass yourself with just this little bit of strength? You're really courting death." The sect master of the Akron sect sneered. An evil aura surrounded his body. He was just one step away from recovering to the profound king realm. His strength was not what Dean Wuyun could compare to at all. "Today is the day you die." Hearing the Yellow Spring sect master's words, Dean Wuyun's eyes flickered. Then he sighed. "Looks like I still have to use it." As he spoke, Dean Wuyun looked at the sword in his hand. At this moment, the long sword in his hand seemed to have a mind of its own. It trembled nonstop and emitted a series of sword cries. At the same time, the aura of Dean Wuyun was rising rapidly. In the distance, the true martial realm experts of the Five Elements Academy saw this scene, and their expressions changed greatly. "The Dean is using a taboo sword technique," the Bloody Spearman said in a low voice. "Damned Yellow Spring sect!" Elder Han roared furiously. Even though he had broken through to the quasi-king realm, he was still no match for the Yellow Springs sect master. Dean Wuyun seemed to have thought of this long ago. His face was filled with a cold smile. "Old dog of the Yellow Spring sect, you will undoubtedly die today." Just as Dean Wuyun's words left his mouth, the long sword in his hand suddenly shot out a terrifying sword light. Then, the sword light merged into Dean Wuyun's body. Swish! Dean Wuyun's body was like a sharp sword, carrying unimaginable power. He shot towards the Yellow Spring sect master. Amen! When Dean Wuyun approached him, the Yellow Spring sect master finally realized that something was amiss. His body retreated continuously. Boom! Even though the Yellow Spring sect master tried his best to defend, Dean Wuyun's attack was too powerful. It was comparable to a profound king realm expert. The Yellow Spring sect master did not manage to dodge. The long sword in Dean Wuyun's hand pierced into his body. "Have you gone mad?" Sensing the aura within the long sword, the Yellow Spring sect master roared madly. Soon after, he gathered all of the power in his body into the area where the sword was struck. Then he forced the sword out. Poochie! Blood splattered across the sky. The Yellow Spring sect master's body was battered and exhausted. His face was pale. It seemed that his injuries were not light. "Old bastard, the day I reach the profound king realm will be the day you die." After saying that, the Yellow Spring sect master used the blood escape technique and fled. After the Yellow Spring sect master fled, Dean Wuyun's body also fell from the sky. Several true martial realm experts caught him. "Quickly, send the Dean back to the Five Elements Academy." The Bloody Spearman roared. Dean Wuyun used a forbidden sword technique and paid the price to heavily injure the Yellow Spring sect master. Before he fainted, he did not forget to issue an order. While the Yellow Spring sect master was fleeing, he took advantage of the fact that the Yellow Spring sect master was heavily injured to eliminate the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect in the Five Elements province. Fong Chen naturally did not know about the situation in the Five Elements province. He had been in the Sword Burial province for almost 2 years and had been diligently cultivating. The heavens did not disappoint those who worked hard. Fong Chen's cultivation was steadily increasing through his own efforts. At this moment, on the 7th floor, Fong Chen and the others were cultivating with all their might. On a certain day a month later, a vast aura suddenly shot out from someone's body. This shocking aura startled everyone, causing them to open their eyes one after another. Zhang Jian broke through. Everyone looked at Zhang Jian. The shocking aura just now came from Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian nodded slightly and said, "I made a slight breakthrough." Hearing this, everyone was delighted. "Zhang Jian, how many times can you use your strongest attack now?" The broken sword hand asked. "I can use it 6 times in a row," Zhang Jian said. Hearing this, the others were overjoyed. Then, they discussed with each other and prepared to try again. Try again, Taoist Tianhong said. At this moment, Fong Qin spoke. 8 seniors, this junior has something to say, but I don't know if it's appropriate, Fong Qin said. Oh, what do you want to say? Asked the ox-nosed old Taoist. Fong Qin pondered for a moment and then said, the guardian is too strong. Even if Senior Zhang Jian breaks through, I'm afraid it's impossible for him to defeat the guardian. Then what do you mean? Asked the Ice Fire King. Fong Qin looked around at the 8 of them and said, the guardian is so strong. It's impossible to fight him head-on. We should find his weakness. Hearing Fong Qin's words, the others nodded one after another as they came to a realization. Any expert would have a weakness. However, once a martial artist reached a certain level of strength, their weakness would be much stronger than an ordinary martial artist's strength. So there was no such thing as a weakness. That's right. If we can find the guardian's weakness, we might have a chance, said Yin Feng. Not long after, they came to a conclusion and prepared to give it a try. The 9 of them arrived in front of the guardian in a grandiose manner. It's been a long time since someone played with me. I won't kill you easily, but every time you fail, I will kill one of you. The guardian grinned. Attack! Following the Ice Fire King's roar, the 9 of them suddenly launched their strongest attacks. Wind Chant displayed the blizzard sword art. The berserk snowstorm instantly enveloped the gatekeeper and froze him. Before the guardian could react, the Ice Fire King's dual true intent instantly enveloped him. Then Broken Sword Hand, Dark Sword, Grand Sky Taoist, Ox-Nosed Old Taoist, and Great Strength Taoist all launched their strongest attacks. Rumble, in a flash, everyone's attacks had already bombarded the guardian's body. However, they didn't break through the guardian's defense. Whoosh! At this moment, rays of dazzling light shot out from Zhang Jian's body. 6 rays of light floated in the air in a row, shaking the heavens. Go! Zhang Jian roared and controlled the 6 rays of light to stab 6 parts of the guardian's body. You're courting death. At this moment, the guardian shattered the ice and snow and said sinisterly, bang, bang. When the 6 rays of light shot towards the guardian, they were directly blocked by the guardian. However, at this moment, Fong Qin used the true intent of the void and silently appeared beside the guardian. Then, the hidden star sword stabbed towards the guardian's armpit without hesitation. Bang! After blocking the 6 rays of light, the guardian sent Fong Qin flying with a backhand punch. Retreat! The 9 of them scattered and fled. Chapter 9-10. As soon as the gatekeeper finished speaking, he split into 9 clones and chased after the 9 people. Not good. Seeing this, Fong Qin cursed inwardly. His figure flickered as he pushed his true meaning of the void to the extreme. The gatekeeper's clones chased after Fong Qin. This gatekeeper has actually split into 9 clones. I wonder which one is the real one. Fong Qin thought to himself as he fled. Just a moment ago, Fong Qin thought that he had discovered the gatekeeper's weakness. The gatekeeper's defense was extremely strong. Even the all-out attacks of the 8 ultimate powerhouses couldn't break through his defense. However, Fong Qin's hidden star sword easily pierced through the gatekeeper's armpit. The gatekeeper's armpit is his weakness. Fong Qin took the opportunity to send a voice transmission to the others. However, Fong Qin continued, Everyone, don't expose yourselves. Once the gatekeeper finds out, it will be impossible for us to launch a sneak attack. Hearing Fong Qin's words, the other people who were fleeing all became extremely anxious. Then what should we do? At this moment, Ancestor Braun spoke. The gatekeeper has used the doppelganger shadow technique. His true body strength has been greatly weakened. This is your only chance. Ancestor, can you find the gatekeeper's true body? Fong Qin asked anxiously. At this moment, some of the clones had already caught up and were caught in a chaotic battle. The others were also extremely anxious. Bang! The gatekeeper's clone was the first to catch up to Dark Sword. He held Dark Sword in his hand and launched his strongest attack. Bang! Bang! Dark Sword and the gatekeeper's clone fought fiercely. However, everyone knew that Dark Sword was at a disadvantage. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. At this moment, Fang Chen noticed that one of the clones chasing enlightened Master Tianhong had unknowingly approached Dark Sword. Not good. The gatekeeper's target is Dark Sword, Fang Chen shouted. Immediately, he used his true meaning of the void. In the next moment, the void tore apart and he appeared in front of the gatekeeper's clone-chasing enlightened Master Tianhong. Swoosh, the golden light dragon-slaying sword pierced directly into the armpit of the guardian's clone. A miserable shriek could be heard as the other 8 clones collapsed. The guardian's true body, which had been stabbed by Fang Chen, instantly appeared. Die! The gatekeeper shook off Fang Chen's star-hidden sword and roared in anger. The heart of the Black Crack King. Upon hearing Fang Chen's roar, one of the 8 ultimate powerhouses flicked his wrist, and the Dark Crack Monarch's heart shot towards Fang Chen. You guys go first, Fang Chen bellowed. Then, he fused the Black Split King's heart into the hidden star sword and stabbed the guardian once more. The guardian's armpit was pierced, and his strength seemed to have weakened a lot. Fang Chen displayed the true meaning of void, but the guardian was actually unable to detect the existence of Fang Chen. Swoosh, Fang Chen's star-hidden sword once again pierced into the keeper's armpit. Roar! The guardian let out a furious roar, and the aura around him instantly increased. However, the Dark Crack Monarch's heart in the star-hidden sword drilled directly into the guardian's armpit. Hiss! The Dark Crack Monarch's heart, which contained a vast amount of power, instantly exploded. Crack! One of the guardian's arms was directly smashed and blood splattered across the sky. He was completely enraged. All of you must die. Although the guardian had lost one of his arms, it was still not something that the crowd could withstand. At this moment, the 8 ultimate powerhouses had already arrived at the entrance of the 8th level. They glanced at Fang Chen, then gritted their teeth and entered the 8th level. Boom! Just as the 8 ultimate powerhouses entered the 8th level, Fang Chen was directly sent flying by the guardian. Die! The guardian's figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Chen, wanting to kill Fang Chen. However, at this moment, a vast amount of thunderbolt energy gushed out from Fang Chen's body. Rumble! The thunderbolt energy instantly blasted towards the guardian as if it was a real martial realm lightning tribulation. Damn it! The guardian waved his fist to block the thunderbolt energy. Fang Chen used this time to easily enter the 8th level. At this moment, on the open space of the 8th level, the 8 ultimate powerhouses' faces were ashen, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Young friend Fang, he. Dark Sword said. This time it's all thanks to young friend Fang, but Swordbreaker also said, I owe young friend Fang a favor. If he doesn't die, I will definitely repay this favor. Zhang Jian, who had been silent all this time, said in a deep voice. That's right. The 8 of us owe young friend Fang a favor. A favor from the 8 ultimate powerhouses was extremely important. However, just as the 8 of them thought that Fang Chen was doomed, a figure suddenly rushed into the 8th level. Young friend Fang. Seeing this, the 8 of them were overjoyed and surrounded Fang Chen. Young friend Fang, are you all right? Dark Sword asked. Young friend Fang, that guardian couldn't have been killed by you, right? Taoist Tianhong asked. Young friend Fang, what happened? The 8 ultimate powerhouses were very curious as to how Fang Chen had managed to escape. Seniors, do you still remember that my entire body was covered in lightning? Fang Chen said, Of course I remember. After I destroyed the Guardian's life gate, I directly activated the Thunderbolt energy and blocked the Guardian for a moment before I entered the 8th level. Hearing this, the 8 ultimate powerhouses all nodded. The guardian of the 7th level was too strong. It was simply impossible to defeat him. Young friend Fong, no matter what, we owe you a favor this time. If you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to ask, Win Chant said. The other 7 also nodded heavily. Hearing this, Fong Chun revealed a trace of a smile. If I have any trouble in the future, I will have to trouble you 8 seniors. Fong Chun cupped his hands. The 8 of them laughed heartily. After the 8 of them entered the 8th level, the experts of the 2nd group finally entered the 7th level. There were only 5 people in total. As for the other quasi-kings, some had died, while others had been trapped. At this moment, Lu Jingyun and the others' auras were incomparably terrifying. As expected of the god-burying sword prison, Tuoba Yulong grinned. They had all obtained important inheritances from the previous level. Lu Jingyun's strength had already reached the quasi-king realm. As for Tuoba Yulong, Lu, Wu Dao, Duguyin, and Sitahong, they were a bit weaker, but their cultivation had also reached the 9th level of the true martial realm. Perhaps they would really be able to step into the profound king realm this time. Quickly find the entrance to the next level. Lu Jingyun's goal was very simple. He wanted to follow the footsteps of the 8 ultimate powerhouses and then fight alongside them. With their current strength, they were qualified to join hands with the 8 ultimate powerhouses. Not long after, everyone discovered the gatekeeper. The guardian only had one arm. Blood was constantly flowing out from under his armpit. His face was pitch black, as if he had been heavily injured. Yes. Seeing this, Lu Jingyun and the others stared warily at the guardian. You humans, quickly leave, the gatekeeper said coldly. He's injured. Let's join hands and charge over. Lu Jingyun said. Indeed, as Lu Jingyun had guessed, the guardian was heavily injured. The Black Crack King's heart was a fatal blow. When the Black Crack King's heart was heavily injured, his strength was still at the profound king realm. But after such a long time, his strength had been declining. At this moment, he was actually unable to resist the combined attack of Lu Jingyun and the others. Bang! Lu Jingyun sent the guardian flying with a slash of his sword. Then, the 5 of them quickly entered the 8th level. Damned humans! Wait until I'm fully recovered. I'll definitely kill all of you. Seeing this, the guardian roared furiously. On the 8th level, Fong Chen and the others were adjusting their condition. They had gone through a fierce battle on the 7th level and had expended a lot of energy. They didn't know what dangers awaited them on the 8th level, so they had to be careful. Lu Jingyun and the others entered the 8th level and instantly discovered the 8 ultimate powerhouses. It's the 8 ultimate powerhouses. Lu Jingyun's face was filled with joy. Lu Wudao and Tuoba Yulong were also very excited. They had finally caught up to the 8 ultimate powerhouses. But at this moment, Dugu Yun and Situ Hong's faces were filled with shock. Brother Fong, why is he here? Hearing the 2's shocked voices, Lu Jingyun and the others' gazes all turned to Fong Chen. Chapter 911. Lu Jingyun and the other 4 were surprised to see Fong Chen here. However, he was only slightly surprised for a moment before he greeted the 8 ultimate contenders. Greetings, seniors. The 8 ultimate contenders were of great seniority and had lived for nearly 10,000 years. Even a monster like Lu Jingyun had to be extremely respectful when facing the 8 ultimate contenders. The 8 ultimate contenders nodded slightly when they saw Lu Jingyun and the other 4. The 5 of them had great potential and would definitely surpass the 8 of them in the future. Since all of you are here, let's go together, Tianhong's spiritual master said. After the battle with the gatekeeper of the 7th level, the 8 ultimate contenders were even more cautious. Now that Lu Jingyun and the other 4 had joined them, their overall strength had increased. After chatting for a while, Lu Jingyun and the other 4 officially joined the team of the 8 ultimate contenders. At this time, the number of people in the team increased from 9 to 14. Among them, the other 13 warriors were all at LV9 of the true martial realm. Only Fong Qin was at LV5 of the true martial realm. However, even the 8 ultimate contenders did not dare to underestimate Fong Qin. His space-related true meaning was extremely terrifying, and his combat strength was also extraordinary. What dangers are there in the 8th level? Lu Jingyin asked after chatting for a while. In his opinion, since the 8 of them were the first to enter the 8th level, they should know the situation here. We haven't been here for long and haven't had the time to explore. Ox-nosed old Taoist grinned. Since everyone is here, let's start exploring the 8th level, Zhang Jian said. Everyone nodded. In the end, the 13 of them walked side by side and explored the entire 8th level. The 8th level of the God-bearing sword prison was extremely spacious. Even with the speed of the 8 ultimate contenders, it took them 3 days to complete the exploration. After 3 days, the 8 ultimate contenders gathered at the center of the 8th level. The entrance to the 9th level was close at hand here. The 8 ultimate contenders looked at each other and their eyes were filled with surprise. There's no one in the 8th level. Dark Sword was the first to speak. He possessed the true meaning of darkness, and within the God-bearing sword prison, his perception surpassed that of other infinite powerhouses. However, no matter how he probed, he was unable to detect anything. It's too strange. There are no corpses or living creatures. Sword Master Folded was shocked. Starting from the first level, every level would more or less contain the resentment of some creatures or powerful beings. However, there was no one on the 8th floor, which shocked them to the core. Whoosh! Whoosh! Right at this moment, Lu Jingyun's group of 5 appeared. What did you find? Win Chant asked softly. Senior Yin Feng, the 5 of US, didn't find anything. Lu Jingyun cupped his hands and replied. As expected, the faces of the 8 ultimate contenders turned solemn when they heard this. The more it was like this, the stranger they felt. Not only were there no living creatures, but there were also no inheritances. It was as if the 8th level did not belong to the God-bearing sword prison. After thinking for a while, the Icefire Monarch suddenly said, "Why do we care so much? Since the 8th floor is empty, let's go directly to the 9th floor. This way, we'll be closer to the 10th floor." Hearing the Icefire King's words, the others were also moved. Their goal was the 10th floor of the God-bearing sword prison. As long as they could enter the 10th floor, they would be able to obtain the legendary Heart of Xiantian. With the Heart of Xiantian, they would have a great chance of advancing to the Xiantian realm. That's right. Our goal is the Heart of Xiantian. Since there are no obstacles here, there's no need to waste time. Taoist Vigor said. The others nodded heavily. Zhang Jian took the lead and prepared to enter the entrance of the 9th floor. However, right at this moment, Sword Master Folded suddenly realized that Fong Chen was no longer there. Little friend Fong hasn't returned yet. Hearing Hand of Broken Swordsman's words, everyone realized this point, and their faces were immediately filled with doubt. With little friend Fong's speed, he should have arrived here long ago. Why is there no sign of him? Taoist Tianhong asked doubtfully. Could it be that little friend Fong found some inheritance? Sword Master Folded said in a deep voice. Should we wait for little friend Fong? Zhang Jian asked. Let's wait. After all, if it wasn't for Fong Qin, they would definitely not have been able to step into the 8th floor safely. Now that Fong Qin had not appeared, how could they just leave like that? After the 8 ultimate powerhouses discussed, they decided to wait for Fong Qin for 3 days. Lu Jingyin and the other 4 basically had no right to speak. Time passed by, second by second. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Fong Qin still did not appear. At this moment, the 8 ultimate powerhouses finally realized that something was wrong. Immediately, the 8 ultimate powerhouses decided to look for Fong Qin. The 8 ultimate powerhouses exerted all their strength and spread out in the vast space of the 8th floor to look for Fong Qin. After another 3 days, the 8 ultimate powerhouses returned one after another. Each of them was shaking their heads. Fong Qin had disappeared. They had searched every nook and cranny of the 8th floor, but they couldn't find him. What's going on? Where did little friend Fong go? Sword Master Folded asked in a deep voice. Could it be that little friend Fong entered some ruins and blocked our soul search? Dark Sword said. The others looked at each other and then shook their heads. Seniors, what should we do next? Lu Jingyun asked. Zhang Jian said. I believe that little friend Fong must have entered some ruins and is temporarily isolated from the outside world. With little friend Fong's strength, he should have no problem protecting himself. Right now, even if we are here, we can't help much. Let's enter the 9th floor. When little friend Fong comes out, he will look for us. Everyone agreed with Zhang Jian's words. In the end, the 13 warriors entered the 9th floor in a single file. Indeed, just as the 8 ultimate powerhouses had guessed, Fong Qin had entered a magical area that was isolated from the outside world. That day, when Fong Qin separated from the other powerhouses, he explored the 8th floor. Unknowingly, he came to a strange place. Why was this place strange? This was a canyon. The canyon was filled with lush greenery and was filled with small grasses. From the outside, this looked like an ordinary canyon. However, Fong Qin had entered the canyon as if he was possessed. When he entered the canyon, he realized that the canyon was isolated from the outside world. What he saw outside was an illusion. Rumble. The entire canyon was bathed in lightning. Above the canyon, there were thick thunderclouds. Under these thunderclouds, majestic lightning dragons were constantly swimming. Fong Qin was shocked when he saw the lightning dragons swimming in the thunderclouds. The aura released by the lightning dragons made Fong Qin feel oppressed. The strength of this lightning dragon is already comparable to the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, right? Fong Qin looked at the sky and said in a deep voice, Boom! Just as Fong Qin was thinking, a lightning dragon as thick as an arm suddenly shot out from the thunderclouds and swooped down. With a boom, it directly hit Fong Qin's body. Lightning radiated in all directions, and Fong Qin's body was surrounded by dense lightning power. It hurts. Fong Qin couldn't help but say. Fortunately, he had activated the sword body. Otherwise, the power of the lightning dragon would have been enough to injure him. Hiss! Countless lightning power quickly drilled into Fong Qin's body. It was also at this moment that Fong Qin suddenly sensed that his strength was actually increasing as the power of the lightning entered his body. Fong Qin looked at his own body with a dumbfounded expression. At this moment, the only spiritual spiral in his Dantian's sea of qi was constantly expanding and spinning crazily. The lightning power that drilled into his body entered the spiritual spiral one after another. Rumble. Above the sky, within the thunderclouds, countless lightning dragons were swimming crazily, as if they would give Fong Qin a fatal blow at any time. The spiritual spiral was still expanding, and in the end it occupied the entire sea of qi. At this moment, Fong Qin finally realized that something was wrong. His eyes widened as he stared at the spiritual spiral. Splash! Under his gaze, a pool of water appeared in the spiritual spiral that occupied the entire sea of qi. What is this? Fong Qin cried out involuntarily. Chapter 912. The spiritual spiral expanded and occupied the entire sea of qi. Rich spiritual qi instantly filled the air. What shocked Fong Qin the most was that a pool had appeared in his spiritual spiral. This pool was suspended above the spiritual spiral and water flowed out of it continuously. Fong Qin looked at the pool in surprise. He did not know what had happened to his spiritual spiral. However, what happened next shocked Fong Qin even more. Boom! A terrifying thunder dragon bombarded Fong Qin. This time, Fong Qin did not feel any pressure at all. The thunder dragon collapsed immediately. After that, Fong Qin was shocked to discover that after the thunder dragon dissipated, it turned into a dense thunderbolt energy, and actually all entered the pool. Boom! The water in the pool had absorbed the power of thunder. Thunder pool! Fang Qin cried out involuntarily. No one could understand the shock in his heart at this moment. How could this be? Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. When did a thunder pool appear in his spiritual spiral? He had thought that it was just an ordinary pool. However, when the power of thunder after the thunder dragon collapsed entered the pool, it caused a complete change in the pool. Fang Qin could clearly feel that the water in the pool in his spiritual spiral was formed by thunder. Could it be that the legend is true? Just as Fang Qin was shocked, a voice suddenly sounded. It was full of surprise. "Ancestor, do you recognize this thunder pool?" Fang Qin asked hurriedly. Legend has it that in ancient times there were some extremely talented martial artists who could trigger the 12th tribulation when they crossed the thunder tribulation of the real martial realm. Ancestor Bronze said in a deep voice, "Every martial artist who crossed the 12th tribulation would have a thunder pool hidden in their spiritual spiral." What? It was hidden in my spiritual spiral when I crossed the 12th tribulation? Fang Qin was shocked. The 12th heaven tribulation of an ancient martial artist is already extremely heaven-defying. During the tribulation, the heavens and earth will lose their color. The associated thunder pool of the 12th heaven tribulation will also quietly enter the ancient martial artist's spiritual spiral. Some martial artists cannot activate the thunder pool even if they have it. However, some martial artists can activate it easily. Any martial artist who can activate the thunder pool will have his strength improved by leaps and bounds. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart was completely astonished. He looked inwardly at the thunder pool in his spiritual spiral and could not calm down for a long time. The 12th tribulation was to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. This thunder pool was the fortune of heaven and earth in legends. Boom! While Fang Chen was talking with Ancestor Bronze, countless thunder dragons bombarded him. However, Fang Chen did not have any intuition because the lightning pool was completely activated, automatically absorbing the power of the lightning dragon. That terrifying lightning dragon that was comparable to a 6-9 or even a 9-9 lightning tribulation was actually unable to harm Fang Chen at all. If there was an almighty present, he would definitely be shocked. This is an excellent opportunity. Perhaps you can use this thunder pool to enter the mysterious king realm, Ancestor Bronze said in a low voice. Even he had never seen a thunder pool before. This was the first time he had seen one. The thunder pool was the fortune of heaven and earth. The appearance of the thunder pool meant that he was blessed by the heavens. This was an opportunity. Although Fang Chen's cultivation was only at LV5 true martial realm, he could not be judged by common sense with the thunder pool. What should I do? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. If what Ancestor Bronze said was true and the thunder pool could help him enter the mysterious king realm, it would be great. You don't have to do anything. You just have to stand in the center of the thunderclouds, Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chen nodded and went to the center of the canyon. At this time, the thunder pool was fully activated. Countless thunder dragons above the canyon were spinning wildly. Boom! Streaks of lightning dragons continuously bombarded Fang Chen's body. However, what was strange was that such a terrifying attack could not even leave a scratch on Fang Chen's clothes. As the thunder dragons bombarded Fang Chen continuously, the thunder pool in his spiritual spiral emitted a majestic power of thunder, which transformed Fang Chen's body. In the past, Fang Chen had experienced the thunder body tempering, but this time was the most shocking. Lightning dragons rained down from the sky. Fang Chen did not know how much time had passed. In short, Fang Chen felt that his physical strength was increasing. It seemed that his cultivation was about to break through the bottleneck. Ancestor Bronze was very excited when he saw this. A martial artist who has passed the 12th heaven tribulation is indeed incredible. This thunder pool is definitely a rare treasure. Half a month later, the thunder dragons in the sky suddenly became stronger and their strength increased several times. The power of the thunder dragons increased to the level of the 9-9 thunder tribulation. For half a month, Fang Qin had been bombarded by the thunder dragons. His physical body had reached the peak of the body-tempering realm. He was not far from the legendary sacred level. At this time, the power of the thunder dragons increased. Fang Qin was looking forward to it. Come on. Fang Qin's eyes were burning as he roared. Boom! The power of the 9-9 thunder tribulation was very terrifying. When it bombarded Fang Qin's body, the thunder pool in his spiritual spiral spun even more wildly. The rich power of thunder spread to every corner of Fang Qin's body, transforming his body. Fang Qin's bones were cracking, and he felt a faint pain. However, compared to the legend of the thunder pool, this pain was nothing. After overcoming the 12th layer tribulation, it took Fang Qin until now to activate the lightning pool. He was extremely excited. Fortunately, he had come to this strange place. Otherwise, when would he be able to activate the thunder pool? After the power of the 9-9 thunder tribulation bombarded Fang Qin for half a month, the power of the thunder dragons finally increased again. The power of the 12th heaven tribulation. At this moment, Fang Qin's eyes were filled with passion. He was extremely excited. Boom! Above the canyon in the thunder clouds, hundreds of thunder dragons gathered together and turned into a thunder dragon that was several feet thick. Its aura was very terrifying. This thunder dragon suddenly swooped down and bombarded Fang Qin's body. After feeling this aura, Fang Qin could not help but exclaim, "It is indeed the power of the 12th heaven tribulation." The power of this thunder dragon was unprecedentedly strong. Before it bombarded Fang Qin's body, the thunder pool in his spiritual spiral shot out a terrifying light and shrouded the thunder dragon. Then it was forcibly refined. Boom! After refining only one thunder dragon, the power of thunder in the thunder pool had decreased greatly. After 2 months of lightning baptism, half of the power of thunder in the thunder pool had been depleted. Now that the power of the 12th heaven tribulation had appeared, the power of thunder in the thunder pool was being depleted faster and faster. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Fang Qin was bathed in lightning, and the thunder pool emitted a beautiful light. At this time in the 9th level, the 13 experts were in an unprecedented crisis. Bang! Strongman Taoist cursed loudly as he killed a dark creature with a punch. They had been trapped here for 2 months and had been crazily killing the dark creatures here. Each day felt like a year. This was an array that seemed to have surpassed the category of a Dao array. Even if the 13 experts joined forces, they could not destroy it. Why are there so many dark creatures? Broken Swordsman asked. The dark creatures themselves were not strong, but there were many of them. When added together, they were very strong. The 13 powerhouses continued to kill the dark creatures within the array formation. Fortunately, it was only the few of them. If it were other quasi-kings, they would have died long ago. At this rate, we can only hold on for another month at most. And this is if the leader of the dark creatures does not appear, Tianhong's spiritual master said grimly. Their situation was not good. There were many dark creatures, but the leader had not appeared. They were in imminent danger. If they couldn't break this damned formation within a month, they would all die here. Fight! Ox-nosed old Taoist roared. His clothes were tattered and his eyes were scarlet. He was clearly anxious. Bang! Bang! After a short discussion, the 13 experts continued to kill the dark creatures. At the same time, they were also studying the array's flaws. The entire 9th level was dark and filled with dark creatures, and the goal of these dark creatures was surprisingly consistent. Chapter 9:13. On the 8th level in the Thunder Canyon, Fang Qin was still bathed in lightning. In the thunder clouds above the canyon, the power of the Thunder Dragon had been raised to its peak. The bombardment of the Thunder Dragon, which was comparable to the power of the 12th tribulation, made Fang Qin experience the scene of the 12th tribulation. Back then he had almost died, but now he could deal with it easily. In his chi sea, in the huge spiritual spiral, the vast thunder pool was constantly emitting the power of thunder. As the power of the 12th tribulation was being consumed, the power of thunder in the thunder pool was quickly dissipating. At this time, more than half of the power of thunder in the thunder pool had been consumed. According to Fong Chen's estimation, if he continued to temper his body through the 12th tribulation, he would be able to last for about a month. 2 months had passed. Although his cultivation did not increase, the power of thunder in the thunder pool was constantly spreading to Fong Chen's limbs and bones. This allowed Fong Chen's power to increase rapidly. At this time, Fong Chen was very confident. After he consumed all the power of thunder in the thunder pool, even if his cultivation did not increase, he would be able to easily defeat a martial artist at LV9 Genuine Martial Realm. Boom! In the sky above the canyon, the thunderclouds were dark. The thick thunder dragon was constantly fusing together to form an even thicker thunder dragon, which bombarded Fong Chen's body. Bathed in the thunder, Fong Chen's face was full of smiles. Time passed in the blink of an eye. After another month, there was only a small part of the power of thunder left in the thunder pool. At this time, Fong Chen's physical strength had reached the highest level. Boom! At a certain moment, a thick lightning dragon came crashing down. When this thick thunder dragon bombarded Fong Chen's body, the latter's body emitted a bright light. Fong Chen's physical strength had reached the peak, and his aura was majestic. Is this the saint level? At this time, Fong Chen opened his eyes, and his face was full of excitement. After 3 months of continuous tempering, his physical body had finally reached the saint level. A saint-level sword body was definitely comparable to a great strength Taoist. The current Fong Chen was unprecedentedly powerful. Although his cultivation had not broken through and he was limited by the spiritual qi, Fong Chen was confident that he could kill a martial artist at LV9 of the Genuine Martial Realm with one punch. Saint-level sword body, so powerful. When Fong Chen's sword body broke through to the sacred grade, the golden heart in his body started beating rapidly. The majestic sword qi emanating from the sword was all absorbed by the golden heart. The power of thunder in the thunder pool continued to strengthen Fong Chen's body. At this moment, the thunderclouds in the sky suddenly began to spin, while a strong oppressive aura instantly spread out. The entire canyon was filled with the vast power of lightning. The thunderclouds in the sky gathered together in the blink of an eye. This is... Fong Chen raised his eyes and stared at the thunderclouds in the sky. He was horrified. Just as Fong Chen was in shock, the majestic thunderclouds in the sky turned into a thick, purple thunder dragon. Purple. Although he didn't know what the purple lightning dragon represented, Fong Chen could sense that the purple lightning dragon contained a power that made his heart palpitate. Dong! The thunder dragon swayed its body, and the space seemed to be shaking. What a powerful thunder dragon! Fong Chen thought to himself. He activated his saint-level sword body to the extreme, and his defense reached the peak. Boom! At this moment, the purple lightning dragon swooped down with a loud rumble. When the purple thunder dragon bombarded Fong Chen, it directly blasted him into the ground. A large pit appeared in the center of the canyon. At this moment, the last trace of power of thunder in Fong Chen's thunder pool dissipated instantly. Voila! The huge thunder pool dissipated into Fong Chen's spiritual spiral in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the spiritual spiral quickly shrank and the qi sea calmed down. At this moment, Fong Chen was blasted into the ground. His clothes were tattered and his whole body was filled with pain. It hurts. Fong Chen could not help but curse in his heart. Just now he had activated his saint-level sword body to the extreme, but he was still in such a sorry state. The power of the purple thunder dragon's attack had exceeded the power of the 12th heaven tribulation. Just as Fong Chen was about to stand up, the spiritual spiral in his chi suddenly spun at high speed. In the next moment, Fong Chen's face was filled with joy. He felt that after being stuck at LV5 of the true martial realm for so long, he was finally going to break through. Am I going to break through? Rumble. As soon as Fong Chen finished speaking, before he could steady himself, a rumbling sound came from his body. In the next moment, the spiritual chi in his chi gushed out like a flood breaking a dam. The aura around his body rose rapidly and finally reached the peak. Voila! In the blink of an eye, his cultivation broke through the bottleneck and reached LV6 of the true martial realm. However, at this moment, Fong Chen's aura was still rising. Good preparation? Fong Chen muttered to himself as he sensed his own situation. After 3 months of baptism by the power of thunder, he had absorbed all the power of thunder in the thunder pool. At this time, his cultivation finally began to rise. Rumble. Lightning flashed around his body. The spiritual chi in his body continued to rise. In less than a minute after reaching LV6 of the true martial realm, his cultivation rose again. LV7 of the true martial realm. Fong Chen's face was full of excitement. This time he had risen by 2 realms at once. After reaching LV7 of the true martial realm, Fong Chen thought that the breakthrough would stop. However, to his surprise, the spiritual chi was still rising. It's still rising. Fong Chen was shocked. Was this the heaven-defying aspect of a 12th tribulation realm martial artist? At this moment, Fong Chen's breakthrough was as easy as drinking water. In the blink of an eye, he reached LV8 of the true martial realm. LV8 of the true martial realm. Fong Chen's heart was filled with astonishment. Even old Ancestor Bronze was shocked and cried out involuntarily. It's still rising. As soon as Ancestor Bronze finished speaking, Fong Chen's cultivation rose again. LV9 of the true martial realm. From LV5 of the true martial realm to LV9 of the true martial realm in one breath. No one in the entire Sword Burial Prefecture could compare with this speed. This was the power of a 12th Heaven Tribulation warrior. After activating the Thunder Pool and absorbing all the power of thunder, Fong Chen's cultivation began to rise by leaps and bounds. Rumble. After reaching LV9 of the true martial realm, Fong Chen had calmed down. He was looking forward to seeing if he could break through to the mysterious king realm this time. The spiritual chi continued to rise. When it reached the peak of LV9 of the true martial realm, it finally slowed down. It's slowing down, Fong Chen said to himself. It seemed that he could not break through to the mysterious king realm this time. After another minute, the spiritual chi finally stopped rising. At this time, Fong Chen looked inside his body. The spiritual chi in his chi sea was tumbling, and the spiritual spirals were spinning. His body was full of power, and his cultivation was fixed at the peak of LV9 of the true martial realm. I didn't break through to the mysterious king realm, Fong Chen said with some regret in his heart. Kid, you should be content. With your current strength, even an ordinary mysterious king realm expert is no match for you, Ancestor Bronze said. From the initial excitement to the subsequent shock, Fong Chen had calmed down. After all, he was the only warrior who had passed the 12th Heaven Tribulation in the past 10,000 years. It was not too exaggerated to be able to reach LV9 of the true martial realm in one breath. I'm afraid that I'm the real extreme martial realm expert now, Fong Chen said. Although the previous 8 extreme martial artists were called extreme martial artists, there was still a certain gap between them and Fong Chen. After Fong Chen's cultivation reached LV9 of the true martial realm, his strength had increased comprehensively. Thump, thump, thump. The golden heart was beating abnormally. Fong Chen hurriedly looked inside himself and found that the golden heart was emitting rays of golden light. These rays of golden light all flowed into his soul. In the next moment, Fong Chen found that He could actually see the sword essence that filled the world around him. Chapter 9:14. After 3 months of lightning body tempering, Fang Chen had not only completely absorbed the lightning pool, but also transformed his golden heart. The more the golden heart transformed, the more powerful Fang Chen's understanding of sword principle became. After pondering for a moment, a bright smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. After 3 months of hard work, he had broken through from LV5 to LV9 of the true martial realm. Boom! Suddenly, Fang Chen threw out a punch. With just the strength of his physical body, he shattered a small hill in the canyon with just one punch. Seeing this, Fang Chen withdrew his fist and nodded with satisfaction. With a sacred level sword body, I can kill a martial artist at the peak of LV9 of the true martial realm with just one punch. Fang Chen muttered to himself. His physical strength had reached an unprecedented level, completely surpassing that of Daoist strength, one of the 8 extreme experts. If he used his spiritual qi together with his swordsmanship, he could even kill a mysterious king realm expert. Of course, only a martial artist who had just entered the mysterious king realm. After all, a mysterious king realm expert had an indestructible physical body. Let's try the golden light dragon slaying, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then he shook his wrist, and the hidden star sword appeared in his hand. Swoosh! Fang Chen's body was filled with terrifying power. He then injected it into the hidden star sword. Golden sword light instantly shot out from the hidden star sword. The golden light dragon slaying was as light as a feather. In the sky, a golden sword light cut through the air and shot directly to the cliffs around the canyon. Boom! A deafening sound instantly reverberated throughout the entire canyon. Then a crack appeared and countless stone chips fell out. Fang Chen looked at the 3-meter-wide sword mark and was quite surprised. What a strong power! Fang Chen found that his use of the golden light dragon slaying had reached the peak. It must be because of his continuous breakthroughs. Putting away the hidden star sword, Fang Chen looked at the sky with his dark eyes and said, "It's been 3 months. I wonder how the others are doing." After Fang Chen finished speaking, he stood up and left the canyon. Then Fang Chen floated in the air and stood there, his soul instantly spreading out. At this moment, a look of shock appeared on Fang Chen's face. His soul has reached the late stage of the green level. Fang Chen was quite surprised. Who would have thought that not only would he be able to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough in his soul as well. My soul has reached the late stage of the green class, and my soul cultivation has reached the late stage of the 4th class. I can fight against a LV9 true martial realm martial artist with my soul cultivation alone. It's just a pity that the God attraction art can no longer unleash its full power, Fang Chen muttered to himself. By the time his soul had reached the middle stage of the green level, the God attraction technique was already starting to lose its power. Now that his soul had reached the late stage of green class, the God attraction technique was completely useless. I hope I can obtain a soul cultivation method in the God-burying sword prison, Fang Chen muttered to himself. After his soul had reached the late stage of the green class, Fang Chen's soul could instantly spread to the entire 8th level of the God-burying sword prison. Everyone is no longer on the 8th level. They should have entered the 9th level, Fang Chen said softly. Then, Fang Chen arrived at the entrance of the 9th level and entered the 9th level. As soon as he entered the 9th level, Fang Chen's soul scanned the area and found a terrifying array in a certain open space. Around the array, there was a black mass of dark, demonic beasts. So many dark, demonic beasts. Fang Chen frowned slightly. Then he found the 8 ultimate powerhouses in the array. At this moment, the 8 ultimate powerhouses and Lu Jingyun's group of 5 were all injured in their array. Bang! Zhang Jian killed a dark demonic beast closest to him with one strike. He was panting. "Zhang Jian, How many more times can you use your ultimate move? Spiritual Master Tianhong asked anxiously. For 3 whole months, the 8 ultimate powerhouses had taken turns to use their ultimate moves. Now they were exhausted. As for Lu Jingyun's group of 5, they were already powerless. Their injuries were very serious. They couldn't be counted on. If it weren't for the 8 ultimate powerhouses, Lu Jingyun's group of 5 would have died long ago. I can still use it one more time. Zhang Jian clenched his teeth and said, Zhang Jian, let's try again, said Spiritual Master Tianhong. Hearing that, the other powerhouses nodded. This was their last chance. If they couldn't break the array, they would definitely die here. Okay, let's attack together, said Handbreaker. His eyes were scarlet. He had already entered a state of madness. Whoosh! As soon as he said that, the Ice Fire Monarch and Wind Chant joined forces, and a violent snowstorm appeared within the array formation. Then the countless dark, demonic beasts that rushed over were all frozen. In the next moment, Spiritual Master Tianhong used the heavenly great sword art. With a slash of his sword, countless sword lights instantly killed a large number of dark, demonic beasts. Handbreaker went crazy and tore apart the dark, demonic beasts with his bare hands. Taoist vigor activated all the strength in his body. Wherever his fist passed, the frozen, dark, demonic beasts instantly exploded and died. Ox-nosed, Old Taoist, and Dark Sword were also attacking the dark, demonic beasts with all their strength. In a flash, all the dark, demonic beasts that entered the array were killed. At this moment, everyone's gaze was on Zhang Jian. Kill! Zhang Jian roared. The aura around him rose to the peak. In the next moment, 6 brilliant lights appeared in succession from his body. Rumble! These 6 brilliant lights emitted a terrifying radiance as they heavily bombarded the Peerless Formation. Dong! The Peerless Formation wobbled, but it eventually stabilized. On the other hand, the 6 brilliant rays of light from the Zhang Jian instantly dissipated. Seeing this scene, the 13 people's faces instantly darkened. Are we going to die here? Taoist vigor suddenly punched out and roared at the sky. He was unwilling to accept this. The others also sighed one after another, their eyes filled with unwillingness. Give up. Inside the array, a large number of dark demonic beasts once again rushed into the array. Zhang Jian's face was extremely pale. His body was weak, and he directly gave up resisting. No, we will never give up. Handbreaker had completely gone crazy. His eyes were scarlet as he roared loudly. Hearing Handbreaker's roar, the others were slightly moved. That's right. We are ultimate powerhouses. Even if we die, we will die standing. Perfected Tianhong gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. At this moment, the atmosphere in the array was very solemn. The 13 powerhouses were unafraid of death. Son of a B***H, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Taoist vigor killed a dark demonic beast with a punch and laughed wildly. At this moment, Fang Chen was flying over quickly. They can't hold on any longer. Fang Chen was also very anxious. At this moment, he was moving forward at his fastest speed. However, halfway through his flight, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. It's too late, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then the hidden star sword appeared. Fang Chen's aura rose to the peak, and he instantly performed the golden light dragon slaying. This time, Fang Chen performed the most powerful golden light dragon slaying. Whoosh! After the golden light dragon slaying was performed, it instantly tore the space apart. Countless golden lights turned into a golden sword light and shot into the array at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. In the array, the 13 powerhouses were unable to resist. Seeing the large number of dark demonic beasts in front of them, their hearts were filled with sorrow. Ah! At this moment, Taoist vigor suddenly screamed in agony. Everyone immediately turned their heads to look. They saw a dark demonic beast biting Taoist vigor's arm. If Taoist Vigor's physical body had not reached the sacred level, his arm would have been broken. Vigor. The other 7 ultimate powerhouses roared and rushed towards Taoist Vigor in an attempt to save him. However, it was too late. Taoist Vigor had also given up. His heart was filled with unwillingness. Swoosh! Just when everyone was in despair, a shocking golden sword light suddenly pierced through the array and exploded in the array. Rumble! All the dark demonic beasts in the array exploded and died. Even the dark demonic beasts outside the array were momentarily intimidated. The sudden turn of events shocked the 13 powerhouses. Chapter 9:15. The 13 powerhouses, who had already given up all hope, were shocked by the sudden appearance of the golden light. The power of this golden light was too tyrannical. With absolute strength, it directly killed all the dark demonic beasts that had entered the formation. Roar! However, the number of dark demonic beasts on the 9th floor was too large. After the first batch died, another batch of dark demonic beasts rushed into the array. The expressions of the 13 powerhouses changed drastically. The dark demonic beasts that had rushed into the array roared furiously and madly rushed towards the 13 powerhouses. Whoosh! Another powerful golden sword light instantly penetrated the array and exploded within it. The dark demonic beasts that had rushed into the array were once again annihilated. Someone has come to save us. At the sight of this, the 13 powerhouses cried out in excitement. 2 consecutive powerful golden sword lights had pulled the 13 experts back from the brink of death, causing them to be extremely excited. Whoosh! In a short period of time, Fong Qin used the true meaning of the void to enter the array. Little friend Fong. Seeing Fong Qin, the faces of the 8 powerhouses were filled with excitement. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that the one who had come to save them would be Fong Qin. Little friend Fong, you. Dark Sword was so shocked that he was speechless. Roar! The dark, demonic beasts outside the array were crazily shouting. Fong Qin did not have time to communicate with the 13 powerhouses. With a flick of his wrist, the hidden star sword danced violently. A golden sword light shot out from the hidden star sword and crazily exploded inside the array formation. Its power was so strong that it shocked the 8 ultimate powerhouses. Let me break the array, Fong Qin said softly. Then the aura of a LV9 true martial realm instantly erupted and the golden light, dragon slaying, was displayed once again. Destroy! As Fong Qin unleashed his full power, the peerless formation immediately shattered into pieces. The array that had troubled the 13 powerhouses for 3 months was actually easily destroyed by Fong Qin at this moment. The 13 powerhouses were completely shocked. Fong Qin, how can he be so strong? My friend Fong's cultivation has reached LV9 of the genuine martial realm. Could it be that little friend Fong obtained a fortuitous opportunity? The 13 martialists were elated when they saw the peerless array shatter. At this moment, Fong Qin was like a god of war. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and continuously used the golden light dragon slaying sword. Wherever the hidden star sword passed, countless dark beasts died instantly. Puchi Fong Qin was caught up in the slaughter. With his current strength, the dark demonic beasts simply couldn't approach him. The dark demonic beasts were mercilessly slaughtered by Fong Qin. In just a minute, Fong Qin had killed thousands of dark demon beasts. Roar! At a certain moment, Fong Qin slashed out with his sword, instantly killing a large number of dark demonic beasts. At that moment, a furious roar rang out. Following that, countless dark demonic beasts retreated like a tide. They retreated. Seeing this, Fong Qin put away the star-concealing sword. My friend Fong, your strength has really exceeded our expectations. Perfected Tian Hong laughed heartily. Yes, my friend Fong, we haven't seen each other for 3 months. Your strength is really amazing. My friend Fong, I admire you. Zhang Jian had never praised anyone, but this time he wasn't stingy with his praise for Fang Qin. Fang Qin had single-handedly killed a large number of dark, demonic beasts. Even the 8 extreme powerhouses were ashamed of their inferiority. Perhaps only Fang Qin himself knew how strong he was. In addition to the 8 extreme powerhouses, Lu Jingyan and the other 4 were also shocked. Especially Lu Jingyan, who had previously challenged Fang Qin to a battle at the Sword Burial Skywall a year later. He hadn't expected that the kid he had looked down on back then would actually surpass him in strength in such a short time. Fang Qin, I admire you, Lu Jingyan said in a deep voice. Behind Lu Jingyan, Lu Wudao, Tuoba Yulong, Dugu Yin, and Situ Hong all nodded heavily. From now on, Fang Qin was fully deserving of the title of number 1 among the younger generation in the Sword Burial Prefecture. No one could shake his position as number 1. Even Lu Jingyan could do nothing about it. Damn humans! Just as the 8 extreme powerhouses were shocked, a furious roar suddenly rang out. Then, a huge figure instantly appeared in the sky. When the crowd looked over, they discovered that this enormous body was actually a darkness demonic beast. Dark demonic beast leader. The 8 extreme powerhouses cried out. Lu Jingyan and the other 4 were also shocked. After 3 months, the leader of the dark demonic beasts finally appeared. The dark demonic beast leader looked exactly the same as an ordinary dark demonic beast, but its body was much larger. This dark demonic beast leader stood on the ground, its dark eyes emitting a terrifying light. The aura around it made everyone feel extremely stifled. Damn humans! The dark demonic beast leader roared furiously. As soon as Lu Jingyan and the others had entered the 9th floor, the dark demonic beast leader had already known. It had sent its subordinates to kill these humans. But it hadn't expected that this human cultivator would cause so much damage to its subordinates. All of you die! Roared the dark demonic beast leader. The dark demonic beast leader's strength is comparable to a profound king. We're not its match, said Dark Sword. That's right. We can't fight it head-on. If we work together, we might have a chance, said Broken Sword. Hearing the words of the 8 ultimate powerhouses, the leader of the dark demonic beast sneered and said disdainfully, You think you can escape from me with your strength? The dark demonic beast leader didn't place them in its eyes at all. Fang Qin turned to look at them and said, Leave it to me. Young friend Fang, don't be rash. Young friend Fang, the dark demonic beast leader is extremely powerful. You can't fight it head-on. In their eyes, Fang Qin's potential was heaven-defying. If he didn't die prematurely, his future achievements would be limitless. There was no need to fight the dark demonic beast leader head-on. However, Fang Qin shook his head and said, I'm confident. Then, Fang Qin didn't say anything else. He turned around and took a step forward, staring at the dark demonic beast leader. You're the dark demonic beast leader on the 9th floor? Asked Fang Qin. That's right. I control all the dark demonic beasts on the 9th floor, said the dark demonic beast leader. Fang Qin's eyes flickered and he asked, Then if I kill you, will I be able to enter the 10th floor? Kill me? That's the funniest joke I've heard in all these years, sneered the dark demonic beast leader. With your cultivation of the 9th stage of the true martial realm. Obviously, the dark demonic beast leader looked down on Fang Qin. It didn't think that Fang Qin could defeat it. Fang Qin had already gotten his answer from the dark demonic beast leader's words. If he killed the dark demonic beast leader, there wouldn't be any danger on the 9th floor. Since that's the case, let's fight. As soon as Fang Qin finished speaking, his figure instantly disappeared. Seeing this, the dark demonic beast leader snorted and the aura around its body rose to the extreme. Whoosh! Fang Qin's body suddenly appeared above the dark demonic beast leader's head. Then, he used the golden light dragon slaying sword. Pucci! The dark, demonic beast leader clenched its claws into fists and resisted with all its strength. With a bang, the golden light, dragon-slaying sword was blocked. Fang Chen's figure jumped back to the ground. "Your strength is only SOSO," said the dark, demonic beast leader with a grin. Its smile was filled with cruelty. In the next moment, the dark, demonic beast leader rushed towards Fang Chen. An extremely powerful aura instantly enveloped the area. At this moment, Fang Chen also withdrew the hidden star sword and activated his saint-level sword body. Bang! Fang Chen punched out and directly hit the dark, demonic beast leader's body, instantly sending the dark, demonic beast leader's body flying. Saint-level physical body. Seeing this scene, Daoist Li, who was at the side, cried out involuntarily. His heart was filled with shock. He had cultivated for thousands of years, and his physical body had barely reached the saint level. However, Fang Chen's physical body had not reached the saint level 3 months ago. In 3 months, his physical body had reached the saint level. Even Daoist Dai Li was shocked by his talent. "This child's talent is too heaven-defying," said Zhang Jian in a deep voice. The other extreme powerhouses also nodded. Chapter 916. While everyone was still in shock, Fang Chen's fists continued to land on the dark, demonic beast leader's body. With Fang Chen's current strength, even an expert who had just entered the Mystic King realm wouldn't be able to block his punches. However, this dark, demonic beast leader wasn't an ordinary Mystic King realm martial artist. It was a dark creature. After several punches, the dark, demonic beast leader finally stopped charging at Fang Chen. Instead, it stared at Fang Chen with its scarlet eyes. "Brat, your physical strength is very strong. However, it's impossible for you to break through my defense," the dark, demonic beast leader coldly said. In the next instant, a black aura appeared around the dark, demonic beast leader's body. Its strength was raised to its peak. Seeing this, Fang Chen once again threw out a punch. Then he took out the hidden star sword and executed the golden light dragon slaying. Combined with the true meaning of the void, he directly charged at the dark, demonic beast leader. The following battle caused the 13 people to be stupefied. Pucci, every time a sword light cut through the sky, a sword mark would appear on the dark, demonic beast leader's body. In just a short hour, the dark, demonic beast leader was already unable to block Fang Chen's attacks. The dark, demonic beast leader was completely suppressed by Fang Chen. "Ah!" The dark, demonic beast leader roared. It was unwilling to accept that it was actually suppressed by a puny human martial artist. "I want you to die." The dark, demonic beast leader executed a taboo technique. Its power was extremely tyrannical. Seeing this, Fang Chen's expression slightly changed. Then he executed the true meaning of the void. His figure flickered endlessly. Just as the dark, demonic beast leader's taboo technique was about to touch Fang Chen, the aura of the true meaning of the void flickered. Then, a trace of a strange aura silently appeared. The next scene caused Fang Chen to be extremely shocked. Only he knew that when the dark, demonic beast leader's attack was about to touch him, it actually paused for a short moment. It was this short pause that gave Fang Chen the opportunity to execute a fatal attack. Whoosh! The strongest golden light dragon slaying directly struck the dark, demonic beast leader's head. Crack! The dark, demonic beast leader's head was instantly split into 2 halves, and its body slowly fell to the ground. Dead! The 13 martial artists all exclaimed in shock. The leader of the dark demonic beasts was a dark creature at the Mystic King realm, and it was actually killed by Fang Chen with a single strike. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. This is a true expert at the limit of the true martial realm. A trace of a complicated expression appeared on Wind Yin's face as he muttered to himself. The other ultimate contenders shook their heads as well. What a joke! They actually claimed to be at the limit of the true martial realm. In Fang Chen's eyes, they were nothing. The current Fang Chen was truly invincible in the genuine martial realm. With a flick of the hidden star sword, the dark, demonic beast leader's heart instantly appeared. Then the little mouse swallowed it in one gulp. At this time, Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and turned to look at the 13 people. The 13 people finally woke up and praised Fang Chen one after another. Little friend Fang, your potential makes this old man admire you. Only now did they realize the potential of the #1 expert on the buried sword heavenly wall list. How monstrous was he? Why are you trapped here? Fang Chen asked doubtfully. The dark sword told Fang Chen everything that happened after Fang Chen disappeared and then came to the 9th floor. Little friend Fang, how did your strength increase so quickly? Suddenly, the broken sword hand asked. The others looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. They also wanted to know how Fang Chen's strength increased so quickly. Fang Chen smiled faintly and brushed it off with one sentence. By chance, I obtained a sliver of opportunity. Everyone saw that Fang Chen didn't want to say, so they didn't ask anymore. After learning about Fang Chen's strength, everyone was overjoyed. With little friend Fang's strength, it should be easy to enter the 10th floor and get the heart of Xiantian, the ox-nosed old Taoist said with a smile. Yes, little friend Fang is comparable to a low-level Xiantian king with a cultivation of LV9 true martial realm. You're really amazing, the Ice Fire King said with a smile. This time, if not for little friend Fang, I'm afraid we would have died here, Tianhong's spiritual master said. Hearing this, the others nodded and said, Little friend Fang, we owe you a favor. If you need anything, just tell us. Fang Chen also grinned. Because they had been in a difficult situation for the past 3 months, the 13 people had more or less injuries. In the following time, the 13 people began to cultivate and recover from their injuries. As for Fang Chen, he was waiting quietly. It wouldn't be too late to enter the 10th floor after they were all healed. There were a total of 18 floors in the buried god sword prison. The deeper one went, the more dangerous it was. More fighting power meant more hope. What Fang Chen didn't expect was that after cultivating for half a month, Zhang Jian was the first to break through the bottleneck and reach the Xiantian King realm. I finally broke through. Zhang Jian was overjoyed. He didn't expect to reach the Xiantian King realm after experiencing life and death. Originally, Zhang Jian had already given up and was prepared to go to the 10th floor to seize the heart of Xiantian and step into the Xiantian King realm. He didn't expect to break through this time. Congratulations, Senior Zhang Jian. Fang Chen cupped his hands and congratulated him. The others were cultivating, and only Fang Chen knew about Zhang Jian's breakthrough. At this moment, Zhang Jian's eyes were burning as he stared at Fang Chen and said, Little friend Fang, I want to fight with you. Zhang Jian's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. After stepping into the Xiantian King realm, he believed that he was qualified to fight with Fang Chen. Moreover, Zhang Jian was very bellicose. You're not a match for my boss, the little mouse sat on Fang Chen's shoulder. Okay, I promise you. Fang Chen nodded. The little mouse jumped to the side and watched the battle between the two. Little friend Fang, I'm going to attack, Zhang Jian said in a deep voice, and then the aura around him instantly rose to the extreme. Is this the aura of the Xiantian King realm? The Xiantian King realm and the true martial realm had a fundamental difference. If one wanted to step into the Xiantian King realm, one had to fuse their physical body with their Dharma power. At this moment, Zhang Jian's body was emitting a resplendent light. This was the symbol of the Xiantian King realm, an indestructible physical body. After the physical body fused with the Dharma power, it formed an indestructible physical body. Even if it was shattered by the enemy, it could be reconstructed in the shortest amount of time. Of course, even a Xiantian King realm expert wouldn't be able to reconstruct his physical body if he was killed in one move by a top-notch almighty, causing his soul to be severely injured. Ancestor bronze was such an example. It was also Fang Chen's first time fighting a Xiantian King Realm expert. Boom! Zhang Jian didn't use his ultimate move. Instead, he used his physical strength to attack Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen activated his saint-level sword body, gathered his power on his fist, and punched out. Bang! The two fists fiercely collided with each other. The vast power instantly spread out, causing the entire ground to tremble. Fang Chen and Zhang Jian both retreated a few steps. Little friend Fang, your strength is really powerful. If I wasn't at the Xiantian King Realm, I wouldn't be your match. Zhang Jian said directly. Fang Chen grinned and didn't say anything. Next, Zhang Jian once again used a tyrannical attack. However, Fang Chen was able to deal with it smoothly. The battle lasted for an hour. After a failed attack, Zhang Jian finally stopped attacking. I'm not fighting anymore. Zhang Jian's face was filled with helplessness as he said directly. Fang Chen cupped his hands toward Zhang Jian. In this battle, Zhang Jian didn't use his ultimate move, but Fang Chen didn't either. The more they fought, the more Zhang Jian knew that Fang Chen's strength was too terrifying. Although there was no clear victor, Zhang Jian believed that he had lost. 3 days after the battle, Yin Feng was the first to wake up. Zhang Jian, you've broken through to the Xiantian King Realm. Yin Feng's face was filled with envy as he asked. Zhang Jian nodded in response. After Yin Feng woke up, the other ultimate powerhouses also woke up one after another. When everyone found out that Zhang Jian had broken through to the Xiantian King Realm, they were all envious. Zhang Jian, congratulations. I didn't expect you to break through first. Zhang Jian's breakthrough has increased the strength of our team again. I feel that I've also touched the threshold of the Xiantian King Realm. I only need an opportunity to break through. I feel that my Dharma idol and physical body have already begun to fuse. The few ultimate contenders chatted amongst themselves. They were all very happy. However, at this moment, Handbreaker's eyes suddenly flickered as he asked, Zhang Jian, your cultivation has reached the Xiantian King Realm. Should you fight with little friend Fang? Chapter 9:17. Everyone present had lived for a long time. When they saw Zhang Jian's expression, they guessed it. Zhang Jian, could it be that you've competed with little friend Fang? Dark Sword grinned and said, looking at Zhang Jian's expression, not only did he compete, he even lost. Swordbreaker laughed loudly. The others also looked at Zhang Jian. The latter lowered his head and turned to leave. Seeing Zhang Jian's departing figure, everyone laughed. Only Fang Chen could make Zhang Jian so sullen. Zhang Jian's cultivation had reached the mysterious King Realm, so everyone was in a good mood. Since everyone has recuperated, let's head to the 10th floor, Taoist Tianhong suddenly said. Hearing Taoist Tianhong's words, everyone's expressions changed slightly and became solemn. The heart of mystic heaven was on the 10th floor. Once they obtained it, they would have hope of stepping into the mysterious King Realm and wouldn't have to worry about the end of their lifespan. The 10th floor. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes were filled with passion. The 9th floor is so dangerous. I think the 10th floor must be incomparably dangerous, someone said. The others also nodded. However, since they had already reached the 9th floor, they had to enter the 10th floor no matter what. For safety's sake, everyone enter the 10th floor. Don't go too far. Once you encounter danger, retreat to the 9th floor immediately, Wind Chant said slowly. The heart of mystic heaven is right in front of us. We have to get it no matter what. Taoist Dilly clenched his fists and said in a deep voice. Then the group of people walked together. There was no longer any danger on the huge 9th floor. As for the inheritance treasure on the 9th floor, under the temptation of the heart of mystic heaven, everyone no longer cared about it. Crash! In the quiet 10th floor, 14 figures suddenly appeared. Fang Chen and Zhang Jian were in the lead. while the other powerhouses followed behind. Among the crowd, Fang Qin and Zhang Jian were the strongest. With the two of them leading the way, it was safer. "Is this the 10th floor?" Fang Qin looked around and said in a low voice. His soul spread out and instantly scanned the entire 10th floor. Yes. Fang Qin discovered that his soul couldn't cover the entire 10th floor. This also meant that the space on the 10th floor was several times stronger than the 9th floor. "There's no danger for the time being," Fang Qin and Zhang Jian said at the same time. "Be careful," the swordsman said. The group of 14 people quickly moved forward. Soon, they discovered a strange place. "There seems to be the resentment of a dead almighty here," Zhang Jian suddenly said. Just as Zhang Jian finished speaking, the resentment of an almighty figure suddenly appeared from the ground and attacked everyone. Swish! The golden light dragon slaying was deployed. Instantly, a single attack cleaved down on the resentful spirit of the Almighty. Kacha! The resentment of the Almighty immediately dissipated. At this moment, a crack appeared on the ground, and the remains of an Almighty appeared. The remains of a powerful existence. Seeing this, the teachers and students cried out. Of course, what shocked everyone was not the remains of the Almighty Being, but the heart of Xiantian. At that moment, there was a resplendent, heart-shaped object floating in the remains of the Almighty. It was emitting a terrifying aura. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement when they saw this scene. The heart of Xiantian. I didn't expect to encounter the heart of Xiantian so soon. The 8 extreme powerhouses laughed crazily. Fang Qin also stared at the heart of Xiantian. The heart of Xiantian, condensed from the death of a Xiantian king, was actually like this. Crash! Zhang Jian shook his wrist, and the remains of the Almighty shattered. Then he grabbed the heart of Xiantian. Who wants this heart of Xiantian? Among the 14 people present, other than Zhang Jian, the heart of Xiantian was tempting to everyone else. Hearing Zhang Jian's question, the others looked at each other. Seniors, our time is coming soon. The 5 of us won't get involved, Lu Jingyan said. Lu Wudao, Tuoba Yulong, and the others also nodded. Although the heart of Xiantian was incomparably precious, the 8 extreme powerhouses had priority. Little friend Fang has contributed the most to entering the 10th floor. This heart of Xiantian shall belong to little friend Fang. The only female powerhouse in Feng said. Hearing this, the other powerhouses nodded. Little friend Fang, the heart of Xiantian shall belong to you, said Swordbreaker. Fang Qin shook his head. It won't take long for me to reach the Xiantian King realm. I'll leave it to the 7 seniors. Hearing this, the 7 of them were moved. They were quite touched by Fang Chen's words. In the end, after some discussion, the 7 of them gave the heart of Xiantian to the oldest of the 8 extreme powerhouses, Dark Sword. Dark Sword, your time is earlier than ours. This heart of Xiantian shall belong to you. Once you reach the Xiantian King realm, help us obtain even more hearts of Xiantian, said Taoist Tianhong. Dark Sword didn't say anything else. His face was filled with gratitude. Dark Sword swallowed the heart of Xiantian on the spot. Immediately, resplendent light shot out from his body. Soon, Dark Sword's aura rose to the Xiantian King realm. At this moment, Dark Sword opened his eyes. His face was filled with an excited smile. The 8 extreme powerhouses had already touched the threshold of the Xiantian King realm. Now that he had swallowed the heart of Xiantian, his physical body and Dharma idol instantly merged, allowing his cultivation to step into the Xiantian King realm. The moment he stepped into the Xiantian King realm, Dark Sword felt a tremor in his mind. Immediately, the feeling of impending death disappeared. I can't thank you enough. From now on, I, Dark Sword, will do my best to obtain the heart of Xiantian for everyone, said Dark Sword in a deep voice. Everyone's faces were filled with joy. Then, They hurriedly left to find the next heart of Shantian. At this moment, on a mountain peak on the 10th floor, there was a figure. This figure was wrapped in a black aura, making it impossible to see his face clearly. Interesting. You've all reached the Shantian King realm, which makes me want to fight even more, said the figure eerily. It turned out that Fong Chen and the others' every move after entering the 10th floor was in the eyes of this figure. However, I can't let you have it too easy, continued the figure. Then, the figure issued an order and instantly disappeared. The 10th floor of the God-burying sword prison. On the 3rd day after Dark Sword broke through to the Shantian King realm, everyone once again found the heart of Shantian. This time, the heart of Shantian was given to the only female expert, Wind Een. Wind Een had successfully stepped into the Shantian King realm, and her strength had once again skyrocketed. The entire team was very happy. It was as if they could see everyone stepping into the Shantian King realm. Continue searching. Dark Sword grinned. However, just as everyone was happy, dust suddenly flew up from the ground in the distance. An evil aura instantly spread out. There's movement, Fong Chen said in a low voice. He spread out his soul, wanting to probe, but his soul was blocked. After discovering the commotion, Wind Een, Fong Chen, Zhang Jian, and Dark Sword stood side by side at the very front. As for Hand, Broken Sword, and the others, they stood at the back and stared ahead with full concentration. Rumble! The dust in the sky gradually dispersed. The evil aura corroded the ground. What's that? Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Within the gradually dissipating dust, there were over 100 golden devil demonic beasts. Heavens, over 100 golden devil demonic beasts. Why were they so shocked when they saw the golden devil demonic beasts? That was because the golden devil demonic beasts were immune to physical attacks. Ordinary physical attacks were unable to cause any harm to them. The only exception was a soul attack. Damn it! Why are there so many golden devil demonic beasts? Cursed Dark Sword. At this moment, Wind Chant acted as the temporary commander and said in a low voice, "The Golden Devil Clan's demonic beasts are immune to physical attacks. The 4 of us will use our strongest attacks to see if we can kill the Golden Devil Clan's demonic beasts. The rest of you, use your soul attacks." Fong Chen and the others nodded. Over 100 Golden Devil demonic beasts rapidly charged over. Just at this moment, Wind Een used the Storm Sword art. After reaching the Shantian King realm, the Storm Sword art's power had reached its peak. With a slash of his sword, the world turned white. Countless snowflakes enveloped the Golden Devil demonic beasts and then froze them. Kill. Chapter 918. Wind Chant Storm Sword Technique froze over 100 Golden Demon Clan monsters for a short time. At the same time, the darkness intent of the Dark Sword instantly spread out. The tyrannical Dark Sword Technique suddenly blasted towards the Golden Demon Clan monsters. Zhang Jian's body continuously emitted 12 brilliant rays of light. Fong Chen used the Golden Light Dragon Slaying. A powerful golden light rushed into the horde of Golden Demon Clan monsters. Suddenly, a large number of Golden Demon Clan monsters exploded. In the sky, countless brilliant rays of light, carrying tyrannical power, rushed into the horde of Golden Demon Clan monsters. Countless Golden Demon Clan monsters died directly. Seeing the scene, Handbreaker and the others were shocked. It wasn't that the Golden Demon Clan monsters' physical immunity wasn't strong enough, but that the attacks of Fong Chen's group were too abnormal. If it was before, Wind Chant Storm Sword Technique absolutely wouldn't have been able to freeze over 100 Golden Demon Clan monsters at the same time. But now she was able to do it. As for Zhang Jian, his strength had increased even more. 12 brilliant rays of light gushed out of his body, more than doubling his strength. Fong Chen's Golden Light Dragon Slaying was still incomparably sharp. After a round of joint attacks, The 4 of them had killed over 30 Golden Demon Clan monsters. Continue attacking. The 4 of them discovered that their attacks were effective against the Golden Demon Clan monsters, so they immediately continued fighting. Rumble. After 3 rounds of battle, more than half of the Golden Demon Clan monsters had been killed. Soul attack. Fang Chen's group of 4 had continuously used their ultimate moves at a high intensity. They had consumed too much energy. At this moment, the Ice King roared. Immediately, the other 10 experts used their soul attacks, one after another. In the sky, countless resplendent souls transformed into streaks of attacks that once again charged into the horde of Golden Demon Clan monsters. Roar! The Golden Demon Clan monsters at the front were surrounded by the 10 people's soul attacks and were instantly annihilated. The Golden Demon Clan monsters at the back were still charging forward. The 10 people's soul attacks were clearly a little weak. They only killed a dozen or so Golden Demon Clan monsters. There were still over 30 Golden Demon Clan monsters charging towards Fang Chen's group. What should we do? Wind Yin glanced at Fang Chen and asked. The 4 of them no longer had the strength to continue using their most powerful attacks. The 30-odd Golden Devil Clan monsters were a fatal blow. Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then said, I'll trap them. You guys attack. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, his figure flashed and he appeared above the Golden Demon Clan monster. With a flick of his wrist, countless light spots appeared. Wall A formation was set up in an instant. Dao-level arrays were considered top-notch arrays. The trapped demonic beasts of the Golden Demon Clan attacked madly. I can only maintain it for 1 minute, Fang Chen roared. When the other warriors saw this, they desperately unleashed powerful attacks to kill the Golden Demon Clan's monster beasts inside the array. Bang, 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 the demonic beasts of the Golden Devil Clan were killed one by one. However, as time passed, everyone's spiritual chi was consumed too much, and they were a little overwhelmed. Soul attacks consumed too much soul power. We can't hold on any longer. Someone shouted. Bang, bang. At this moment, the Dao-level array controlled by Fang Chen instantly shattered. Fang Chen's expression changed greatly. He raised his hand and waved his sword. A golden sword light slashed at the Golden Demon Clan monster. Bang, bang, however, to everyone's surprise, the Golden Demon Clan monster did not die. Instead, it resisted Fang Chen's attack. The consumption is too great. My attack power is no longer enough to break through the Golden Demon Clan's defense, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Everyone's expression changed greatly. They did not expect to encounter such a terrifying Golden Demon Clan monster on the 10th floor. What should we do? Everyone's expression was gloomy as they coldly said. Whoosh! The little mouse's figure appeared in an instant. Boss, I haven't fought in a long time. Let me do it. Be careful. Seeing the little mouse blocking the path of the Golden Demon Clan monsters, Fang Chen reminded him. Roar! Facing the remaining dozen or so Golden Demon Clan monsters, the little mouse did not show the slightest fear. With a loud roar, a purple light appeared around its body. Then a huge purple rat phantom condensed behind it. An innate ability, a wild attractive force instantly enveloped the dozen or so Golden Demon Clan monsters. Roar! The Golden Demon Clan monsters were immune to physical attacks, but they could not resist this terrifying attractive force. More than 10 demonic beasts roared in fear, but they could not change their fate. Voila! Under the little mouse's terrifying innate ability, the Golden Demon Clan monsters were unable to resist at all. They were all sucked into the purple rat phantom's bloody mouth. Crack! Just like that, the Golden Demon Clan monsters that made everyone feel helpless were easily swallowed by the little mouse. The atmosphere in the sky returned to normal. The wasteland was completely silent. It was as if the Golden Demon Clan monsters had never appeared. All the cultivators stared dumbstruck at the little mouse. It swallowed the Golden Demon Clan monsters just like that. Lu Jingyun and the others were shocked. Only the 8 extreme powerhouses could see that the little mouse was using an innate ability. An innate ability. Little friend Fang's spirit pet actually has such a heaven-defying innate ability. Taoist Tianhong sighed. Little friend Fang, your spirit pet is too overbearing. With little friend Fang's spirit pet, we don't have to be afraid of the Golden Demon clan monsters anymore. The ox-nosed, old Taoist grinned. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. The more heaven-defying an innate ability, the greater the restriction. It can't continuously use its innate ability, Fang Chen explained. Hearing this, the 8 ultimate powerhouses nodded in agreement. They also knew that the more heaven-defying a monster was, the greater the restriction. The little mouse's innate ability was incomparably heaven-defying. If there were no restrictions, wouldn't it be invincible? In a way, the heavens were fair. Of course, this fairness was based on a certain foundation. The monstrous beasts from the Golden Demon clan suddenly appeared. Is there a leader in the 10th layer as well? Zhang Jian suddenly asked. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. They hadn't thought about this at all, but now they finally realized the danger. Doesn't that mean that we can encounter Golden Demon clan monsters at any time? Swordbreaker said in a deep voice. Hundreds of demonic beasts from the Golden Demon clan appeared at once. Even their team was a little afraid of this number. No matter what, the most important thing for us now is to increase our strength. As long as all of us reach the Mystic King realm, even if we encounter Golden Demon clan monsters and can't fight them, we can safely return to the 9th floor, the Icefire King said. The others agreed with the Icefire King's words. Immediately, everyone stopped chatting and quickly moved forward in search of the heart of Xiantian. At this time, on a certain mountain peak, the figure shrouded in an evil aura looked into the distance as if he could see the void. After a long time, a sinister smile came from his mouth. Interesting. This is interesting. Fang Chen and the others were very fast. In 6 hours, they found a heart of Xiantian. This heart of Xiantian was given to the Icefire King. The reason why it was given to the Icefire King was because the Icefire King's true intent of ice and fire combined with the blizzard sword technique could make the freezing effect even stronger. At this time, there were already 4 Mystic King realm experts in the small team. There was also Fang Chen, who was not weaker than a Mystic King realm expert. The team's combat power was also steadily increasing. As for the first 9 floors, because the team of 8 ultimate powerhouses was leading the way, there was no danger at all. They were able to enter the deeper levels of the God-burying sword prison without facing too much danger. The God-burying sword prison had been open for almost a year, and there were countless deaths and injuries during this time. Up until now, most of the warriors had perished here. Only a few warriors were still persevering. However, just as the remaining quasi-kings were about to continue their advance, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, danger shrouded them. In an area filled with resentment on the 6th floor, a voice sounded. I didn't expect to wake up after being asleep for so many years. As soon as this voice sounded, it discovered some human warriors. These ants have disturbed me. A shocking giant hand suddenly appeared and pressed down. Instantly, countless miserable shrieks rang out. The remaining quasi-kings on the first 9 levels were all annihilated by this gigantic hand, their souls dissipating into nothingness. After all this, the ground shook and countless cracks appeared. Chapter 919. One author. Cat eyes like moon paranormal mystery. 125612 words. 540,000 readers as a reporter. Su Tong happened to have a special physique that was easy to provoke spiritual beings. Fortunately, there was a gifted and stylish male neighbor living next door. He exorcised evil spirits and nurtured the baby spirits, and in the process saved her a young and single woman at the same time. To author. Dong Chinchuan Time Travel 3746 72 words, 1.09 million readers. Once she transmigrated. She was sent to the bridal sedan and became the substitute princess of a foolish king, but she didn't want to achieve a good match. 3 author. Duanmu, New Watching Time Travel, 488430 words, 1.01 million readers. She is the poison immortal purple charm who hides poison in her smile, and also the famous great judge in Jianghu. He is the only imperial grandson of the emperor of Dongchu. He is noble and arrogant, both good and evil. When she meets him, love blossoms everywhere, and they fight for the world hand in hand. For author, Zhang Ji, An Ancient Rebirth, for 1.2336 words, 1.01 million readers. She is the descendant of a famous family, but she was infatuated with the wrong person and died an innocent death. After being reborn, she is unparalleled. She stands tall in the midst of conspiracy and intrigue, facing layers of murderous intent. 5 author. Shi Huan Palace Aristocrats, 762239 words, 1.64 million readers. In her previous life, she was cut open and her child was taken out. She was reborn as a fair, rich, and beautiful woman. But what is going on with this prince who suddenly appeared? 6 author. Step-by-Step Time Travel, 68757 words, 990 million readers. The celebrity killer transmigrated twice. In the first life, she was used by others and died a tragic death. In the second life, she was careful and swore to take revenge. 7 author. Yi Jiang Presidents, Rich, 1.11.2374 words, 1.05 million readers. He doesn't love her, but insists on marrying her, who is openly abandoned by her boyfriend at the engagement banquet. She doesn't love him, but in order to take revenge, she needs to find a powerful backer. She originally thought that they would only marry without love, but she didn't expect their love to be so deep. 8 author. Yi Qianshan Presidents, Rich, 1.02.9427 words, 1.45 million readers. He squeezes her labor, attends the company's high-level meetings, and serves tea. That's not all. He even wants to deprive her of her remaining value. She must marry the president, or else her parents will tell her that she abandoned him. 9 author. Sleeping When Drunk Presidents, Rich, 1.19.5874 words, 1.35 million readers. I promised you a grand marriage and let you marry in glory. I thought what you wanted was my love, but it turned out that what you wanted was my life. 10 author. Nailan Haiying Presidents, Rich, 1.07.2699 words, 1.11 million readers. Chapter 920. No one knew about the abnormality that happened on the 6th level. In the entire God-burying sword prison, there were only 14 people, including Fong Qin, who were still alive. The 14 of them were trying their best to find the heart of Xiantian. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed since the opening of the God-burying sword prison. This was the longest opening of the God-burying sword prison ever. On the 10th level of the God-burying sword prison, Fong Qin and the others were working together to kill the Golden Demon Clan monsters. In the beginning, there are hundreds of Golden Demon Clan monsters appearing together. Now, there are thousands of Golden Demon Clan monsters appearing at once. Of course, the strength of Fong Qin and the others was also gradually increasing. Bang! After killing the last Golden Demon Clan monster, Fong Qin put away the hidden star sword. There was a bloodstain on his sleeve. During this time, the speed at which they were searching for the heart of Xiantian was getting slower and slower. This made Fong Qin and the others very confused. Find the heart of Xiantian, the dark sword said in a low voice. Then the 14 of them quickly left. As they continued to fight with the Golden Demon Clan monsters, Fong Qin and the others kept looking for the Golden Demon Clan monsters' weaknesses. Finally, one day, half a month later, they developed a combined attack formation. Once this combined attack formation was used, the Golden Demon Clan monsters within the formation would be instantly killed mercilessly. Roar! Inside the formation, the 14 of them surrounded thousands of Golden Devil clan monsters, and the cries of countless monsters could be heard. Pucci, the combined attack formation, was too powerful. Even though the Golden Demon clan monsters were immune to physical attacks, they could not resist the attack of the combined attack formation. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of Golden Demon clan monsters were all killed. Seeing this scene, enlightened Master Tianhong's face was full of smiles. Although some of them had not stepped into the mysterious king realm, the appearance of this combined attack formation gave them hope. This is so satisfying. The combined attack formation is too powerful. Swordsman Folding grinned. Everyone's eyes fell on Feng Chen. Feng Chen was the one who contributed the most to the creation of the combined attack formation. Feng Chen was an array sage master, so he could easily set up a Dao-level array. As the pressure against the Golden Demons increased, Feng Chen began to research how to attack the souls of the Golden Demons. If it was just Feng Chen alone, there was no way he could complete this combined attack array. However, there was Feng Chen's spiritual pet, the magical little mouse. When the 14 of them used the joint attack formation, the little mouse needed to be at the center of the formation to provide energy. Furthermore, the little mouse could use its innate abilities at the same time to increase the power of the joint attack formation. Young friend Feng is the #1 genius of the sword burial state in the past 10,000 years, Zhang Jian said. That's right. It's all thanks to little friend Feng in the God-burying sword prison, Yin Feng said with a smile. Originally, before entering the God-burying sword prison, Feng Chen's strength was inferior to a martial artist at LV9 of the genuine martial realm. At that time, the 8 ultimate powerhouses did not know Feng Chen at all. However, later on, Feng Chen helped the 8 ultimate powerhouses obtain the heart of the Black Crack King. In order to express their gratitude, the 8 ultimate powerhouses allowed Feng Chen to follow them. However, they did not expect Feng Chen to help them time and time again. It was no exaggeration to say that without Feng Chen, they would not have been able to successfully enter the 10th level and obtain the heart of Xiantian. After chatting for a while, they continued to move forward. In a certain valley, they found several hearts of Xiantian. Haha, so many hearts of Xiantian. Seeing the corpses of the Almighties, everyone's faces were filled with excited smiles. About an hour later, everyone had obtained the heart of Xiantian. At this point, except for Feng Chen, everyone had stepped into the mysterious king realm. Moreover, to Feng Chen's surprise, there were still some hearts of Xiantian. There are still 3 hearts of Xiantian here. How should we distribute them? Dark Sword suddenly asked. I've already stepped into the mysterious king realm. I don't need the heart of Xiantian, said Swordbreaker. The others also spoke up. Feng Chen's contribution is the greatest. Why don't we give these 3 hearts of Xiantian to Feng Chen? Asked Lu Jingyun. Lu Jingyun's words received everyone's approval. That's right. I have no objections to giving these 3 hearts of Xiantian to Feng Chen, said Taoist Tianhong. Feng Chen did not refuse. Although he did not need the heart of Xiantian, he could give it to his friends. Thinking of the ancient sword continent situation, Feng Chen became extremely anxious. He had to step into the mysterious king realm during this trip to the God-burying sword prison. In truth, Feng Chen's current strength was already enough to fight against a mysterious king realm expert. Among the 14 people present, Feng Chen's strength was indisputably the strongest. However, as soon as Feng Chen put away the 3 hearts of the arcane heavens, a huge swarm of people swarmed toward the canyon. Demonic beasts of the Golden Demon race. Dark Sword was the first to sense it. His expression changed slightly as he shouted. So many Golden Demon race demonic beasts, said Broken Sword with a gloomy expression. The others all looked into the distance. In the blink of an eye, a huge number of black gold demon race demonic beasts had surrounded the entrance of the valley. They originally thought that these Golden Demon race demonic beasts would charge into the valley, but they did not expect that they would only surround the entrance. "What's going on?" asked Fang Chen. Crash! The black mass of golden demon race, demonic beast spread out in the middle, and a path appeared. Then a black figure appeared, a human cultivator. Seeing this black figure, the faces of Fang Chen and the others were filled with shock. How could there be a human cultivator here? And from the looks of it, these golden demon race demonic beasts were very respectful to him. To be able to make thousands of golden demon race demonic beasts so respectful, who was he? Could it be that a fallen almighty had revived? "Who are you?" asked Zhang Jian coldly as he stared at this person with his pitch-black eyes. "Is it important?" The black figure sneered. As he spoke, the black figure gave off a feeling of superiority. Fang Chen could sense that this person's cultivation was at least at the Mystic King realm. However, what puzzled everyone was why there was a human cultivator in the 10th level of the God-burying sword prison. "Are these golden demon race demonic beasts under your control?" asked Dark Sword in a deep voice. Roar! The black figure did not speak, but the countless golden demon race demonic beasts behind him roared furiously. "Could it be that you are the legendary person?" asked the ox-nosed old Taoist anxiously. "Who is he?" The others all looked at the ox-nosed old Taoist. "After so many years, there are still people who remember me," said the black figure after being slightly stunned. At this moment, the ox-nosed old Taoist's heart was also in turmoil. He did not expect this person to really be the legendary person. "Do you remember the most outstanding genius in the history of our Tao cultivation sect?" asked the ox-nosed old Taoist slowly. The Tao cultivation sect was a Tao cultivation holy land. The ox-nosed old Taoist was a member of the Tao cultivation sect. "Are you talking about the person who is said to be able to destroy the heavens?" Zhang Jian cried out. The ox-nosed old Taoist nodded heavily. Fang Chen, Lu Jingyan, and the others were a little confused. Who exactly was this black figure? However, after hearing the ox-nosed old Taoist's next words, Fang Chen and the others knew who this person was. The Tao cultivation sect was one of the strongest sects in the Sword Burial Prefecture. It was said that the Tao cultivation sect had a very large sect in the Outer Realms. The Tao cultivation sect in the Sword Burial Prefecture was only a branch. Back then, the most outstanding disciple of the Tao cultivation sect had the potential to shock the entire Sword Burial Prefecture. Even Fang Chen did not have the qualifications to be called a genius in front of an 18-year-old Mystic King realm powerhouse. Back then, he was the idol of all the cultivators in the Sword Burial Prefecture. His every move would cause a storm in the Sword Burial Prefecture. Of course, the most eye-catching battle was when he was at the limit of the true martial realm. He fought a 5th-level Mystic King realm powerhouse to a draw. At that time, the entire Sword Burial Prefecture was shocked. Back then, he had reached the peak of the Sword Burial Prefecture. He felt that the Sword Burial Prefecture stage was too small. Moreover, he believed that with his talent he was qualified to enter the Tao cultivation sect in the Outer Realms. He had threatened to destroy the heavens and charge out of the Sword Burial Prefecture, but then he had mysteriously disappeared. No one knew why such a genius had disappeared. Chapter 9:21. If it had been 10,000 years ago, Qin Yang would have been a household name in the Sword Burial State. At that time, Qin Yang was so popular that even the palace master of the Sword Burial Immortal Palace sighed. Qin Yang was a genius, a super genius. Even in the Outerverse, he was considered a genius. However, such a genius did not receive the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor. Of course, Qin Yang was the genius most likely to receive the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor. 10,000 years ago, Qin Yang had entered the God Burial Sword Prison. Moreover, he had almost received the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor, but he had failed in the end. Qin Yang had obtained a supreme treasure in the God Burial Sword Prison, With this supreme treasure, he was almost invincible in the mystic king realm. However, Qin Yang did not give up after one failure. In the following years, Qin Yang had entered the god burial sword prison several times, but he had not obtained anything. Later on, after Qin Yang experienced a great battle, he disappeared without a trace. But now, Qin Yang had appeared here. Why would Qin Yang appear here? Dark Sword and the other experts of the older generation cried out. The 8 extreme realms had only heard of Qin Yang's name from the older generation of experts in the sect. As for Lu Jingyun and the others of the younger generation, they did not know who Qin Yang was at all. However, after hearing the ox-nosed old Taoist's words, everyone was shocked. The ox-nosed old Taoist stepped forward and asked respectfully, "Senior Qin Yang, why are you here?" "Oh, the people of the Tao cultivation sect are really interesting." Qin Yang sneered when he learned that the ox-nosed old Taoist was a cultivator of the Tao cultivation sect. A trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. The people of the Tao cultivation sect are ungrateful. They all deserve to die. Qin Yang's wrist shook as soon as he finished speaking. Immediately, a stream of spiritual energy formed and shot toward the ox-nosed old Taoist. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Qin Yang's casual attack was so powerful that it shocked Fang Qin and the others. Combined attack formation. If they did not help, the ox-nosed old Taoist would definitely die. With his strength, there was no way he could block Qin Yang's attack. Crash! The 14 cultivators instantly formed a combined attack formation. At this moment, the stream of spiritual energy heavily bombarded the combined attack formation. The power of the spiritual chi waterfall was extremely tyrannical. In the blink of an eye, the combined attack formation was broken. However, the spiritual chi waterfall also dissipated in the void because of this. Upon seeing this, Qin Yang's eyes flickered as his face was filled with astonishment. Combined attack formation. With the cultivation of Fang Chan and the others, it was quite surprising that they could perform such an ingenious joint attack formation. "Since you know that I am Qin Yang, then do you think that the people that I want to kill will be able to leave alive?" Qin Yang calmly said. He wasn't angry because Fang Qin and the others had blocked his attack. This was because Qin Yang was invincible here. In Qin Yang's eyes, Fang Qin and the others were just ants. Ants were ants in the end. Even if they had some ingenious joint attack formations, it was useless. What should we do? Dark Sword's expression was gloomy. He was quite wary of Qin Yang. How unlucky! Why did we meet Qin Yang here? Swordbreaker also said helplessly. As for the ox-nosed old Taoist, his eyes flickered as he glanced at Qin Yang and continued. "Senior Qin Yang, we are all members of the Tao cultivation sect. Why do we have to kill each other?" All members of the Tao cultivation sect deserve to die," Qin Yang said gloomily when he heard the words Tao cultivation sect. Fang Qin carefully observed Qin Yang and realized that this person seemed to hate the Tao cultivation sect very much. Could it be that he appeared here because of the Tao cultivation sect? It was useless to think about this now. It was better to think about how to leave this place. However, when he thought of Qin Yang's strength, Fang Chen's scalp went numb. "Kill!" Qin Yang didn't seem to want to waste any more words with the ox-nosed old Taoist and directly ordered. Behind him, a large number of golden demon beasts rushed into the valley. Roar! The roars of countless demonic beasts were incessant. The combined attack formation appeared once again. Puchi! This combined attack formation was specially targeted against the golden demon beasts. Therefore, with the combined attack formation, the golden demon beasts couldn't get close to Fang Qin and the others at all. Although there were a large number of golden demon beasts, they were constantly killed by the combined attack formation. In the blink of an eye, thousands of golden demon beasts were killed. "A bunch of trash," Qin Yang said coldly, but he still didn't intend to make a move. Through observing the combined attack formation, Qin Yang noticed Fang Qin. This person is the most important point of the combined attack formation. Qin Yang directly ordered the golden demon beasts to concentrate their strength and attack Fang Qin. Immediately, Fang Qin felt the pressure. Bang, bang, bang. Fang Qin used the true meaning of the void to dodge the golden demon beasts while using the golden light dragon slaying to kill the golden demon beasts. What's going on? Why are the golden demon beasts attacking young friend Fang? Seeing this, Zhang Jian and the others were puzzled. Help young friend Fang. Zhang Jian roared loudly. Immediately, the other warriors activated the combined attack formation to help Fang Qin share the attack of the golden demon beasts. Puchi Fang Qin killed hundreds of golden demon beasts with a single sword strike. Then, the true meaning of the void appeared and his body disappeared into the void. Just like that, he continued to kill the golden demon beasts. As for Qin Yang, he had no intention of making a move from the beginning to the end. Fang Chen and the others were not worthy of him personally making a move. After continuously using the true meaning of the void for an hour, Fang Chen finally couldn't hold on any longer. Bang bang! Caught off guard, Fang Chen was struck by one of the golden demon clan monsters, and his body fell to the ground. Boom! Countless golden demon beasts swarmed over. I can't be surrounded or I'll die. Fang Chen's eyes were burning, and the aura of the void filled his body as he forcibly used the true meaning of the void. Crash! Every time the true meaning of the void was used, Fang Chen could feel that his consumption was too great. Puchi, after using the true meaning of the void several times, he still couldn't avoid the attacks of the golden demon beasts. At this time, Zhang Jian and the others also knew that the situation was not good. Once Fang Chen was seriously injured or killed, the combined attack formation would collapse. At that time, they would definitely die. Save little friend Fang. Everyone desperately tried to save Fang Chen. Rumble. A huge number of golden demon beasts continued to attack. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen was surrounded. Fight! Fang Chen roared and used the last bit of strength in his body to display the true meaning of the void. Swoosh! When Fang Chen unleashed the true intent of the void, the situation that had originally been a sure death situation was suddenly resolved. At the same time that Fang Chen displayed the true meaning of the void, the aura of the void filled his body to the extreme. At the critical moment, the true meaning of the void broke through to the third grade, the realm of 3 bottles. Fang Chen's face was filled with joy as he cried out excitedly. When the true meaning of the void broke through to the third grade, the golden demon beasts that were close to Fang Chen's body actually stopped for a short time and became motionless. Kill! Fang Chen roared and instantly displayed the golden light dragon slaying sword in his hand. Wherever the sword light passed, a large number of golden demon beasts would be killed. Strangely enough, whenever the golden demon beasts got close to Fang Chen, their bodies would stop for a few seconds. Although the time was very short, it was enough for Fang Chen to kill them. How is this possible? Seeing Fang Chen kill thousands of golden demon beasts by himself, Zhang Jian and the others were completely shocked. At this time, Qin Yang's face finally became gloomy. Time stop! Qin Yang said in his heart. Seeing Fang Chen continuously killing the golden demon beasts, Qin Yang finally couldn't hold back and was ready to make a move. Crash! Qin Yang's wrist shook, and a stream of spirit energy shot out in an instant. This time, the spirit energy stream was different from before. Its power was countless times stronger. When the spirit energy stream approached Fang Chen, it paused for a short second before bombarding Fang Chen's body. Bang! Although he displayed the true meaning of the void, he was still hit. Fang Chen was seriously injured and fell to the ground with a weak aura. Kill them all, Qin Yang said. The hearts of Zhang Jian and the others sank. They were already prepared to die. A large number of golden demon clan monsters charged at them aggressively. Dong! Chapter 922. Qin Yang attacked in anger. A stream of spiritual qi instantly injured everyone, making them unable to continue fighting. Then he ordered the huge number of golden demon clan monsters to kill these humans with all their might. Just as everyone was feeling hopeless, a voice suddenly resounded through the sky. Then a giant hand instantly reached out and slammed down. Rumble, a deafening sound rang out. The golden demon clan monsters that were charging towards Feng Qin and the others were all annihilated. Stop! In an instant, a figure appeared out of thin air. This figure had 2 sword scars on his face. It was extremely terrifying. He stood in front of Feng Qin and the others, staring at Qin Yang at the entrance of the valley with flickering eyes. It's you! Obviously, Qin Yang knew this person. When he saw this person attack, his face was extremely gloomy. Qin Yang, stop, the figure said unhurriedly. This sudden change caused Feng Qin and the others to be astonished. Feng Qin could clearly feel that the cultivator who had saved them was emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Even Qin Yang had a tinge of fear in his eyes. Who is he? Why is Qin Yang afraid of him? Qin Yang was an invincible existence in the mysterious king realm. Why would he be afraid of this person? And why would this person save them? Feng Qin's mind was filled with doubts, but he did not say anything. You actually want to fight against me for these insignificant cultivators, Qin Yang said coldly. Qin Yang, with me here, you can't kill them, the figure said softly after pondering for a moment. Let's wait and see. Hearing the figure's words, Qin Yang snorted coldly. He flicked his sleeves and disappeared from the valley. Many experts, including Feng Qin, felt that it was incomparably surreal. Senior, thank you for saving us. Zhang Jian cupped his hands and thanked him. The other cultivators also looked at them with burning eyes. Saving you was just a casual thing. The god-burying sword prison trip ends here. You can leave, the figure said as he waved his hand slightly. Everyone wanted to ask more, but they found that this person was a little impatient. They looked at each other and then turned to leave in a flash. Except for Feng Qin, everyone had stepped into the mysterious king realm. This trip to the god-burying sword prison could be considered to be quite successful. The god-burying sword prison was extremely dangerous. Everyone had experienced it. This time, being able to leave calmly could be considered a daunting experience without any mishap. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh 14 figures flew quickly and returned to the 9th floor in the blink of an eye. Feng Qin was the last to fly. His speed was neither fast nor slow. In his mind, he was thinking about why that expert had saved him. At that instant, a voice appeared in Feng Qin's mind. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Feng Qin was startled when he heard this voice. He immediately stopped in his tracks and looked at his surroundings in confusion. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. There's no need to look. I'm right behind you. Hearing this, Feng Qin turned around and returned to where he came from in a flash. At this time, the other experts had already returned to the 9th floor. No one knew that Feng Qin was still on the 10th floor. In the blink of an eye, Feng Qin returned to the valley. The figure from before stood there quietly with a smile on his face. Senior, were you the one who spoke to me just now? Feng Qin stopped in the valley and cupped his hands slightly toward the expert before asking. The man with the scar nodded and said, That's right. I was talking to you just now. May I know why Senior asked me to stay behind? Asked Feng Qin. Come with me. After the man with the sword mark said that, he grabbed Feng Qin and disappeared into the valley. Suddenly, Feng Qin felt as if the world was spinning, as if he was traveling through time and space. While Feng Qin felt his vision turn white. Then he opened his eyes and looked around hurriedly. He suddenly realized that he was in a spacious space. The atmosphere was peaceful, and there was no evil aura in the spiritual qi. It was very peaceful. Senior, where is this? Feng Qin asked in confusion. The 18th floor of the god-burying sword prison. What 18th floor of the god-burying sword prison? Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. In his mind, the higher the floor of the god-burying sword prison, the more dangerous it was. However, why was the 18th floor so peaceful? Moreover, Fong Chen was a little shocked. Who was the man with the sword mark? Why did he bring him to the 18th floor of the god-burying sword prison? Could it be? A terrifying thought suddenly appeared in Fong Chen's mind. As if he had seen through Fong Chen's mind, the man with the sword mark said, "Don't think too much. I'm not the god-burying sword prison." Fong Chen was a little embarrassed that his thoughts were exposed. "Senior, what's the matter with Qin Yang? Why did you bring me to the 18th floor of the god-burying sword prison?" Fong Chen voiced out many doubts in his mind. The man with the sword mark said slowly, "That Qin Yang is also considered an outstanding genius. The people outside all thought that he was dead. However, that is not the case. He has always been in the god-burying sword prison. Back then, he almost defeated me and took my position." Fong Chen did not say anything and listened to the man with the sword mark quietly. "Do you know who I am?" the man with the sword mark asked. Fong Chen shook his head and expressed his confusion. "Actually, I am one of the guardians of the god-burying sword prison," the man with the sword mark said. When Fong Chen heard this, his face was filled with shock. He looked at the man with the sword mark, dumbfounded. The man in front of him was one of the guardians of the god-burying sword prison. What exactly were they guarding? The god-burying sword prison or the god-burying sword prison? There are more than one guardian. Fong Chen's thoughts were in a mess. He was extremely shocked. Back then, Qin Yang competed with me for the position of guardian. In the end, I defeated him. However, he refused to accept it and led the demonic beasts of the Golden Demon Clan on the 10th floor. He tried his best to defeat me. The man with the sword mark continued. "Senior, what are the guardians?" Fong Chen finally asked. No wonder Qin Yang did not want to provoke this man. It turned out that he was one of the guardians of the god-burying sword prison. Although the god-burying sword emperor is dead, his methods are beyond our imagination. The body of the god-burying sword emperor turned into the god-burying sword province and left behind a remnant consciousness to set the rules and select outstanding disciples for him, the man with the sword mark said. Fong Chen gradually came to a realization. The so-called guardians were first to suppress the god-burying sword prison and second to select outstanding disciples for the god-burying sword emperor. The legend of the god-burying sword province being recognized by the god-burying sword emperor was spread by us guardians. The man with the sword mark continued. Fong Chen was shocked. He hadn't expected the god-burying sword emperor to have left behind a remnant consciousness after his death. Furthermore, he had allowed later experts to compete for the position of guardian. Senior, may I ask if you've accepted any disciples in the past few years? Fong Chen did his best to calm his shock. The man with the sword mark shook his head. Over the past few years, we 8 guardians have chosen countless people as our reference. However, not a single one of us has met the requirements. 8 guardians? The man with the sword mark was much stronger than the peak profound King Qin Yang, and there were actually 8 such protectors. Perhaps the 8 of them were the true peak experts of the god-burying sword province. As for the palace master of the sword-burying immortal palace, he was nothing in front of the 8 of them. Elder, could it be that you have brought me to this place because... Fong Chen suddenly realized a problem. Immediately, an excited expression appeared on his face as he asked. Every once in a while, the 8 of us would fall into a deep slumber. This time, I just happened to wake up from my slumber and met you. The man with the sword scar looked at Fong Chen, and a smile appeared on his face. Fong Chen was a little nervous. That's right. I brought you here because you've been recognized by the god-burying sword emperor, the man with the sword mark said. Although Fong Qin was prepared for this, his heart was still in turmoil. He had been recognized by the God-burying Sword Emperor so easily. He had thought that he wouldn't know when he would be recognized by the God-burying Sword Emperor. Now that his wish had been fulfilled, he was at a loss. You're the only person who has been recognized by the God-burying Sword Emperor after his death, the man with the sword mark continued. Chapter 923. After a while, Fong Qin woke up from his shock. His face was filled with an excited smile. Senior, did I really get the recognition of the buried Sword Emperor? Fong Qin asked hurriedly. The man with the sword scar nodded. After Fong Qin confirmed it, he became even more excited. He still remembered that on the ancient sword continent his wife, Star and Moon, had died at the hands of the demon cloud Lien State in order to save him. He hated himself for being useless. He had watched his wife die without being able to avenge her. After that, he had tried his best to take revenge, but had died at the hands of the demon cloud Lien State. Perhaps it was fate, but the head in the cauldron had brought him across the ocean's forbidden zone and to the buried sword continent. Then he had been successfully resurrected. He had heard from the palace master of the buried sword immortal palace that the buried sword emperor would agree to any request unconditionally as long as he could get the recognition of the buried sword emperor. The buried sword emperor was really powerful. He was considered a famous top powerhouse even in the Outerverse. Although he had died long ago, he was still very powerful. No one doubted the buried sword emperor's promise. At that time, Fong Qin had secretly vowed to get the recognition of the buried sword emperor and ask him to resurrect his wife, Star and Moon. Now he had finally achieved his goal. Fong Qin was very excited and his body was trembling nonstop. Senior, I got the recognition of the buried sword emperor. Can I ask the buried sword emperor to do me a favor? Fong Qin's voice was trembling. The man with the sword scar looked at Fong Qin in surprise and said, "Come with me." After saying that, the man with the sword scar turned around and left. Fong Qin hurriedly followed behind him. The entire 18th level of the buried sword prison was very quiet. After a while, the man with the sword scar stopped in his tracks and knelt down in front of a statue that was several meters tall. The buried sword emperor has chosen an outstanding young person according to your request, the man with the sword scar said loudly. Strangely enough, as soon as the sword-scarred man finished speaking, all the spirit chi on the 18th floor suddenly surged into the statue. Then, the statue's eyes actually opened in an instant. Fong Qin carefully stared at the statue, his heart filled with shock. This statue gave him a very oppressive feeling. It was as if the entire sky was about to collapse. Is this the statue of Zhong Jian Emperor? Fong Qin was shocked. The eyes of the statue blinked and then stared at Fong Qin. Suddenly, Fong Qin felt that all his secrets had been seen by the statue. Not bad. In less than 20 years of cultivation, you have comprehended the true meaning of space-time. From within the statue, a voice filled with vicissitudes of life sounded. True meaning of space-time. Fong Qin was a little puzzled. What he cultivated was clearly the true intent of void. So why did the statue say that it was the true intent of space and time? Since you've obtained my approval, I can fulfill one of your requests. Speak. What do you need me to do? Asked the statue. The day he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Fong Qin clenched his fists in excitement. Lord Zhong, Sword Emperor, I want to revive my wife, Fong Qin said excitedly. While speaking, Fong Qin took out the corpse of his wife, Star and Moon, from his interspatial ring. Oh, revive your wife. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely ask for some peerless inheritance or something like that. In short, it was a request that could strengthen their cultivation technique. However, this kid actually only asked for his wife to be revived. One had to know that the promise of Zhong Sword Emperor was coveted by countless almighties in the outer realm. However, Fong Qin only had such a request. The path of cultivation was originally against the heavens. Cultivators lived for a long time, and it was normal for them to have several wives and concubines. Wasting a promise to revive a dead wife was not worth it in the eyes of ordinary people. That's right. My request is to revive my wife. Fang Qin clenched his fists, his forehead full of sweat. He suddenly had a trace of fear in his heart. He was afraid that the remnant consciousness of Zong Sword Emperor would say that he could not revive his wife. Lord Zong Sword Emperor, you are a high and mighty god. You will definitely be able to revive my wife, Fang Qin said solemnly. The statue stared at Fang Qin for a long time, and then smiled with satisfaction. It's been a long time since I met a kid like you. That's right, with my means, I can revive your wife. However, Fang Qin's heart sank when he heard the words of Zong, Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness. He had a bad premonition. Lord Zong, Sword Emperor. Fang Qin was very anxious. How could he not be anxious when it concerned his wife? However, I fell a long time ago. What's left here is just a trace of my remnant consciousness. I can't revive her in a short time, and this small Zong sword province can't bear my power. Fang Qin felt relieved when he heard that. No matter what, as long as he could revive his wife, he was willing to bear any price. Lord Zong Sword Emperor, please revive my wife, Fang Qin said with cupped fists. Zong Sword Emperor nodded and stared at Fang Qin with his deep eyes. He asked, "Are you sure? Once you let me do it, there's no turning back." "I'm sure," Fang Qin said without hesitation. Zong Sword Emperor nodded and said, "It will take a long time to revive her. Please wait here patiently." As soon as Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness finished speaking, Star and Moon's corpse suddenly floated up and was shrouded by a dazzling light. Fang Qin waited anxiously. Since Lord Zong Sword Emperor has taken action, he will definitely succeed, the guardian said. Fang Qin nodded, but he was still worried. Time passed in a blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Fang Qin was still waiting in the 18th level of the Zong Sword Prison. Star and Moon's corpse was shrouded by a dazzling light and could not be seen clearly. Fang Qin was very anxious, but there was nothing he could do. It's been a month. Fang Qin paced up and down below. At this moment, the guardian came. "Don't worry." Hearing this, Fang Qin could only nod. During this time, the Zong Sword Prison opened and the 13 surviving martial artists all left. Their return to the Zong Sword Prison caused a commotion. When they came out and found that Fang Qin was not there, they did not think much and thought that Fang Qin had quietly left. The 13 mysterious kings were invited by the palace master of the Zong Sword Prison. In an instant, they became the focus of the Zong Sword Prison. All the major forces came to the Zong Sword Prison to rope in the 13 people. This was especially true for Lu Jingyun's group of 5, who were very young and had great potential. As for Fang Qin, he had long been forgotten by everyone. A dead genius was destined to be forgotten no matter how dazzling he had been. All the martial artists in the Zong Sword Prison thought that Fang Qin had died in the Zong Sword Prison. As for the 13 people who came out alive, they did not come out to explain. Only the palace master of the Zong Sword Prison had a lot of thoughts in his mind after asking the 13 people. He even had a bold guess. The Zong Sword Prison had opened countless times, but this time was the most rewarding. Everyone had reached the 10th level and obtained the heart of Xiantian. It was a pity that the other quasi-kings had died, or the Zong Sword Prison would have risen quickly. After a short moment of excitement, the 13 experts all chose to go into seclusion. This trip to the Zong Sword Prison had greatly affected them. A few months after they went into seclusion, the commotion in the Zong Sword Prison finally subsided. At this time, half a year had passed since the Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness had revived Star and Moon. It's been half a year. Why hasn't he revived yet? Almost every day, Fang Qin waited anxiously. Half a year had passed, but he was still very worried. "Don't worry," The Zong Sword Emperor's methods are not something you can imagine, said the guardian. However, just as the protector finished speaking, a 5-colored ray of light shot out from the statue. Then the 5-colored light wrapped around Star and Moon's corpse and tore through the sky, disappearing from the Zong sword prison. Crash! The 18th level regained its calm. Zong, Sword Emperor, where's my wife? Asked Fang Qin anxiously when he saw the statue open its eyes. I overestimated the origin energy of the mortal world, said the Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness. Fang Chen's heart sank as he looked anxiously at the statue. Zong Sword Emperor, could it be my wife? Chapter 924. Fang Chen's heart sank after hearing the words of the Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness. He was a little worried about his wife. A mysterious place in the outerverse. Fang Chen asked in confusion. A voice came from the statue. That's right. Lord Zong Sword Emperor. What should I do if I want to see my wife? Fang Chen asked anxiously. It was not easy to get the approval of the Zong Sword Emperor and let him revive his wife. He did not expect the Zong Sword Emperor to send his wife to a mysterious place in the outerverse. The more powerful one was, the more Fang Chen knew about it. It was very difficult to step into the outerverse with his own strength. You can see your wife when you have enough strength, the Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness said slowly. Fang Chen had a helpless expression on his face when he heard this. However, he immediately felt relieved. No matter what, his wife had been revived. He would be able to see his wife sooner or later if he worked hard on his cultivation. Lord, do you know where my wife is in the outerverse? Fang Chen cupped his hands and asked. That place is called the place where the gods live, the Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness said, and did not say anything else. Fang Chen was shocked, but he chose to remain silent. The Zong Sword Emperor also said that the origin energy in the mortal world was too scarce. It was so scarce that he could not revive his wife. He could only revive his wife if he sent her to the so-called place where the gods lived. Fang Chen did not know what the power of origin was, but he knew that his wife had come back to life. He was very happy. Thank you, Lord. Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked him. When the guardian heard this, a smile appeared on his face. However, at this moment, the Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness spoke again. When I fell back then, I left behind a remnant consciousness to set the rules and choose a disciple for me to inherit my legacy. I have not found a suitable disciple for a long time. However, your appearance gave me a glimmer of hope, the Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness said. His voice was filled with helplessness. Back then he had fallen in a hurry, so he had not properly chosen a disciple to inherit his legacy. Who was he? He was the powerful Zong Sword Monarch, whose cultivation was unparalleled. How could he allow his inheritance to be passed down? Therefore, his remnant consciousness set the rules for choosing disciples and chose the 8 guardians. Now that Fang Chen's wish had been fulfilled, he could finally relax. When he heard Zong Jian Emperor's words, his eyes lit up with excitement. It was extremely important for him to obtain the Zong Sword Emperor's legacy. You've only cultivated for 20 years, and you've already comprehended the true intent of space-time. That's beyond my expectations. Zong Jian Emperor said slowly. True meaning of space-time. Fang Chen was puzzled, so he finally opened his mouth and asked. What he comprehended was clearly a transcendent grade, true intent of void. Why did Emperor Zong's sword keep saying that it was the true intent of space and time? Although the true intent of void and true intent of space-time only differed by a single word, the difference was like heaven and earth. I've just watched everything that you've experienced and realized that you're indeed a lucky lad. Emperor Zong Jian Emperor smiled and said, Without the guidance of an almighty, the true intent of void might go astray. You're too lucky. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned and looked at the statue in disbelief. Emperor Zong Jian Emperor, you're saying? Feng Qin asked, dumbfounded. The pair of eyes on the statue blinked before replying. That's right. When you first broke through the true intent of the void, there was a slight change. It actually contained a trace of the true intent of time. When your true intent of the void broke through to the third grade, it directly transformed into the true intent of space-time. Feng Qin was enlightened. So that was how it was. It was no wonder that when he displayed the true intent of void, he realized that the Golden Demon Clan demonic beasts that were close to him would temporarily freeze. Back then, Feng Qin did not think much about it. Now that he thought about it, what he displayed then was not the true intent of void, but the true intent of space-time. From Emperor Zong Jian Emperor's tone, the true intent of space-time was obviously much stronger than the true intent of void. Moreover, the reason why Emperor Zong Jian Emperor acknowledged him was entirely because of his true intent of space-time. Now that the truth was out, all the mysteries in Feng Qin's mind were solved. Why did the Guardian appear so coincidentally and bring him to the 18th level? It turned out that he was chosen by Emperor Zong Jian because he possessed the true intent of space-time. You probably don't know what the true intent of space-time means, right? Emperor Zong Jian Emperor said. Feng Qin shook his head and expressed his confusion. The true intent of void is a supreme true intent. It's almost non-existent in the countless mortal continents. Although it's rare in the outerverse, there are still quite a few. However, the true intent of space-time is a supreme true intent that's above the true intent of void. Not to mention the outerverse, there are only a few people who possess such a true intent, even in the place where the deities reside, Emperor Zong Jian Emperor said in a deep voice. When he mentioned the true intent of space-time, his tone was filled with excitement. Clearly, the true intent of space-time had surprised him. The places where the deities reside can be counted on one hand. Feng Qin was thoroughly shocked. The true intent of void was already abnormal enough. He didn't expect the true intent of space-time to be even more abnormal. When the true intent of space-time is cultivated to the peak, not only can it accelerate time, but it can also reverse time, said Emperor Zong Jian Emperor. Feng Qin's ability to lie was filled with shock. Time acceleration, time stopping, and time reversal. This was the highest achievement in the Tao of time. When the true intent of space-time was cultivated to the peak, it could actually do all this. How could Feng Qin not be shocked? Even the Guardian at the side was shocked. He had underestimated Feng Qin's potential. He didn't expect Emperor Zong Jian Emperor to think so highly of this child. You've comprehended the true intent of space-time, so you should be my inner disciple. However, your cultivation is too low, so you can only be my personal disciple for now, said Emperor Zong Jian Emperor. The status of a personal disciple was definitely inferior to an inner disciple. Emperor Zong Jian Emperor's name had shaken the outerverse in the past, and he had seen countless geniuses. Although Feng Qin's potential had shocked him, Emperor Zong Jian Emperor still held back. This was also a kind of experience. When you become my inner disciple one day, you'll be qualified to step into the outerverse, said Emperor Zong Jian Emperor. Feng Qin's face lit up with joy when he heard this. His only wish now was to step into the outerverse to find his mother and wife. Becoming Emperor Zong Jian Emperor's inner disciple would be qualified to step into the outerverse. This disciple will definitely work hard, Feng Qin said in a deep voice. Then Feng Qin went through the apprenticeship ceremony and finally became Emperor Zong Jian Emperor's personal disciple. While a ray of light shot out from the statue and directly drilled into Feng Qin's glabella. This ray of light contains some of my inheritance and some of my understanding of the true intent of space-time. Comprehend it well. Emperor Zong Jian Emperor said, when you have enough strength, enter the God-burying sword prison and reach the 18th floor with your own strength. At that time, you'll be my inner disciple. Thank you, Master. Feng Qin cupped his hands and thanked him with a joyful face. With Emperor Zhang Jian Emperor's inheritance, Fang Chen's strength would rise to another level, and he might even step into the mystic king realm. Then, Emperor Zhang Jian Emperor gave Fang Chen a token. With this token, he could enter the god-burying sword prison at any time. "All right, you can leave," Emperor Zhang Jian Emperor said slowly. Fang Chen glanced at the statue and asked, "Master, I want to return to the ancient sword continent. Do you know, the token that I just gave you can let you return to the ancient sword continent." With that, Emperor Zhang Jian Emperor's remnant consciousness fell into a deep sleep again. Fang Chen bowed to the statue and turned to leave. "Young Master Fang, congratulations," the guardian said with a grin. Fang Chen was now Emperor Zhang Jian Emperor's personal disciple. His position was much higher than the palace master of the sword-burying immortal palace. He was only the guardian of the god-burying sword prison. His position was incomparable to Fang Chen's. Fang Chen chuckled and did not say anything. "Young Master Fang, Emperor Zhang Jian Emperor just gave you some inheritance. I suggest you comprehend it on the 18th floor. The cultivation environment here is incomparable to the outside world," the guardian said. Chapter 925. Everyone thought that the most dangerous level in the buried god sword prison was the 18th level. Since ancient times, no one had been able to step into the 18th level. No one knew what dangers lay in the 18th level. However, when the 18th level was mentioned, everyone's facial expression changed drastically. That was because the 18th level was a taboo. However, what the world did not know was that the 18th level was not only free of danger, but also contained the remnant consciousness of the buried Sword Emperor. After obtaining the inheritance of the buried Sword Emperor, Fang Chen sat cross-legged and comprehended on the 18th level. Firstly, Fang Chen comprehended the true meaning of space-time from the buried Sword Emperor. The true meaning of space-time was a peerless true meaning. According to the buried Sword Emperor, it was many times more powerful than the transcendent true meaning. By chance, the true meaning of void evolved into the true meaning of space-time. Fang Chen naturally had to make good use of it. Space-time was more mysterious. Fang Chen used a full hour to completely digest the buried Sword Emperor's understanding of the true meaning of space-time. At this time, Fang Chen also had some preliminary understanding of the true meaning of space-time. The true meaning of space-time had a total of 3 steps, and each step was extremely difficult. In the entire universe, there were only a handful of geniuses who possessed the true meaning of space-time. In fact, the true meaning of space-time was divided into 2 parts. The time part had 3 steps, and the space part had 3 steps as well. Therefore, cultivating the true meaning of space-time was many times more difficult than cultivating the transcendent true meaning. The first step of the time part was called time stop, which could be achieved by the 3rd grade space-time true meaning of space-time. The second step was called time acceleration, which could accelerate the surrounding time and shorten the cultivation time. It could be achieved by the 6th grade space-time true meaning of space-time. As for the 3rd step, it was also the most difficult step. It was called time reversal, which was especially useful when one was fighting with an enemy. One could instantly perform time reversal and change the flow of time around the enemy so that the enemy would not be able to attack him. This step could only be achieved by the 9th grade space-time true meaning of space-time. As for the space part, the first step was called space travel, which was similar to the true meaning of void. One could travel through the void temporarily and hide in the void. No one would be able to discover it. One could use it by the 3rd grade space-time. The second step was called space cutting. If he could achieve this step, his attack power would be greatly increased. Using one's own strength to forcefully cut open space was something that most almighties would not be able to do. This required one to reach the realm of rank 6. As for the 3rd step, it was also the most difficult step. It was called space collapse. By raising one's hand, one could destroy space. Once one reached the rank 9 realm, one could do it. Cultivating the true meaning of space and time was actually cultivating two transcendent grade, true meanings. Although it was extremely difficult to cultivate, once it was successfully cultivated, one's attack power would increase exponentially. In particular, the combination of time and space was an attack that the enemy could not resist at all. Let's ask if he could stop time while using space travel. How can the enemy withstand your thunderous strike at this moment? Feng Qin finally understood the true meaning of the space-time true intent. What a powerful true meaning of space-time. Feng Qin could not help but sigh. As expected of a supreme true intent, it was too shocking. Although the current space-time true intent is at the third grade boundary, I have only grasped the surface. Feng Qin muttered to himself. In the following time, Feng Qin began to cultivate the true intent of space-time. However, this cultivation took a long time. First, Feng Qin used a month's time to completely stabilize space travel. Then he used another half a year's time to completely grasp time stop. The reason why time stop lasted longer than space travel was because Feng Qin had the foundation of the true meaning of void previously. After doing all this, Feng Qin began to try to merge time stop and space travel together. Because of the guidance of Zong Sword Emperor's inheritance, Feng Qin's cultivation progress was very fast. However, even so, it still took a year's time. 1.5 years after Feng Qin received Zong Sword Emperor's inheritance, he finally completely grasped the third grade true meaning of space-time. Voila! At a certain moment, Feng Qin suddenly opened his eyes. Then his figure flashed and instantly disappeared into the void. At the same time, the guardian suddenly felt that his body was directly motionless on the ground, unable to move. Not good. The guardian's first reaction was to struggle. However, at this moment, Feng Qin's star-hidden sword was on the guardian's throat. The guardian was a little shocked. After a full 3 seconds, he barely regained his freedom. As expected of the genius recognized by Zong Sword Emperor, the guardian sighed. In just over a year's time, this lad had improved so much. Although he was careless just now, it also proved this lad's strength. Amazing. The guardian could not help but praise. If we fight head-on, I'm not your opponent, Feng Qin said. He was very clear that although he had grasped the true meaning of space-time, he could not fight against the guardian. One should know that the guardian was an invincible existence in the mysterious king realm. He was only a LV9, true realm martial artist. If the guardian was prepared, his true meaning of space-time would not even be able to confine the guardian for a second. The guardian shook his head and said, "Looking at the outside world, there is no invincible mysterious king realm martial artist. Your true meaning of space-time is more than enough to deal with low-level mysterious king realm martial artists." The more the guardian came into contact with Feng Qin, the more he sighed. Feng Qin was indeed a monster. At the LV9 true martial realm, he could fight against a LV3 mysterious king realm martial artist. After chatting with the guardian for a while, Feng Qin continued to sit cross-legged. It took him 1.5 years to cultivate the true meaning of space-time. Now, it was time to accept the Zong Sword Emperor's inheritance. After doing all this, Feng Qin would return to the Sword Burial Prefecture. Balls of light appeared in his mind. Within these balls of light, there were countless words. Third Revolution Radiance Sword Art. This was the sword art that the Zong Sword Emperor had passed on to Feng Qin. According to the classification of the ancient sword continent, this sword art was a peak 9th grade sword art. Before, the strongest sword art that Feng Qin had cultivated was only an 8th grade sword art, the Golden Light Dragon Slaying Sword. Now he had actually obtained a 9th grade sword art. Of course, this was also because Feng Qin's cultivation base was too low, so he couldn't fully unleash the power of the 3 Revolutions Radiance sword technique. Otherwise, the entire Sword Burial Prefecture would be shocked. The The third Revolution Radiant sword art was a sword art that the Zong Sword Emperor had created when he was young. The key of this sword art was to revolve. The word revolve had many meanings. In order to cultivate the third Revolution Radiant sword art, one had to condense 3 sword lights in their chi vessel. Then, the 3 sword lights had to revolve with each other. After reading the third Revolution Radiance sword art, Feng Qin began to cultivate. His body was filled with boundless spiritual energy. Although his cultivation hadn't reached the mysterious king realm, his aura had already surpassed that of an ordinary mysterious king realm expert. The mysterious king realm that used to be so high and mighty, now it was within reach. Therefore, as long as one worked hard, anything was possible. With the transformation of the Golden Heart, Feng Chen's potential in the sword Dao was incomparably heaven-defying. Moreover, his sword body had reached the saint grade. Cultivating the third Revolution Radiant sword art went smoother than Feng Chen had imagined. In just 7 days, the first sword light had been condensed in his chi vessel. Feng Chen looked at his chi vessel with an excited smile on his face. Then, he continued to condense the second sword light. Due to the experience of condensing the first sword light, the second sword light only took 3 days to condense. As for the third sword light, it shortened the time to 1 day. The Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness had already fallen asleep. If he knew that Feng Qin had used 11 days to condense 3 sword lights, he would definitely be shocked. This was because he had also used a full month to condense 3 sword lights back then. The 3 sword lights each represented a different aura. The sword light on the far left was filled with domineering sword chi. It was the sword light of flames. The one in the middle was filled with a dark aura. It was the sword chi of darkness. As for the sword light on the far right, it contained a gentle aura. It was the sword light of water. The 3 different sword lights interchanged and finally transformed into the sword light of light. Only then could he perform the third Revolution Radiance sword art. Transform. Chapter 9:26. Flame, sword light, darkness, sword light, water, sword light. The 3 completely opposite sword lights could not coexist. They were repelling each other, and none of them was willing to give way to the other. Feng Chen slowly controlled the 3 sword lights, according to the Zong Sword Emperor's inheritance. First, Feng Qin started with darkness, sword light. As he had the darkness sword intent, it was much easier to control. Crash! The darkness sword intent emerged and shrouded the darkness sword light in his chi si. Then, Feng Qin used the water essence and fire essence to shroud the other 2 sword lights. Convert! Feng Qin shouted, and the 3 sword lights kept closing in on each other. Finally, they were close to each other. Then, it was a long process of conversion. The repelling force of the 3 sword lights was getting smaller and smaller. Dong! The golden sword light pulsed rapidly. A warm current entered his chi si and shrouded the 3 sword lights, promoting the conversion of the 3 sword lights. The Golden Heart had always been a miraculous existence. Until now, Feng Qin did not know the origin of the Golden Heart. He only knew that the Golden Heart was related to the giant golden sword that he had transmigrated to. The Golden Heart had been changing Feng Chen's body, potential, and other factors. As a result, Feng Chen's strength was improving rapidly. From the most ordinary outer disciple of the Qing Feng sword sect in the Divine Wind Nation, he had progressed step by step to where he was now. Feng Chen's potential had unknowingly become monstrous. Obtaining the recognition of the Zong Sword Emperor and receiving the inheritance of the Zong Sword Emperor was a complete transformation. The conversion of the 3 revolutions radiance sword technique was finally completed 2 years after Feng Qin received the inheritance of the Zong Sword Emperor. For 2 years, he had been receiving the inheritance in the 18th level of the God Burial Sword Prison. In the outside world, Feng Chen's name had disappeared and people had forgotten about him. The palace master of the Sword Burial Deity Palace had been waiting for Feng Chen's return. At a certain moment, Feng Chen suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, the 3 sword lights in his qi instantly fused together and then spread out. The rich light, sword qi, spread directly to Feng Chen's limbs and bones. The 3rd revolution of the radiant sword technique was a success. It's been 2 years. Feng Chen stood up slowly with a smile on his face. In these 2 years, not only had he received the inheritance, but Feng Chen's spirit had also undergone a perfect transformation. The current Feng Chen was no longer the Feng Chen of the past. His vision had also improved a lot. His comprehension of the martial way had also deepened. Walla the Guardian appeared. The sword scar on his face was wriggling, and he was full of smiles. "Congratulations." The Guardian grinned. Feng Chen also cupped his hands towards the protector and said, 2 years have passed. It's time for me to leave. "I hope you can return soon," the Guardian said. Feng Chen nodded heavily. The day he returned would be the day he became his master's official disciple. A token appeared in Feng Chen's hand. He gently grasped it, and a majestic sword qi instantly spread out and enveloped Feng Chen. He then tore the void and disappeared from the God Burial Sword Prison. The endless ocean was turbulent. Usually, no one would come to the endless ocean. It was too dangerous, especially the terrifying pressure at the bottom of the ocean. Even an ordinary mysterious King Realm expert would not be able to withstand it. Voila! A whirlpool suddenly appeared in the depths of the endless ocean. The whirlpool spun crazily, and a terrifying aura was emitted from it, causing all the sea demons in the endless ocean to tremble. At this moment, a person walked out of the whirlpool calmly. "I'm finally back." Feng Chen took a deep breath of fresh air and grinned. 2 years ago, he had received the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor, resurrected his wife, and received the inheritance. 2 years later, he had made a qualitative leap. With his current strength, he could return to the ancient Sword Continent, avenge his wife, and pacify the ancient Sword Continent. When he first came to the bottom of the endless ocean, the palace master of the Sword Burial Immortal Palace personally led the way. Now, Feng Chen was walking alone at the bottom of the ocean, but he did not feel any pressure. After a while, Feng Chen appeared in the sky above the endless ocean. The next moment, he used the space-time true intent and flew directly to the Sword Burial Prefecture. Sword Burial Prefecture. Sword Burial Immortal Palace. There had been no news of Feng Chen for 2 whole years. This made the palace master very anxious, and in the end he even felt a little despair. It was not easy to find a genius who had a chance of receiving the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor. Did he really die in the God Burial Sword Prison? In a garden in the Immortal Palace. The palace master's face was filled with worry. He sat quietly in the garden in the middle of the pond, not saying a word. Palace master. Not long after, 2 old men appeared. The 2 city lords of the Sword Burial City came here every day to talk to the palace master. But the palace master's mood was not good at all. "Palace master, Feng Chen has endless potential. He has not returned for 2 years. I'm afraid he has already received the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor," the tall city lord said with a smile. "Yes, Palace Master, you don't have to worry. According to the description of the other 13 people, Feng Chen's strength has reached the real, true martial realm. He will definitely be able to return safely," the short city lord said. Hearing this, the Palace Master finally spoke. 2 years. The palace master's voice was full of vicissitudes. The 2 city lords were a little sad when they heard this. "You can go back," the palace master said with a wave of his hand. The 2 city lords wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, they shook their heads helplessly and turned to leave. However, when they reached the entrance of the garden, they suddenly felt the palace master's strange movement. The palace master, who had been sitting cross-legged in the pavilion, suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, the palace master appeared in the void. Whoosh! A figure was moving toward the Sword Burial Immortal Palace at a speed invisible to the naked eye. That's Fang Qin. The palace master of the Sword Burial Immortal Palace was a mysterious king, realm expert. Before Fang Qin could get close, he had already sensed the fluctuation of the palace master's aura. When he saw Fang Qin's face clearly, his face was full of excitement. In the blink of an eye, Fang Qin arrived in front of the palace master. "Fang Qin, you're back." The palace master's voice was full of excitement. "Palace master!" Fang Qin cupped his hands and greeted. 2 years. It's been 2 years. I thought. The palace master stared at Fang Qin and said. Fang Qin's heart warmed. He did not expect the palace master to care about him so much during the 2 years he was in the God Burial Sword prison. Then he looked at the palace master apologetically and said, "Palace master, to be honest, the reason why I didn't come back is because I received the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor." "What do you mean you received the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor?" Although he was prepared, he was still shocked when he heard it with his own ears. He grabbed Fang Qin's arm and returned to the Sword Burial Immortal Palace. The two city lords were wondering where the palace master went when they suddenly saw Fang Qin again. The palace master is back. There's a figure beside the palace master. It seems to be Fang Qin. When the two city lords saw Fang Qin, they were also extremely shocked. The palace master and Fang Qin sat in the pavilion. The two city lords were thick-skinned and did not leave. They were very happy that Fang Qin had returned. "Fang Qin, you really received the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor?" After sitting down, the palace master asked again in disbelief. This time, the two city lords were completely dumbfounded. Received the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor. Although the palace master was very optimistic about Fang Qin, the two city lords thought that Fang Qin would not be able to receive the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor in a short time. However, Fang Qin's return completely overturned their thoughts. Fang Qin nodded heavily and said, "Yes, I received the recognition of my master. I have been receiving my master's inheritance for the past 2 years." When he heard Fang Qin address the Sword Burial Emperor as his master, the palace master was finally convinced. He was extremely excited. "If you are recognized, you can ask the Sword Burial Emperor to make a request," the palace master asked. "I would like to ask my master to resurrect my wife," Fang Qin said truthfully. The palace master and the two city lords were a little surprised when they heard that. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Fang Qin only made such a request. After all, for old monsters like them, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, they no longer felt anything when their loved ones died one by one. Chapter 9:27. After a brief moment of shock, the three of them calmed down. After changing the topic, the palace master asked Fang Qin, "Now that you've obtained the buried Sword Emperor's inheritance, how strong are you now?" After pondering for a moment, Fang Qin said, "Low-level profound kings aren't my match." The three of them were shocked once more. From the aura Fang Qin had just released, they could tell that he hadn't reached the profound king realm yet. A 9th-level true martial realm cultivator fighting a low-level profound king realm cultivator? Who in the entire Sword Burial Prefecture could do that? After that, the palace master and Fang Qin chatted a lot. In the end, Fang Qin left the Sword Burial Immortal Palace. The reason he had immediately returned to the Sword Burial Immortal Palace was because his master had left something for the Sword Burial Immortal Palace. Although Fang Qin didn't know what that thing was, it was extremely important to the Sword Burial Immortal Palace. Furthermore, it could allow the Sword Burial Prefecture to truly rise. Although the Sword Burial Prefecture was above the mortal continent, it couldn't compare to the Outerverse because of its scarcity of origin energy. Once he obtained that thing, the Sword Burial Prefecture would have hope of becoming comparable to the Outerverse. After leaving the Sword Burial Immortal Palace, Feng Qin left the Sword Burial Prefecture as well. I should return to the Five Elements Sword City to take a look, muttered Feng Qin. Before returning to the ancient Sword Continent, Feng Qin had to deal with the Sword Burial Prefecture first. The true meaning of space-time of the third grade was simply too overbearing. Previously, it would have taken several hours to reach the Five Elements Sword City. Now, it would only take a quarter of an hour. The Five Elements Sword City was still the same as before. Feng Qin glanced at it from afar before entering the city. As soon as he entered the Five Elements Sword City, Feng Qin discovered that countless martialists were rushing in a certain direction. What's going on? Feng Qin didn't understand. After that, Feng Qin stopped a cultivator and asked, "Brother, what's going on up ahead?" "Don't you know? The Five Elements Palace Master is fighting the Divine Destruction Palace Master. It's such an important matter, so of course we have to go watch." The cultivator hastily left. Great battle! The corners of Feng Qin's mouth curled up, revealing an imperceptible smile. When they arrived at the square, there was already a sea of people at a glance. On the martial arts stage, there were two people standing facing each other. The two of them are actually going to fight, Feng Qin said to himself. Feng Qin's spiritual sense was very sharp. He instantly captured the discussions of many warriors. In the past 2 years, the Godly Destruction Palace and the Blood Moon Assassin Organization have reached a new agreement. They have been pressuring the Five Elements Palace. That's right. If it wasn't for the protection of the Sword Burial Immortal Palace, the Five Elements Palace wouldn't have been able to last until now. Today's battle will determine the fate of the Five Elements Palace. Once the Five Elements Palace Master is defeated, the Five Elements Palace will be completely disbanded. If the City Lord is here, there might still be a chance. Hearing this, the others shook their heads. Even if the City Lord is here, there is no turning point. This time, the Blood Moon Assassin Organization and the Divine Destruction Palace are determined to destroy the Five Elements Palace and take control of the Five Elements Sword City. On the square, many martial artists were discussing animatedly. After a while, Feng Qin understood. It turned out that the Blood Moon Assassin Organization and the Divine Destruction Palace were together again. "Good, let's settle it once and for all," said Feng Qin. As the City Lord, he wasn't competent at all. He had just become the City Lord, but he had already entered the Burial Sword City. While Feng Qin was thinking, the aura on the martial arts stage suddenly rose. "Five Elements Palace Master, surrender!" The God-destroying Palace Master's aura was thick as he roared. "Divine Destruction Palace Master, my Five Elements Palace is the orthodox sect of the Five Elements Sword City." "You are rebelling," said the Five Elements Palace Master coldly. "Five Elements Palace Master, don't you know the current situation? Unless I die, you won't be able to touch the Five Elements Palace," roared the Five Elements Palace Master furiously. Rumble! A shocking battle instantly erupted on the martial arts stage. A battle between profound kings caused a huge commotion. Fortunately, the martial arts stage had been reinforced beforehand. It was able to withstand a battle between two profound kings. On the martial arts stage, sword light flickered. Their attacks were equally matched. Second-level Profound King Realm. With Feng Qin's eyesight, he could tell that the Divine Destruction Palace Master's cultivation had reached the second-level Profound King Realm. On the other hand, the Five Elements Palace Master's cultivation was at the peak of the first-level Profound King Realm. It was obvious that the Five Elements Palace Master couldn't withstand the Divine Destruction Palace Master's attack. As expected, after a few hundred moves, the Divine Destruction Palace Master began to take control of the situation. The Five Elements Palace will be destroyed today. The Divine Destruction Palace Master laughed sinisterly. He then stretched out his hand and pressed it down. Poochie, the Divine Destruction Palace Master's all-out attack pushed the Five Elements Palace Master back. Taking advantage of the Five Elements Palace Master's retreat, the Divine Destruction Palace Master's thunderous attack instantly swooped down. "Does the heavens want to destroy my Five Elements Palace?" said the Five Elements Palace Master unwillingly. Below the martial arts practice platform, everyone was watching this battle. Everyone from the Five Elements Palace was anxious. They wanted to help, but to no avail. "Palace Master." The crowd roared loudly. Just as the Divine Destruction Palace Master's thunderous attack was about to hit the Five Elements Palace Master, a huge hand suddenly appeared and easily grasped the Divine Destruction Palace Master's attack. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the huge hand gently pushed back the Divine Destruction Palace Master's attack. The sudden turn of events caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Even the Five Elements Palace Master was dumbfounded. An instant later, an uproar resounded through the square. "City Lord!" The Five Elements Palace Master was the first to recognize Fong Qin and shouted. Everyone in the square was shocked. "The City Lord is back!" He blocked the Divine Destruction Palace Master's thunderous attack. Everyone exclaimed. Fong Chen's appearance was too inconceivable. The Divine Destruction Palace Master stabilized his body. His eyes were cold as he stared at Fong Chen and said, "Kid, you finally stopped being a coward." "City Lord, you're back," said the Five Elements Palace Master excitedly. Fong Chen glanced at the Five Elements Palace Master and said, "You retreat first. Leave this to me." "City Lord." The Five Elements Palace Master was a bit worried about Fong Chen, but when he saw the latter's gaze, he immediately retreated. The Five Elements Palace Master is the acting City Lord of the Five Elements Sword City. While I'm gone, he has full authority over everything in the Five Elements Sword City. Fong Chen paused for a moment and then said, "If you want to destroy the Five Elements Palace, then you're rebelling." "So what if I'm rebelling?" said the Divine Destruction Palace Master arrogantly. "I think you should know the consequences of rebelling," said Fong Chen calmly. "Don't try to scare me." "Kid, since you've returned, then you can die with me," said the Divine Destruction Palace Master coldly. Fong Chen shook his head. "You're not my match." After saying that, Fong Chen raised his head and looked into the sky. "How long are you going to hide?" Hearing Fong Chen's words, the people in the square were a bit confused. But when they saw a figure appear in the sky, they were incomparably shocked. The leader of the Blood Moon Assassin organization had always been hiding in the sky, just in case. Now that he was discovered by Fong Chen, he was also a bit surprised. "You can discover me?" asked the Blood Moon Assassin. Fong Chen sneered. "You dare to embarrass yourself in front of me with such little tricks?" He saw disdain in Fong Chen's eyes. Facing two profound kings, he wasn't the slightest bit afraid. "Kid, are you courting death?" said the Blood Moon Assassin icily. Although the Blood Moon Assassin's cultivation base was also at the second level of the Profound King realm, he was far more terrifying than the Divine Destruction Palace Master. The Blood Moon Assassin hadn't fought in a long time. Could it be that he was going to fight today? "There's no need for you to do anything. I alone can destroy the Five Elements Palace and kill these ants," said the Divine Destruction Palace Master arrogantly. The Five Elements Palace's people were very nervous. When the City Lord had left, he had only been a true martial realm cultivator. It had only been a few years. No matter how talented he was, he couldn't be compared to a Profound King realm cultivator. As the City Lord of the Five Elements Sword City, I'm responsible for suppressing all disturbances in the Five Elements Sword City. "Anyone who dares to rebel will be killed without mercy," said Fong Chen. "From today onwards, the Blood Moon Assassin organization and the Divine Destruction Palace will not be involved." Fong Chen's words were very domineering. His attitude was very clear. He would never back down. His words had thoroughly infuriated the two profound kings. Chapter 928. The current Fong Chen could easily crush a low-level Mystic King realm martial artist with his cultivation. The leader of the Blood Moon Assassin organization and the Godly Destruction Palace Master were only at the second-level Mystic King realm. In Fang Chen's eyes, they were not worth mentioning. Similarly, the two Mystic King realm powerhouses were not afraid of Fang Chen. Moreover, they thought that Fang Chen was courting death. The overlord of the Five Elements Sword City is my Godly Destruction Palace, the Godly Destruction Palace Master said arrogantly. The leader of the Blood Moon Assassin organization shot out a terrifying, hoarse voice from his eyes. His meaning was obvious. Today he must destroy the Five Elements Palace and completely control the Five Elements Sword City. Ignorant. Fang Chen sneered with a calm face. I hate your expression, the Godly Destruction Palace Master said arrogantly with a gloomy face. Just as the Godly Extermination Hall Master's words left his mouth, a boundless aura spread out in an instant. Everyone was stunned. The Godly Destruction Palace Master had made his move. They were all curious whether the City Lord of the Five Elements Sword City could withstand the attack of the Godly Destruction Palace Master. Die. The Godly Destruction Palace Master growled as he stretched out his hand and pressed down. Fang Chen stood still on the martial arts stage without any expression on his face. Is he scared out of his wits? Many of the martialists on the square thought to themselves. Rumble. A wild aura soared into the sky. The Godly Destruction Palace Master's hand contained an extremely powerful force. As long as this palm pressed down, Fang Chen would definitely die. City Lord. The Five Elements Palace Master shouted. He was very worried. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Fang Chen, who was on the martial arts stage. Pretentious. Seeing that Fang Chen did not move, the Godly Destruction Palace Master sneered and said disdainfully. As soon as he finished his words, his hand pressed down on Fang Chen's head. Is he going to die? Many warriors cried out involuntarily. Boom! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The entire martial arts stage was instantly filled with majestic spiritual energy. What happened? Many cultivators stared curiously at the sparring ring. They wanted to see who would win and who would lose. Hiss, hiss, hiss under everyone's gazes. The spiritual energy that filled the sky quietly dissipated. The scene that appeared in front of everyone's eyes set off a perilous wave. At that moment, Fang Chen was standing quietly on the martial arts practice platform. His right fist had directly punched through the big hand of the Godly Destruction Hall Master. The martial artists in the square were completely stupefied. The Godly Extermination Palace Master attacked in anger, but he was easily defeated by Fang Chen. How was this possible? Following this, a cry of agony could be heard. The God Extermination Palace Master endured the pain all over his body and broke the arm that Fang Chen was controlling. Then he unleashed his strongest attack, wanting to kill Fang Chen. Die! Fang Chen didn't want to waste any more time. He activated his saint-level sword body and punched out. It was a simple and clean punch. The God-destroying Palace Master did not even have the chance to block it and was directly killed. Crack the God-destroying Palace Master's head shattered and his soul scattered. The entire square was dead silent. All the cultivators stared at the sparring ring with their mouths agape. The powerful God-destroying Palace Master had been killed by Fang Chen just like that. He killed the second-level Mystic King Realm God-destroying Palace Master with one punch. The Five Elements Palace Master was shocked. He had never imagined that things would turn out this way. Just how powerful was the City Lord? After the slight shock, he was overjoyed. The City Lord was so powerful. Today's chaos in the Five Elements Sword City would definitely be suppressed. As expected, after witnessing the scene of Fang Chen killing the God-destroying Palace Master, the arrogant leader of the Blood Moon Assassin organization involuntarily retreated. How can he be so powerful? 3 years ago, Fang Chen's strength was only at the true martial realm. At that time, he could easily kill this man. However, he missed the best opportunity. Now, 3 years later, this man killed the second-level Mystic King Realm God, destroying Palace Master, with one punch. It was too shocking. The city lord of the 5 elements, Sword City, lives up to his reputation. Today's matter is the fault of the Blood Moon Assassin organization. We will compensate for the loss of the 5 elements palace. The leader of the Blood Moon Assassin organization tried his best to remain calm and said with a smile, "From today onwards, the Blood Moon Assassin organization will no longer participate in the matters of the 5 elements Sword City." The Blood Moon Assassin organization was afraid. Fang Chen's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. With his means, destroying the Blood Moon Assassin organization was a piece of cake. Hearing the Blood Moon Assassin organization's words, Fang Chen sneered and said, "Afraid?" Hearing this, the leader of the Blood Moon Assassin organization's heart sank. He forced a smile and looked at Fang Chen. "City Lord, if we really fight, even if the Blood Moon Assassin organization is destroyed, the 5 Elements Palace will suffer a great loss. I have said that from today onwards, there will be no Blood Moon Assassin organization or God-destroying palace." Fang Chen had just finished speaking when he used the space-time true intent. The leader of the Blood Moon Assassin organization wanted to flee, but he was shocked to find that he couldn't move his body. Bang! The leader of the Blood Moon Assassin organization, whose name had shaken the 5 Elements Sword City, had fallen. Crash! The entire plaza was in an uproar. The hearts of countless martial artists were filled with shock. They had thought that the 5 Elements Palace would be destroyed today. They hadn't expected things to turn out like this. The happiest of all was the 5 Elements Palace. They were extremely excited. The city lord had killed 2 profound kings with a flip of his hand. From now on, the 5 Elements Palace would be the absolute overlord of the 5 Elements Sword City. I don't need to do anything else, right? Fang Chen turned to the 5 Elements Palace Master and said with a smile, "Don't worry, City Lord. I will definitely eliminate the source of trouble," said the 5 Elements Palace Master happily. The chaos in the 5 Elements Sword City had been easily suppressed by Fang Chen. After this battle, Fang Chen's name spread throughout the entire 5 Elements Sword City. With it as the center, it quickly spread to the entire Burial Sword Province. After disappearing for 2 years, Fang Chen's name once again appeared in everyone's ears. 3 days later, the Annihilation Shrine was completely destroyed. All the survivors were killed. 10 days later, the Blood Moon Assassin organization was destroyed. At this point, the 5 Elements Palace was the dominant force in the 5 Elements Sword City. Then, City Lord Fang Chen announced that the 5 Elements Palace Master would be the Deputy City Lord of the 5 Elements Sword City. When he wasn't around, the 5 Elements Palace Master would be in charge of everything. After arranging the matters of the 5 Elements Sword City, Fang Chen left for the Azura Sword City. Blood Refinement Monarch. Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. When he had just arrived in the Burial Sword Province, his body had been refined into a blood puppet by the Blood Refinement Monarch. He had said that he would definitely take revenge. The strongest overlord force in the Azura Sword City was the Azura Sword Sect. Ever since the Blood Refinement Monarch joined the Azura Sword Sect, there had been an endless supply of blood puppets in the sect. The Azura Sword Sect fully supported the Blood Refinement Monarch, and the Blood Refinement Monarch did not disappoint and refined many blood puppets. The Azura Sword Sect's strength had leaped to become the strongest force among the many surrounding forces. Today was the day of the Azura Sword Sect's annual disciple recruitment. If it was in the past, it might not be so lively, but it was different this year, because the Blood Refinement Monarch, who was known as the #1 puppet master of the Azura Sword Sect, wanted to recruit a disciple. Let's go quickly. The recruitment is about to begin. It would be great if I could become the disciple of the Blood Refinement Monarch. Dream on. In the Azura Sword sect, there are countless young people who want to become the disciple of the Blood Refinement Monarch. How could it be your turn? Walking on the street of the Azura Sword sect, Fong Qin heard the discussions of many martial artists. Recruiting disciples? Fong Qin said with the corner of his mouth raised. Then he went straight to the square. At this time, the people of the Azura Sword sect were testing the disciples in the square. Fong Qin recognized Xiao Yun and the Blood Refinement Monarch, who had gone to the Golden Sword City. The two of them stood together and stared at the square. Suddenly, Xiao Yun said loudly, "Today my Azura Sword sect will be recruiting 30 disciples, and the Blood Refinement Monarch will be recruiting 3 personal disciples. If you think you are good enough, you can come and try." Hearing Xiao Yun's words, the square was restless. Many martial artists who thought they were good were eager to give it a try. Fong Qin stood in the crowd and did not rush to make a move. He quietly watched everything. "I, by he, am willing to become the disciple of the Blood Refinement Monarch." At this time, a voice spread across the square. Chapter 929. What kind of person was Bai He? He was the most outstanding disciple of Azura Sword City's younger generation. He was also the most likely disciple to become the Blood Refining King's disciple. Xiao Yun immediately looked at Bai He as if he was the Blood Refining King's disciple. Many cultivators began to discuss among themselves. "Blood Refining King, what do you think of this kid?" Xiao Yun asked. The Blood Refining King observed Bai He for a while before grinning. "Bai He, from today onwards, you're my disciple." Bai He was overjoyed when he heard that. Many cultivators in the square were also envious. Becoming the Blood Refining King's disciple meant that he had a high status in Azura Sword sect. "Brother, I don't think the Blood Refining King can be your master." But at this moment, a strange voice rang out. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and they immediately turned their heads to look. Fong Qin walked step by step from the crowd towards the White Crane. At this time, Xiao Yun and the Blood Refining Monarch, who was about to fly into a rage, noticed Fong Qin. "Brat, you dare to cause trouble?" Xiao Yun said coldly. The Blood Refining King's expression was extremely gloomy. He was ready to attack at any time. "Brat, do you want to die?" But he had just become the Blood Refining King's disciple, and this brat was already causing trouble. Most importantly, but he wanted to show off in front of the Blood Refining King. Thus, he took a step forward and stood in front of Fong Qin. "Brat, break one of your arms and kneel in front of my master. Perhaps my master will be magnanimous and let you go," but he said coldly. "I'm telling the truth. The Blood Refining King can't be your master," Fong Qin said slowly. Because, before Fong Qin could finish his words, his figure suddenly disappeared like a ghost. Then, above Lord Blood Refining's head, a fistlight tore through the void and smashed directly on his head. Crack! The Blood Refining King's head suddenly shattered, and his soul was destroyed. Blood Refining King. Xiao Yun, who was standing beside the Blood Refining King, cried out when he saw this. The crowd in the square hadn't reacted yet. Fong Qin's body, once again, appeared before the White Crane. "Look, I've already said that he might not be able to become your master. Why didn't you believe me?" Fong Qin shrugged and said seriously. At that moment, Bai's body was trembling uncontrollably. His heart was in turmoil. The White Crane kept retreating. Because of fear, its legs went soft and it fell to the ground. Its clothes were drenched in sweat. All the warriors looked at Fong Qin as if they were looking at a devil. "May I ask who senior is?" Xiao Yun suppressed the shock in his heart and cupped his hands. To be able to kill the Blood Refining Monarch with a single punch, such an almighty was not someone he could provoke. At the same time, Xiao Yun had already sent a message back to Azura Sword Sect's headquarters. "Don't be afraid. I'm only here to kill the Blood Refining King," Fong Qin said before leaving. After Fong Qin left, the higher-ups of Azura's sword sect arrived one after another. After they learned about what had happened, the shock in their hearts could not be calmed down for a long time. "Sect Master, are we just going to let this matter go?" Xiao Yin was unwilling. "Nonsense," scolded the sect master. "This person was able to kill the blood-refining king with a single punch. The latter didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. Even I don't have the confidence to deal with him." Xiao Yan's face paled. The Azura sword sect's people rejoiced that this person had only killed the blood-refining king and hadn't attacked their sect. After killing the blood-refining king, Fang Chen left Azura Sword City and went to Golden Sword City. This was the first city he had visited in the Sword Burial Prefecture. Back then, because of his talent, he had caught the eye of the Sword Battle Arena's Elder Xian. "I wonder how Tang Tianling is doing," muttered Fang Chen as he stood on the streets of Golden Sword City. Back then, after the blood-refining king had refined him into a blood puppet, Tang Tianling had spent some violet crystals to buy him back. Then he had sent him on a mission to revive him. Now that he thought about it, Tang Tianling was a savior. If they met, Fang Chen would be willing to help Tang Tianling. On a certain street in Golden Sword City, Tang Tianling and Tang Chenxi were shopping. Back then, their cultivations had only been in the lower stages of the true martial realm. After a few years, their cultivation had reached the middle stages of the true martial realm. As Tang Chenxi grew more and more beautiful, there were more and more men pursuing her in Golden Sword City. At this time, Tang Chenxi was being harassed. "Sister Chenxi, no matter what you want, I can agree to it. I just want you to admire the flowers with me," said a good-for-nothing disciple with a smile. "I don't have time." Because the other party had a powerful background, Tang Chenxi declined politely. However, the other party was overbearing. "Sister Chenxi, I've been pursuing you. Why aren't you even willing to look at me?" asked the good-for-nothing disciple helplessly. "I'm sorry. I'm focusing on my cultivation now. I don't want to talk about love." Tang Chenxi turned and left. However, several subordinates of the good-for-nothing disciple blocked her way. "Bingxian, what do you want?" Tang Chenxi was a little angry. "Chenxi, are you okay?" At this time, Tang Tianling hurried over. Seeing Tang Chenxi's unhappy expression, he hurriedly asked. "I'm fine," said Tang Chenxi. "Tang Tianling, you came at the right time. Persuade your sister to agree to my request," said the good-for-nothing disciple. When Tang Tianling heard this, his expression became serious. "Sir Bingxian, you're from the Sword Arena. You can find any girl in Golden Sword City. Why do you have to pester my sister? Tang Tianling, you're not giving me face." Bingxuan's expression darkened when he heard this. "Sir Bingxian, I can't make the decision for my sister." Before Tang Tianling could finish speaking, Bingxian waved his hand and interrupted him. "Tang Chenxi, you forced me to do this," said Bingxian. "Capture Tang Tianling." Bingxian wanted to use Tang Tianling to force Tang Chenxi to submit. When Bingxuan's subordinates heard this, they walked towards Tang Tianling. Tang Tianling's expression changed, and he wanted to resist. When did the Sword Arena have such a good-for-nothing disciple? "I feel embarrassed for Elder Xian." Fang Chen knew that it was time for him to appear. "Who are you?" Bingxuan's eyes landed on Fang Chen as he coldly asked. "I'm just someone who saw injustice and decided to help." Fang Chen smiled. "Attack," said Bingxian. His subordinates continued to charge at Tang Tianling. However, before they could even get close to Tang Tianling, they were sent flying. At this time, Bingxian finally realized that something was wrong. "I'm from the Sword Arena. May I ask who you are?" Bingxian took out the Sword Arena to pressure Fang Chen. Unfortunately, his opponent was Fang Chen. Pa Pano once saw Fang Chen's body move, but 2 red handprints appeared on Bingxuan's face. It was burning. "You dare hit me!" roared Bingxian furiously. "Scram!" said Fang Chen coldly. In that instant, a trace of fear appeared in Bingxuan's heart. Brett, you're dead. Bingxian angrily left. You are. When Fong Qin turned around, Tang Tianlong's eyes widened as he stared at Fong Qin. He felt that Fong Qin was very familiar. Thank you for saving my life, young master. Tang Chenxi blinked her eyes as she giggled. It's nothing. Besides, you siblings saved me before, said Fong Qin. Tang Tianling was a bit confused. Fong Qin didn't explain. After a moment of confusion, Tang Tianling worriedly said, Brother, Bingxian is from the sword arena. You have offended him, so you must be careful. Don't worry. I don't care about a mere sword arena, said Fong Qin. In the blink of an eye, Bingxian returned with reinforcements. Bingxian, who dared to attack you? Asked an old man in a deep voice. Elder, you must avenge me. After Bingxian returned, he exaggerated the truth and said that he was bullied. When the elder heard this, he was furious and wanted to avenge Bingxian. Go back and tell Elder Xian that I will pay him a visit. What happened next shocked all the cultivators on the street. Before Bingxian and the others could get close, Fong Chun waved his sleeve and sent them flying. Chapter 930. Golden Sword City, in a brightly lit mansion. This was Tang Tianlong's mansion. Fong Qin and the other two sat quietly in the pavilion. There was a crescent moon in the night sky, and the gentle moonlight shone on the three of them. After learning about the situation, Tang Tianling couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that the blood puppet he casually bought would save his life? Thank you, Brother Fong, Tang Tianling said with a smile. After hearing Fong Chen's story, Tang Chenxi's beautiful eyes flickered with a complicated expression. It's nothing. Indeed, in Fong Chen's eyes, this was as easy as lifting a finger. In the beginning, Tang Tianling was still worried that Fong Qin would offend Bingxian, and the sword arena wouldn't let the matter rest. But now he wasn't worried at all. Fong Chen's strength was obvious to all. With a light wave of his sleeve, he directly sent the elder of the sword arena flying. This strength was obviously at the Mystic King realm. Tang Tianling never dreamed that one day he would cross paths with a Mystic King realm cultivator. Moreover, the most ridiculous thing was that he had once saved this Mystic King realm cultivator. Just as Fong Qin was chatting with Tang Tianling and his sister, a faint aura suddenly appeared. Fong Qin raised his pitch-black eyes and looked at the darkness outside the pavilion. In the next moment, a figure appeared. Who are you? Why did you injure someone from the sword arena? Elder Xian had arrived. When Fong Qin used the name Gujian, he wore a mask. Now that he had taken off his mask, Elder Xian couldn't recognize him at all. Elder Xian, how have you been? Seeing this, Fong Qin grinned. Hearing this, Elder Xian looked at Fong Qin in surprise. After that, he felt a familiar aura. You're talking about Gu Jian? Fong Qin deliberately emitted a familiar aura, and Elder Xian instantly discovered it. At this moment, Elder Xian was extremely shocked. Gu Jian was incomparably monstrous back then. However, it wasn't as profound as this. Standing in the courtyard, Elder Xian couldn't sense Fong Qin's presence. Elder Xian, my real name is Fong Qin. The name of the ancient sword was an alias. Fong Qin explained. Gu Jian, Fong Qin. So it's you. This is all a misunderstanding. Elder Xian chuckled when he found out that Fong Qin was Gu Jian. Then he took a step forward and entered the pavilion. Greetings, Elder Xian. Tang Tianlang and his sister hurriedly stood up and cupped their fists. At the end of the day, Elder Xian was still one of the most powerful individuals in Golden Sword City. He deserved to be respected. Elder Xian gestured for the two of them to sit down. Then he looked at Fong Qin, the city lord of the 5 elements Sword City, number 1 on the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall list. Elder Xian said slowly, "Oh, I should add one more sentence. The most powerful individual of the younger generation in the Sword Burial Prefecture." Elder Xian had heard of Fong Chen's name long ago. However, he never dreamed that Fong Chen and Gu Jian were the same person. Fong Chen's potential was too monstrous. At a young age, he became the city lord of the Five Elements Sword City. Then he entered the Sword Burial Prefecture and ranked first on the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall list. A few years ago, Fong Chen followed Lu Jingyun and the others into the God Burial Sword Prison. After that, 13 powerful individuals appeared, but Fong Chen was nowhere to be seen. Everyone thought that Fong Chen had died in the God Burial Sword Prison. Who would have thought that not only was Fong Chen not dead, but he was also abnormally powerful? Fong Chen, it seems like you've gained something in the God Burial Sword Prison. Elder Xian smiled. At the sword battle arena, he heard that an expert had appeared and sent an elder flying with a wave of his sleeve. Moreover, this person had said that he wanted to visit him. His intuition told him that this person must be a mysterious king realm expert. Hence, he had come personally. Bing Xian. Elder Xian was furious when he thought of Bing Xian. Fong Chen, Bing Xian has offended you. I will definitely punish him. Elder Xian said. Elder Xian also knew that with Fong Chen's current strength, even if he killed Bing Xian, there was nothing he could do. However, Fong Chen did not kill Bing Xian. This was giving him face. It's over, Fong Chen said. Then he looked at Tang Tianlang and his sister. Elder Xian, I owe these two people a favor. Before Fong Chen finished speaking, Elder Xian directly asked the two of them to join the sword battle arena. Fong Chen smiled when he heard this. Tang Tianlang and his sister were the happiest. The two of them had dreamed of joining the sword battle arena one day. However, reality was cruel. With their talent, they could not join the sword battle arena. However, the leader of the sword battle arena, Elder Xian, who was famous in Golden Sword City, personally asked the two of them to join. Thank you, Brother Fong. Thank you, Elder Xian. Tang Tianlang was excited and thanked them. The reason why Fong Chen and Tang Tianlang came to his residence was to create momentum for him so that outsiders would not dare to attack them. Now they had achieved their goal. Fong Chen and Elder Xian chatted for a while before leaving quietly. The next day, a big piece of news came out of Golden Sword City. Tang Tianlang and Tang Chenxi had become the direct disciples of the sword battle arena. Their status was second only to the elders. After this news came out, the entire sword battle arena was in an uproar. Everyone was guessing. The reason for this was probably because of that mysterious expert. Could it be that even Elder Xian was afraid of that mysterious expert? Within Golden Sword City, there were sounds of discussion. As for the main character, Fong Chen, he quietly returned to Burial Sword City. In Buried Sword City, Fong Chen found Fatty Li, He Xuelin, Luo Byron, and Wu Li. Back then in Golden Sword City, they had a good relationship. Now that Fong Chen was strong, he would naturally help the four of them. Under Fong Chen's introduction, the four of them joined the city lord's mansion and received the appreciation of the two city lords. Their futures were limitless. The four of them were very happy. Brother Gu Jian, oh no, it's Brother Fong Chen. I, Fatty Li, admire you so much. Fatty Li grinned. Fong Chen didn't hide anything from Fatty Li and the other three. When the four of them learned that Gu Jian was Fong Chen, they were shocked. Now, the five of them gathered in the city lord's mansion and chatted happily. I said that Brother Fong Chen is extraordinary. He Xuelin smiled. Brother Fong, thank you. Luo Byron said. Beside him, Wu Li also nodded his head heavily to express his gratitude. In Buried Sword City, they had no one to rely on. It was very difficult for them to survive. Now that they had joined the city lord's mansion and received the appreciation of the two city lords, it would be much easier for them to cultivate well. After making arrangements for the four of them, Fong Chen returned to the Buried Sword Immortal Palace. Seeing Fong Chen's departing figure, The four of them had grave expressions. I must work hard to cultivate. Fatty, Li said solemnly. That's right. For Brother Fong Chin to have such achievements, it can't be separated from hard work. We should also work hard. He Xuelin said. Luo Byron and Wu Li looked at each other and smiled. Inside the buried sword immortal palace, the palace lord and Fong Chen were sitting in a pavilion playing chess. Fong Chen's chess skills weren't very good, but since the palace lord wanted to play chess, he naturally had to accompany him. The palace lord held the shirako and landed on the chessboard. Then he glanced at Fong Chen and smiled. The secular matter has been resolved. It has already been resolved, Fong Chen said bluntly. The palace lord pondered for a moment and then said, Fong Chen, I originally didn't plan to tell you this matter now. However, your achievements have exceeded my expectations. After thinking about it, I still want to tell you. Palace Lord, there's no harm in saying it. Fong Chen said, You have also been to the buried god sword prison, so you should know where it is. The palace Lord said, The buried god sword prison is in the depths of the endless sea. The palace lord nodded and then said, However, what you don't know is why the buried god sword prison is in that whirlpool. Why? Fong Chen frowned slightly, as if he had noticed something. Because there is an extraterrestrial creature suppressed in that whirlpool. The palace lord said. An extraterrestrial creature? Fong Chen was a little puzzled. What was the origin of this extraterrestrial creature? Why did it need the buried god sword prison to suppress it? As expected, the palace lord's next words shocked Fong Chen. That extraterrestrial creature is not an ordinary creature. It comes from the legendary place where the gods live. Hearing this, Fong Chen was stunned and his face was filled with confusion. The place where the gods live. This was the second time he had heard of this place. This extraterrestrial creature actually came from the place where the gods lived. No wonder it was suppressed by the buried god sword prison. This extraterrestrial creature is very strong. Fong Chen asked. Chapter 931. The place where gods lived was extremely mysterious. Since this creature had come from the place where gods lived, its strength was naturally extraordinary. How did it get here? Asked Fong Chen. The palace master shook his head, as if he didn't know much about it. Fong Chen, after you entered the god-bearing sword prison, I gathered 12 profound kings who had experienced the chaos of the darkness to fight that creature, said the palace master. Fong Chen listened quietly, his heart pounding. In the end, all of them died, and that creature also suffered a great price. It can't escape the suppression of the god-burying sword prison for now, continued the palace master. Fong Chen let out a sigh of relief. What do you mean, palace master? Asked Fong Chen. That creature has always been the greatest threat to the sword burial state. I've been thinking about getting rid of it day and night, but its strength is too heaven-defying, said the palace master. The palace master said, My original plan was to nurture batches of experts and use them to exhaust the life of the extraterrestrial life form. However, your appearance has disrupted my plans. It has also allowed me to see hope, said the palace master. Fong Chen was startled and looked at the palace master in confusion. It's a pleasant surprise that you were able to gain Emperor Zongjin's approval. Right now, you're still weak and haven't reached the profound king realm. Once you reach the profound king realm, your strength will definitely soar. You'll be the most promising cultivator to kill that creature, said the palace master. Fong Chen nodded and didn't say anything. The creature wanted to destroy the sword burial state. If he was strong enough, Fong Chen would definitely stop it. After all, the sword burial state was formed by his master's body. It couldn't be desecrated. Don't worry, palace master. As long as I'm strong enough, I'll definitely do my best to kill that creature, said Fong Chen. Hearing this, the palace master laughed in relief. Fong Chen, You're the only martial artist in the last 10,000 years to pass the 12th heaven tribulation. You're only at LV9 true martial realm, yet you're able to kill a mysterious king realm expert. Furthermore, you've become the disciple of Zhongjian Emperor. You'll definitely shine in the future. Palace Master, may I ask how long it will take for that creature to recover from its injuries? This was the question Fang Qin was most concerned about. The self-destruction of more than a dozen Mystic King Realm commanders is extremely powerful. That extraterrestrial being will need at least 5 years to recover, said the Palace Master. Fang Qin thought for a moment, then nodded heavily. In Fang Qin's opinion, 5 years was not a short time. He was confident that he could complete the 18th level of the God-bearing sword prison within 5 years and become his master's official disciple. By then, the entire God-bearing sword prison would be under his control. Most importantly, the 8 guardians would be able to leave the God-bearing sword prison. With 8 peak Mystic King Realm experts and Qin Yang, they should have a high chance of dealing with that extraterrestrial being. However, it was still too early to say such things. Many thanks, said the Palace Master solemnly. To be able to make the Palace Master express his gratitude, it was enough to show how much hope he had for Fang Qin. After chatting with the Palace Master for a while, Fang Qin suddenly thought of a problem. Palace Master, does the sword-bearing Immortal Palace have any secret soul cultivation techniques? Asked Fang Qin. Now that his soul had reached the late green level, the god drawing art was no longer able to support his attacks. Therefore, he needed to find a more powerful soul cultivation method. Secret soul cultivation techniques. The Palace Master thought for a moment and then said, Fang Qin, there are indeed soul cultivation techniques in the sword-bearing Immortal Palace, but what? There's a soul tower in the sword burial Immortal Palace. There are 2 secret soul cultivation techniques hidden in the soul tower. For countless years, no one has been able to find these 2 secret soul cultivation techniques. The Palace Master slowly said, They're hidden within the soul tower? Fang Qin was a bit puzzled. The Palace Master nodded and gave Fang Qin a simple explanation of the soul tower. I want to give it a try. Fang Qin was eager to give it a try. All right, I'll take you there. The Palace Master stood up and led Fang Qin out of the pavilion. A moment later, the 2 of them arrived at a place shrouded in mist. Only when they got closer did they discover that there was a tall tower surrounded by dense soul energy. This is the Soul Tower? Asked Fang Qin. The Soul Tower is an independent space. Every martial artist that enters the Soul Tower will find themselves in a different environment. As for whether or not you can obtain a soul cultivation technique, that will depend on your luck. Fang Qin nodded and stepped into the ancient Soul Pagoda. Crash! After entering the Soul Tower, Fang Qin discovered that he was in a vast expanse of whiteness. Snow was falling from the sky, and the ground was covered in ice blocks that stretched as far as the eye could see. A world of ice and snow. Fang Qin looked around in astonishment. Back in the ancient Sword Continent, Fang Qin had comprehended the concept of ice. He hadn't expected to encounter a world of ice and snow this time. Crash! He released the concept of ice and wrapped it around his body. It instantly blocked the icy aura of this world of ice and snow. After that, Fang Qin quickly walked through the world of ice and snow, carefully searching for a soul cultivation technique. There are 2 secret techniques in this soul tower. I wonder where they are hidden, muttered Fang Qin to himself. The vast world of ice and snow was covered in white. Apart from ice and snow, there was nothing else. Even the air was filled with the aura of ice and snow. After walking continuously for 6 hours, Fang Qin stopped. The aura of ice and snow is a bit different. Fang Qin muttered. With the true meaning of space-time, he was very sensitive to space. He discovered that the air was different. Just like that, Fang Qin quietly stood on the ground. The heavy snow in the sky constantly fell on his body. Not long after, he was covered in snow and merged into the world of ice and snow. At this time, the aura of the concept of ice in Feng Chen's mind was rapidly increasing. The second minor realm of the concept of ice, the third minor realm. The concept of ice was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it had reached perfection. At this time, Feng Chen's comprehension of the world of ice and snow had become even deeper. Boom! At a certain moment, Feng Chen's mind exploded. Following that, information drilled into his mind. Secret ice sword. When he sensed this information, Feng Chen's face lit up with joy. This secret ice sword was clearly one of the soul cultivation techniques. I got it! After obtaining the secret ice sword, Feng Chen was very excited. Although he had only scanned it, he already knew that this secret ice sword was countless times stronger than the God Attraction art. As expected of something from the Sword Burial Immortal Palace, Feng Chen couldn't help but praise. I wonder what the other secret technique is. Feng Chen said. Feng Chen wasn't greedy. After obtaining a secret technique, he chose to leave. In less than half a day, Feng Chen came out of the ancient Soul Pagoda. So fast! Seeing this, the palace master couldn't help but exclaim. After bidding farewell to the palace master, Feng Chen turned and left. In a certain courtyard, there was a Tao-level formation protecting it. Feng Chen was sitting cross-legged, comprehending the secret ice sword. Surrounded by the concept of ice, the temperature of the courtyard was extremely low. This secret ice sword can temporarily freeze a cultivator's soul. Feng Chen muttered to himself. According to the introduction of the secret ice sword, once this secret technique was used, the soul power would condense into an ice sword and stab at the enemy. Of course, it also depended on who the opponent was. If the opponent was a third-level profound king realm cultivator, the secret ice sword would be ineffective. Feng Chen's soul cultivation was only at the late fourth level. Even if he used the secret ice sword, he could at most fight a first-level profound king realm cultivator. It would be great if my soul cultivation could reach the early fifth level. Feng Chen thought to himself. At the fifth level, the soul would reach the early blue level. At that time, with the secret ice sword, it would be easy to kill a third-level profound king realm cultivator. If combined with the true meaning of space and time and the third revolution radiant sword art, it wouldn't be impossible to kill a fourth-level profound king realm cultivator. I should think of a way to raise the concept of ice to the true meaning of ice first. Feng Chen said, using the secret ice sword required the concept of ice. Once the concept of ice was raised to the true meaning of ice, its power would definitely increase again. Chapter 932. The true intent of ice was a low-level true intent. For those ordinary real martial realm martial artists, it was beyond their reach. However, Feng Chen was the only 12th tribulation martial artist in the past 10,000 years. Moreover, he had a golden heart and was exceptionally talented. He could even comprehend the true intent of space and time. What was a mere true intent of ice? Moreover, Feng Chen had the foundation of the concept of ice himself. While comprehending the true intent of ice, the entire courtyard was covered in a vast expanse of whiteness. The temperature was extremely low. This lasted for about a month before he finally comprehended the true intent of ice. After comprehending the true intent of ice, Feng Chen began to cultivate the secret sword of ice. While comprehending the true intent of ice, Feng Chen had already memorized the chant of the secret sword of ice. Now, cultivating the secret sword of ice was a matter of course. In less than 2 hours, he succeeded in cultivating the secret sword of ice. Elementary level of the secret sword of ice. At a certain moment, Feng Chen opened his eyes and revealed a trace of a smile. He withdrew his aura and the true intent of ice instantly disappeared. The pure whiteness in the courtyard also directly dissipated. At this moment, he suddenly felt a trace of movement outside the large array. Immediately, Fong Chen removed the large array. He suddenly discovered that the palace master was standing outside the courtyard. Palace master. Fong Chen looked at the palace master in confusion and cupped his hands. The palace master nodded and smiled. How was it? What did you gain? Not bad, Fong Chen said. Let's go. Everyone is waiting for you, the palace master said. Fong Chen was puzzled and wanted to ask who this everyone was. However, the palace master did not give him a chance and directly turned to leave. Fong Chen followed closely behind and soon arrived at a large hall. The palace master took the lead to enter the hall and directly sat on the throne at the head of the table. After Fong Chen entered the hall, he suddenly discovered that there were many martial artists in the hall. Moreover, he recognized all of them. Little friend Fong, how have you been? The taciturn Zhang Jian grinned. Little friend Fong, I knew that you would definitely come out, said Reverend Tianhong. Fong Chen, you're back, Lu Jingyan said. Fong Chen looked at them one by one. They were the 13 experts who had fought alongside him back then. Aren't they in seclusion? Could it be that they have come out? Fong Chen. Ever since they came back, they have been in seclusion. They came out of seclusion a few days ago. It was their idea to call you here today, the palace lord on the throne said with a smile. Little friend Fong, we owe you our lives. We once heard that the continent you're from is facing some danger. We hope that we can help you, said Wind Chant. The other experts also looked at Fong Chen one after another. Fong Chen was also taken aback when he heard this. His original plan was to head to the ancient sword continent and exterminate the Devil Cloud Lien state after mastering the secret ice sword. But now, after hearing these people's words, he suddenly changed his mind. In that case, thank you very much. Fong Chen cupped his hands and said, with one more person, there would be one more force. The 13 experts were all Mystic King Realm experts. If they were to head to the ancient sword continent, they would definitely suppress the ancient sword continent's crisis. Fong Chen, I can't leave the sword burial immortal palace. Let the 13 of them go with you, said the palace lord slowly. After the 13 experts became profound kings, they joined the sword-bearing celestial palace. Fong Chen nodded when he heard this. When are we leaving? Situ Hong's eyes flickered as he asked anxiously. Duguyan was also anxious because the other 2 continents they were from had also been invaded by experts. Now that they had the strength, they naturally wanted to restore order and quell the chaos. We can leave now, said Fong Chen. It just so happened that he had mastered the secret ice sword, so he could leave now. Then let's go. After everyone made their decision, Fong Chen took the lead and flew out of the sword burial immortal palace. On this day, there were 14 strong cultivators flying in the sky above the burial sword prefecture. Many true martial realm cultivators were astonished by this sight. Star and Moon, I will avenge you, said Fong Chen, clenching his fists. After flying for a while, they finally arrived at the border of the sword burial prefecture. There was a huge seal between this place and the Forbidden Ocean. The 14 experts landed on the ground. Fong Chen took out a token and injected his spirit chi into it, activating it instantly. Whoosh! A bright light shot out from the token and blended into the seal. Under everyone's gaze, the seal opened. Let's go, said Fong Chen. The 14 experts entered the gap in the seal in a single file. Then the seal closed automatically. Fong Chen and the others floated in the sky. Below them was the Forbidden Ocean. This is the Forbidden Ocean. Swordsman Folding's eyes flickered as he grinned. This was the first time they had left the sword burial prefecture since they were born. They were very excited. Once we cross the sword burial prefecture, we'll reach the ancient sword continent. With that, Fong Chen transformed into a streak of light. Although Fong Chen's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the true martial realm, the other 13 looked to him as their leader. That was because everyone knew that Fong Chen's strength was the most frightening. Moreover, They had learned from the Sword Burial Immortal Palace that Fong Qin had received the Sword Burial Emperor's approval and become his personal disciple. One could imagine how terrifying Fong Qin's potential was. What fresh air! Everyone cheered, their faces full of smiles. On this day, 14 streaks of light streaked across the sky above the Forbidden Ocean. The Forbidden Ocean was called a Forbidden Area because it was the territory of the Sea Demon clan. Humans were not allowed to set foot in it. For the ancient Sword Continent's cultivators, even profound kings didn't dare to enter the Forbidden Ocean. A few years ago, 3 foreign visitors had appeared in the Forbidden Ocean. Their appearance intimidated the overlord of the Forbidden Ocean, the Beast Emperor. After that, the Beast Emperor didn't dare to appear. It wasn't until a long time later that the Beast Emperor realized that the foreign visitors had left. After hearing this news, the Beast Emperor was extremely excited. Every day, he would seek pleasure in the Forbidden Ocean. One day, 14 streaks of light streaked across the sky above the Forbidden Ocean. A Beast King quickly arrived at the Beast Emperor Palace. "Lord Beast Emperor, we found 14 human cultivators in the sky above the Forbidden Ocean," said the Octopus Beast King quickly. "What human cultivators are in the sky above the Forbidden Ocean?" asked the Beast Emperor. "How strong are they?" "I can't sense their strength," said the Octopus Beast King. "I'll go take a look." As soon as the Beast Emperor finished speaking, he appeared in the sky above the Forbidden Ocean. Then, it chased after the 14 streaks of light. Because it was in the ocean, its speed was at its peak. It didn't take long for it to catch up with Fong Qin and the others. At this moment, Fong Qin and the others, who were flying, suddenly discovered a Beast Emperor below them. A mystic king realm sea demon should be the leader of this ocean. As Dark Sword spoke, he turned to glare at the Beast Emperor and muttered to himself. The Beast Emperor, who wanted to probe the strength of these human cultivators, was suddenly frightened by Dark Sword's gaze. 14 mystic kings. At this moment, the Beast Emperor was in chaos. He had never seen 14 mystic kings at once. Where were these human cultivators going? Splash! Without any hesitation, the Beast Emperor dove into the depths of the ocean in a flash. He didn't dare to provoke 14 mystic kings. What's going on? In the past, I haven't encountered a single mystic king realm cultivator in 1,000 years. Now, in less than 10 years, I've encountered so many mystic kings, said the Beast Emperor doubtfully. The closer they got to the ancient Sword Continent, the more difficult it was for Fong Qin to calm down. Thinking back to the past, although he had transmigrated from Earth. However, as time passed, he developed a strong sense of belonging. In the depths of his heart, he had already treated Black Cloud City's Fong clan as his true home. Then, with the help of the Golden Heart and his own efforts, he had walked step by step to reach his current level. The ancient Sword Continent was his home. He wouldn't allow anyone to destroy it. Demon Cloud Lien Zhou, you killed my wife and occupied my home. Your death date has arrived. The current Fong Qin was confident that he could easily kill Demon Cloud Lien Zhou. After flying for a few days, the Icefire King suddenly said, "There's a continent up ahead." Fong Qin raised his head. A familiar scene instantly appeared. Chapter 933. The Ancient Sword Continent. The appearance of the Demon Cloud Lien Zhou intimidated the 2 strongest quasi-kings of the continent. After that, the Skybone King and the Acheron Sect Master became the Demon Cloud Lien Zhou's lackeys. The Demon Cloud Lien Zhou was focused on refining the heart of the realm and had no time to care about the ancient Sword Continent. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Acheron Sect had been occupying every piece of land on the ancient Sword Continent. Today was the most dangerous day in the history of the 5 Elements continent. After being defeated by Dean Wiyun, the Acheron Sect Master went into hiding. Recently, he'd finally recovered his peak combat strength, and his cultivation had stepped into the mysterious king realm once more. After reaching the Mystic King realm, the Acheron sect master's combat strength was unprecedented and became the strongest person on the ancient Sword continent. The Acheron sect master led the Acheron sect to besiege the Five Element Academy. At this moment, the Acheron sect master stood quietly under the Five Elements peak with a disdainful smile. The Five Elements peak was engulfed in a massacre. The remnants of the Acheron sect were slaughtering crazily. The students of the Five Elements Academy were fighting to the death for the academy. Seeing the students dying one after another at the hands of the remnants of the Acheron sect, the upper echelons of the Five Elements Academy were powerless. On the main peak of the Five Elements peak, Dean Wiyun was the leader with Elder Han and the others behind him. "Dean, let me fight. Even if I die, I'm willing." The bloody spearman's eyes were scarlet as he roared. Dean Wiyun was a quasi-king and couldn't fight against the Acheron sect master. The Acheron sect master relied on his strength to intimidate the true martial realm experts of the Five Element Academy, making them unable to fight. They could only watch as the students of the Five Element Academy were slaughtered. "Wu Yun, today will be the death of the Five Elements Academy," the Acheron sect master said in a low voice. After destroying the Five Element Academy, they would occupy the Tianzhou and Demon Continent and become the true ruler of the ancient Sword Continent. "Dean, let me fight," Elder Han roared. The other true martial realm experts also requested to fight. Even if they died in battle, it was better than this. Dean Wiyun closed his eyes in pain. After about 3 seconds, he opened his eyes. In his eyes, there was a hint of unswerving determination. "I'll hold back the Yellow Springs sect master. You guys go and slaughter the remaining members of the Yellow Springs sect." Dean Wiyun made his decision. As soon as his voice fell, Dean Wiyun's figure flashed, and he arrived below the Five Elements peak. He launched his strongest attack at the Yellow Spring sect master. At the same time, the true martial realm experts of the Five Elements Academy also joined the battle. Killing one is enough. Killing two is a profit. The Bone Weapon Saint Sovereign roared as he killed a Yellow Spring sect member. With the addition of several true martial realm powerhouses, the Five Elements Academy's decline was instantly stopped, and they launched an attack on the Yellow Spring sect. How laughable! Below the Five Elements peak, seeing Dean Wiyun's attack, the Yellow Spring sect master said these words. Bang Dean Wiyun's all-out attack was actually easily blocked by the Netherworld sect master. The difference between the true martial realm and the profound king realm is not as simple as you imagine. The head of the Yellow Spring sect sneered. He held Dean Wiyun's weapon and directly shattered it. Bang Dean Wiyun's body was sent flying and slammed into the Five Elements peak. Rumble, the entire Five Elements peak was shaking. The hearts of several true martial realm cultivators who were fighting sank. A sorrowful atmosphere instantly spread out. Is the Five Elements Academy going to be destroyed? This was the thought in the hearts of many Five Elements Academy disciples. Even the strongest dean was sent flying by a punch from the Netherworld sect master. Who else could stop the iron hooves of the Yellow Spring sect? All the cultivators had a trace of sadness on their faces, and their backs had a trace of loneliness. Even if we die, we have to drag someone down with us. It was unknown who shouted this, but suddenly the fighting spirit of the Five Elements Academy was ignited. Countless students charged into the battlefield without caring about anything. They were not afraid of death, just to prove that there were no cowards in the Five Elements Academy. Dean Wiyun's eyes were scarlet red, and he fell into madness. "Ah!" Yang Tian roared, roaring endlessly. He ignited his own blood and launched another attack. However, the heartless truth made his heart turn to ashes. Bang one punch after another, directly shattered the last trace of hope in Dean Wiyun's heart. From today onwards, the Five Elements Academy will be destroyed. The Netherworld sect master announced. As soon as the Netherworld sect master finished speaking, his body suddenly emitted the aura of a mystic king. In his palm, countless auras instantly gathered into a small ball. Within this small ball, there was an extremely terrifying aura. Everyone knew that if this small ball bombarded the Five Elements Peak, the Five Elements Academy would completely disappear. No. All the students cried out miserably. They wanted to stop him, but there was nothing they could do. Die. The more it was like this, the happier the Netherworld sect master was. He threw the small ball in his hand without hesitation towards the Five Elements Peak. The 14 experts, led by Fong Qin, discovered that something was wrong as soon as they entered the Five Elements province. There's the aura of a mystic king realm martial artist. They seem to be fighting. Zhang Jian said in a deep voice. Fong Chen's expression changed greatly. He didn't even have time to speak. His figure flashed and disappeared into the void. This was the first time since Fong Chen comprehended the true meaning of space and time he had activated it. His body was constantly traversing through space. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the Five Elements Peak. Not good. When Fong Chen saw the small ball, he cried out inwardly. Then he activated the true meaning of space and time again. Just as the small ball was about to hit the Five Elements Peak, Fong Chen suddenly appeared. Crash! The small round ball was confined for a short while. Then Fong Chen activated his saint-level physical body and punched the small round ball. Bang! The small ball shattered and a berserk aura instantly spread out. The sudden turn of events caused the Yellow Spring sect master to frown. Who is it? The Netherworld sect master berated. As for Dean Wuyun and the other true martial realm experts who had fallen to the ground, when they discovered the person who had arrived, their eyes glistened with tears. Fong Qin, he didn't die. Ha ha ha, Fong Qin didn't die. My Five Elements Academy can be saved. A burst of cheers instantly resounded through the sky. After Fong Qin shattered the small ball, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't come too late. Then he nodded at Dean Wuyun. Finally, his gaze fell on the Netherworld sect master. Fong Qin, how are you still alive? When the Netherworld sect master saw Fong Qin's appearance, he cried out involuntarily. Back then, he had personally killed Fong Qin in the Devil Cloud Lian province and left his corpse in the wilderness. He didn't expect that after so many years, Fong Qin would actually appear alive. Furthermore, he had managed to block his attack. Sorry to disappoint you. Not only am I not dead, but I'm also going to take your dog life, said Fong Qin. So what if you didn't die? The current me has already stepped into the profound king realm. You're powerless to change anything, said the Netherworld sect master coldly. Even if Fong Qin didn't die, he wouldn't be able to step into the profound king realm in such a short time. I'm powerless to change anything, said Fong Qin. The one powerless to change anything should be the Netherworld sect master. Fong Qin's appearance caused a battle to instantly stop. My Netherworld sect wants to unify the ancient Sword Continent. A heavenly genius like you won't be able to stop me, said the Netherworld sect master. Fong Qin shook his head. The corner of his mouth rose, revealing a disdainful smile. In my eyes, you're just an ant, said Fong Qin. Fong Qin's words were extremely arrogant, infuriating the Netherworld sect master. Brat, if you want to die, I'll help you out. The Netherworld sect master's wrist shook, and a ray of light shot out. Whoosh! When the ray of light reached Fong Qin, it strangely stopped. Then, Fong Qin directly grabbed the ray of light and crushed it in front of the Netherworld sect master's eyes. This is your attack? Asked Fong Qin. Just now, the Netherworld sect master had sensed Fong Qin's aura when Fong Qin attacked. The aura of the true martial realm is deliberately mystifying. Without stepping into the profound king realm, you won't be able to stop me from unifying the continent, sneered the Netherworld sect master. He had thought that Fang Chen was powerful, but it turned out he was just deliberately mystifying himself. You'll never understand the difference between the true martial realm and the profound king realm, continued the Netherworld sect master. Fang Chen nodded when he heard that. He agreed with the Acheron sect leader's words. Chapter 934. The Yellow Spring sect master had boasted that the gap between the true martial realm and the mysterious king realm wasn't something that Dean Weiyun could imagine. And now, Fang Chen had said the same thing to the Yellow Spring sect master. Although he was in the true martial realm, the Yellow Spring sect master was like an ant in his eyes. What a joke! The Yellow Spring sect master laughed sinisterly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. However, Fang Chen did not pay any attention to him. Crash! Fang Chen waved his hand, and a giant palm print hovered above the 5 elements peak and pressed down. Ah! Cries of agony could be heard coming from the 5 elements peak. Before the Yellow Spring sect master could react, all the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect were exterminated. Brat, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. The Yellow Spring sect master only reacted after the giant palm print had exterminated all the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. The Yellow Spring sect master attacked, and the aura of the mysterious king realm erupted. Let's stop here. Fang Chen punched out. It was a simple punch, but the Yellow Spring sect master couldn't block it. No. When the fist approached the Yellow Spring sect master, the latter's face was filled with horror, and he screamed miserably. At this time, the Yellow Spring sect master realized that Fang Chen's strength was far from what he had imagined. Crack! In a flash, the Yellow Spring sect master's body was sent flying by Fang Chen. Dean Weiyun and the others were already dumbfounded. Was Fang Chen so powerful that he could send the Yellow Spring sect master flying with a punch? Your strength! The Yellow Spring sect master quickly stood up, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His face was filled with shock. Fang Chen walked step by step towards the Yellow Spring sect master. Seeing this, the Yellow Spring sect master cried out in horror, "No, let me go, and this matter will be over." The Yellow Spring sect master tried to escape, but how could Fang Chen give him the chance? Pucci! With a swing of the hidden star sword, a golden sword light instantly cleaved the Yellow Spring sect master into 2 halves. His soul scattered and he died completely. The insufferably arrogant Yellow Spring sect master was easily killed by Fang Chen. This, on the 5 elements peak, many students were completely shocked. In their eyes, the Yellow Spring sect master's strength was heaven-defying. However, Fang Chen was able to kill the Acheron sect master with a single slash. Just how strong was he? Dean Weiyun and the other true martial realm experts were all extremely excited. Ha ha ha! The heavens bless my 5 Elements Academy. Dean Weiyun laughed loudly. The other genuine martial realm experts also came to Fang Chen's side. Master. Fang Chen cupped his hands towards the Bone Weapon Saint Master and Saint Master Danqing. I'm afraid we're no longer qualified to be your masters, Sage Master Danqing said. A teacher for a day is a teacher for life, Fang Chen said softly. Hearing this, the 2 old men became even happier. Fang Chen back then, weren't you? Asked Dean Weiyun, trying his best to calm the excitement in his heart. It's a long story, Fang Chen said slowly. Dean Weiyun waved his hand and told the other higher-ups to clean up the mess. Then he prepared to bring Fang Chen to the 5 Elements Peak. Right at this moment, waves of majestic aura suddenly came over. Dean Weiyun's expression changed drastically. There's an expert approaching. The other true martial realm experts also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Seeing this, Fang Chen smiled and said, Everyone, there's no need to be anxious. They're on the same side. As expected, as soon as Fang Chen finished a sentence, The other 13 experts immediately arrived. Yes, Feng Qin, you've already resolved the danger here. Dark Sword grinned. Possessing a space-type true meaning, your speed is indeed fast, Taoist Tianhong said. 13 profound kings floated in the air, their auras majestic. Below, Dean Wuyun and the others were completely shocked. So many profound kings are Feng Chen's good friends. Everyone was dumbfounded. Just what had Feng Chen experienced to have so many profound kings as good friends? The entire ancient sword continent didn't have a single profound king. Just where had these profound kings come from? Everyone, please wait a moment. Feng Chen cupped his hands toward the 13 people and then walked over to Dean Wuyun. Feng Chen told Dean Wuyun about his experience in the Sword Burial Prefecture. Dean Wuyun was incomparably shocked. You went to the Sword Burial Prefecture? Asked Elder Han. Back when Feng Chen had been in the Five Elements Academy, Elder Han had thought that Feng Chen was the genius with the greatest hope of entering the Sword Burial Prefecture. But he hadn't expected Feng Chen to be in the Sword Burial Prefecture all these years. Dean, I came this time to resolve the ancient sword continent's crisis. You should deal with the Five Elements Academy first, said Feng Chen. Feng Chen, you're going to deal with the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture? Asked Dean Wuyun. Feng Chen didn't hide it and nodded in confirmation. Be careful, said Dean Wuyun. After finishing his conversation with Dean Wuyun, Feng Chen led the 13 Mystic King Realm powerhouses and headed towards Tianzhou. Feng Chen, what is the cultivation base of that outsider you spoke of? Asked the ox-nosed old Taoist. He should be at the low level of the profound King Realm, said Feng Chen. Back then, the difference between his cultivation base and the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture's cultivation base had been too great. He had been unable to sense his opponent's cultivation base, so he wasn't sure just how strong the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture's cultivation base was. A low-level profound king wouldn't be able to fight back against the 14 of us, said Taoist Tianhong. The 14 of them were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in the Tianzhou Prefecture. In a certain region of the Tianzhou Prefecture, there was a towering mountain peak that pierced the clouds. Back then, I died there, muttered Feng Chen to himself. The closer they got to the mountain peak, the angrier Feng Chen became. The Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture was on this mountain peak. The energy of the world is so dense. Could it be that the outsider is refining the realm core? Said Zhang Jian. Let's go. No matter what, today was the day the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture died. Crash! The 14 of them soared into the sky and flew to the mountain peak that pierced the clouds. At this moment, the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture was sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak. His eyes were tightly closed, and his body was filled with incomparably dense energy of the world. Above his head, there was a heart-like thing that seemed to be strongly rejecting him. As expected, he's refining the realm core, said Zhang Jian. Bang! Feng Chen and the others landed on the mountain peak and punched out without hesitation. Feng Chen's attack directly interrupted the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture's refinement. The Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture that was refining the realm core suddenly opened his eyes. His face was filled with anger. He turned around and saw Feng Chen. You're not dead. The Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture was a bit surprised. He had clearly killed Feng Chen back then, so why would he appear here now? You're not dead, so how could I die? Asked Feng Chen. The Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture sneered. Stupid native, so what if you're not dead? You dared to interrupt my refinement of the realm core. Dying 10,000 times won't be enough. A low-level, profound king martial artist has quite the tone. Suddenly, Yin Feng sneered. Today, all of you will die, roared the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture. He had been refining the realm core for 4 years and had already reached the most critical moment. Now that he was interrupted by Feng Chen, he was furious. Seeing the realm core merge with the sky of the ancient sword continent, the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture emitted a terrifying, killing intent. With just your strength, you dare to speak such arrogant words? Apart from Fong Qin, the other 13 experts all unleashed their mystic Emperor Realm auras. Crash! A dense aura filled the entire peak, causing the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture's expression to change. Profound King Realm. At first, the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture hadn't noticed it, but now that they released their Profound King auras, he finally noticed. Even if the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture was conceded, he was still no match for 13 Profound Kings. Could it be that you're also outsiders? Asked the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture. What benefits did he give you? I can give you double, said the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture. The Demon Cloud Lian Zhou said, I am a member of the Demon Cloud family. If you give me some face, I, the Demon Cloud Lian Zhou, will definitely repay you in the future. Hearing the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture's words, the 13 experts sneered. Idiot, said Zhang Jian. 4 years ago, my wife was killed by you. Even I almost died at your hands, said Fong Qin calmly. Today, 4 years later, I've come for revenge. Chapter 935. The Demon Cloud Lian Zhou's face was ferocious and filled with rage. His eyes were scarlet. He had painstakingly come to the mortal continent and was about to become an overlord. But at such a crucial moment, he was actually killed by an ant that he could easily kill back then. All of you will die. The Demon Cloud Lian Zhou went completely mad. When he discovered the 13 Profound King Realm experts, he knew that he was no match for them with his own strength. Therefore, the Demon Cloud Lian Zhou did not hesitate to take out his trump card. Crash! As soon as the Demon Cloud Lian Zhou's voice fell, a fiery red starlight appeared in his hand. He then crushed the starlight without hesitation. Go to hell! Seeing this, Taoist Tianhong's face changed and shouted. He released a large amount of world energy. In the process of refining the world core, he absorbed a large amount of world energy and released it all at this moment. Rumble! At this moment, with the Demon Cloud Lian Zhou as the center, a sea of fire instantly appeared. Within the sea of fire, there was a large amount of world energy. Form the formation, Zhang Jian shouted. The 13 of them instantly laid out a combined attack formation and then used their full strength to attack. Seeing this, Fong Qin took out the Hidden Star Sword and used the third turn Radiant Sword technique. Whoosh! A radiant sword light containing a majestic aura shot out from the Hidden Star Sword. It pierced through space and shot towards the Demon Cloud Lian Zhou. Pucci! Before the power of the combined attack formation could reach the Demon Cloud Lian Zhou, Fong Chen's sword light took the lead. What sword technique is this? When Fong Chen's sword light pierced towards the Demon Cloud Lian Zhou, it suddenly exploded and countless ripples appeared in the sky. Crack! The Demon Cloud Lian Zhou's body was directly blown apart. At the same time, the fiery red starlight in his hand also exploded. Just wait for the endless pursuit of the Demon Cloud family. The Demon Cloud Lian Zhou was furious and roared loudly. When the Demon Cloud Lian Zhou's voice fell, a strange light shot out from the sea of fire. Caught off guard, it directly shot into Fong Chen's forehead. Fong Chen immediately checked his body and found nothing out of the ordinary. Fong Chen! The 13 Profound King Realm experts were all shocked. The strength that Fong Chen just now had already surpassed the combined strength of the 13 of them. He was too strong. With this kind of combat strength, he could easily kill low-level Profound King Realm cultivators. Thinking of this, they were shocked by Fong's potential. To the Demon Cloud Lian Zhou's soul, to Demon Cloud Lian Zhou. Among the people present, only Lu Jingyan noticed that something was wrong with Fong Qin. To Lian Qin, to to Li Fong. To the Mark. After a long time, Fong Qin opened his eyes. He shook his head. This mark is a bit special. I can't erase it for the time being. It should be some kind of tracking mark. Once you go to the outer universe, you will be sensed by the demon Cloud family. Wind Een said, but now that you are in the mortal world, you don't have to be afraid of the demon Cloud family. Find a way to erase the mark and go to the outer universe. Zhang Jian said. Feng Chen nodded. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly found the demon Cloud Lian Zhou's interspatial ring. Interspatial ring. Feng Chen waved his hand and put away the demon Cloud Lian Zhou's interspatial ring. It's done, Feng Chen said. Brother Feng. At this moment, Situ Hong and Dugu Yun spoke. Brother Feng, the two of us also came from the other 2 continents of the Azure Cloud domain. Our homeworld is also in great danger. Situ Hong said. Hearing this, Feng Chen instantly understood. Yunzhe continent, Shangshan continent? Feng Chen asked. Situ Hong and Dugu Yun nodded. Let's go together, Feng Chen said. It would be difficult for Situ Hong and Dugu Yun to kill the outer universe guests with their strength alone, while Feng Chen and the others were heading to the other 2 continents, in a mysterious place in the outer universe. This place was heavily guarded, and the mansion was very luxurious. Not good. Young Master Lian Zhou's life tablet has shattered. Suddenly a guard shouted in horror. Then the entire mansion was in complete chaos. All the martial artists were filled with fear. Young Master Lian Zhou's life tablet had shattered. The Patriarch would definitely be furious. The Patriarch's fury was too terrifying. Sure enough, in less than a minute, a furious voice came from the demon Cloud family. Find the murderer at all costs. Who dares to kill my demon Cloud family's people? There is no place for him in this world. On this day, the demon Cloud family was shaken. The young master of the demon Cloud family, demon Cloud Lian Zhou, had been killed. The demon Cloud family was furious. All the forces in this area were on tenterhooks, afraid of offending the demon Cloud family. Of course, Feng Chen and the others in the Qingyin domain didn't know. Among the 3 outer universe guests, demon Cloud Lian Zhou was the strongest. The other 2 were slightly weaker. After arriving at the Yunzhe continent, before Feng Chen could do anything, the outer universe guests were killed by Situ Hong and Dugu Yin. Then they came to the Shangshan continent and easily resolved the crisis. Now, the crisis of the 3 continents was resolved. And for Feng Chen, it was the first time he truly understood the Qingyin domain. After resolving the mundane matters, the other mystic kings left and returned to the burial Sword continent. Situ Hong, Dugu Yin, and Feng Chen stayed in the Qingyin domain to deal with things. Farewell. Feng Chen cupped his hands together. With a flash, he disappeared into the sky. A few days later, Feng Chen returned to the ancient Sword continent. News of demon Cloud Lian Zhou's death had already spread. Feng Chen's name resounded through the sky. All the martial artists in the ancient Sword continent respected Feng Chen as their leader. Even the quasi-kings of the Tianzhou and Demon continent paid a personal visit to Feng Chen, wanting to submit to him. The entire ancient Sword continent respected Feng Chen as their king. And Feng Chen didn't seem to be willing to deal with mundane matters. However, he was worried that another crisis would occur after he left. Then he took the lead and established the Ancient Sword Alliance. All the forces in the 3 continents formed an alliance to resist the foreign invaders. After the Ancient Sword Alliance was established, everyone elected Feng Chen as the alliance leader. The latter didn't refuse. After becoming the alliance leader, Feng Chen made Din Wein the vice leader to manage all the affairs of the Ancient Sword Alliance. No one in the Ancient Sword Alliance dared to disobey Feng Chen's orders. After all, Feng Chen's strength was unprecedented. No one could stop him. After doing all this, Feng Chen prepared to return to the Divine Wind Nation, Nanling Continent, outside a mountain range. Fong Qin stood quietly with a smile on his face. How many years has it been? I can finally regain my human form, Fong Qin muttered to himself. Ancestor Bronze was also very excited. After his death, his disciple was framed and turned into a big turtle. Now he could finally regain his human form. Although Fong Qin hadn't reached the Mystic King realm, he had the strength of the Mystic King realm. It was very easy for him to save Ancestor Bronze's disciple. Coming to the depths of the mountain range, the big turtle woke up from its deep sleep. "Brother Turtle, I'm here to save you." After Fong Qin finished speaking, his palm shook and began to save the big turtle. 6 hours later, the big turtle turned into a stream of light and transformed into a human form. "Thank you." After being a turtle for 1,000 years, he was finally able to regain his human form. He was incomparably excited. "Brat, who was it that framed you back then?" Ancestor Bronze's voice rang out. His voice was filled with fury. "Master, back then." He told Ancestor Bronze that the person who had framed him back then had long since died. Ancestor Bronze chatted with his disciple for a while before following Fong Qin back to the Divine Wind Nation. "I'm finally back." The last time he had come back was when he had married Star and Moon, but this time he came back alone. Looking down at the Divine Wind Nation, Fong Qin was filled with melancholy. Chapter 936. Heavenly Wind Nation, Fong Family. A long time ago, the Fong family had already been the #1 family in the Heavenly Wind Nation. Anyone who mentioned the Fong family would immediately think of the strongest genius of the Fong family's younger generation, Fong Qin. Now that Fong Qin had returned to the Fong family, he sighed. It had been a long time since he had left the Heavenly Wind Nation. His family's power had grown stronger and stronger, thanks to the resources Fong Qin had left behind. Some of the younger generation's disciples had already reached the Qi transformation realm. Of course, that was nothing to a profound king. Fong Qin stood in the sky of the Heavenly Wind Nation, looking down at the Heavenly Wind Nation. His mind was filled with thoughts. On the path of the martial path, as long as you couldn't reach the legendary realm of immortality, you would eventually die. A mortal's lifespan was even shorter. They could only live for 100 years. If you can't transcend heaven and earth, you'll eventually become a pile of dirt, muttered Fong Qin to himself. He thought of his father, his brothers, and sisters. After a long time, Fong Qin no longer thought about it. His figure flickered, and he landed outside the Fong family's residence. With Fong Qin's current cultivation base, if he didn't want to be discovered, no one would be able to discover Fong Qin. Noiselessly entering the residence, Fong Qin saw a familiar scene. He smiled. "Fong Yao, you're bullying me." Just as Fong Qin was looking around, an angry voice rang out. With a single thought, Fong Qin's body merged into the void. In the blink of an eye, he saw 2 children of 3 or 4 years old. One was a woman, and the other was a man. The woman was wearing azure robes. She had her hands on her hips and a smile on her face. Across from her was a man. He was very angry. He wasn't Fong Yao's match, but she had bullied him time and time again. "Fong Yu, who told you not to cultivate properly?" said the girl called Fong Yao. "Humph, you're bullying me. I'm going to tell Dad." After saying that, the boy angrily left. Not long after, Fong Qin discovered the child's father. A smile appeared on his face. The white-robed Fong Sheng's smile grew even whiter when he saw the child. Then Fong Sheng hugged Fong Yu. "You are who bullied you." "Dad, Fong Yao always bullies me because she's stronger than me." "You have to get justice for your son," said Fong Yu unhappily. Fong Sheng laughed heartily. Fong Yao and Fong Yu were his children. They were twins. Fong Yao was the eldest, while Fong Yu was the second. However, Fong Yu had always refused to admit that Fong Yao was his sister and would often call her by her full name. When Fong Yao was born, her talent was extraordinary, and she was recognized as a cultivation genius. As for Fang Yu, his cultivation talent was much worse, because Fang Yu called Fang Yao by her full name. Fang Yao kept teasing Fang Yu. You have to cultivate properly. Remember your uncle from back then. Fang Sheng placed Fang Yu on the ground. Dad, you've already told me about Uncle Fang Chen's achievements, no less than 10,000 times. I'm already tired of hearing them, interrupted Fang Yu. That's right, Dad. Is Uncle Fang Chen really that legendary? Everyone who hears Uncle Fang Chen's name is filled with respect. I'm also very curious as to what kind of person Uncle Fang Chen is. At this moment, Fang Yao appeared. Her eyes were shining brightly as she spoke with a smile. Dad, when will Uncle Fang Chen return? Fang Chen's younger generation was now all married and had children. From the day they were born, they had been hearing about Fang Chen's legends every day. As for Fang Chen himself, they had never seen him before. Your Uncle Fang Chen is a 1-in-a-million genius. You'll know when you see him. Hearing his children's words, Fang Sheng's face turned blank for a moment before he replied. But from the day I was born until now, I've never seen Uncle Fang Chen, continued Fang Yao. Fang Chen, who was hiding in the void, immediately revealed himself after hearing Fang Yao's words. You can see him now, said Fang Chen. Hearing this, Fang Yu and Fang Yao turned to look at Fang Chen. They were a bit surprised and asked, Who are you? Why are you here? Fang Yao and Fang Yu knew every single member of the Fang family, but they had never seen this person before. Chen Zi. The instant he saw Fang Chen appear, Fang Sheng was dumbfounded. Only after a long while did he recover from his shock. He immediately rushed over to Fang Chen and gave him a bear hug. Chen Zi, you're back. Ha ha ha. Fang Yao and Fang Yu had never seen their father so happy before. Cousin Fang Chen, in just a few years, you're already a father. Fang Chen grinned. Fang Sheng removed his arms from Fang Chen's body and shouted, You two little brats, quickly come over here. Fang Yao and Fang Yu walked over and asked, Father, just who is he? Why are you so happy to see him? Haven't you always wanted to see Uncle Fang Chen? Asked Fang Sheng. Could it be that he's Uncle Fang Chen? Fang Yao was smart and quick-witted. She immediately figured it out. Fang Sheng nodded. Come and greet Uncle Fang Chen. Hearing that this person was Fang Chen, the two of them were a bit shocked. Then, the two of them walked up to Fang Chen with a smile. Are you Uncle Fang Chen? Asked Fang Yu. Uncle Fang Chen, I heard from my father that you're very strong, said Fang Yao. Fang Chen intimately stroked the foreheads of the two children. Crash! Fang Chen flicked his wrist, and 2 medicinal pills appeared in his hand. He handed them to the two of them. I came back in a hurry, so I didn't bring much. These 2 medicinal pills are for you, said Fang Chen. Many thanks, Uncle Fang Chen. News of Fang Chen's return was only known to the upper echelons of the Fang family. No one else knew. Fang Chen also didn't want to be too high-profile. This time he had left behind a large amount of wealth for the Fang family to develop. Of course, the development Fang Chen was referring to was the development of their martial power. As for territory, there was no need to occupy it. As long as Fang Chen wanted to, the entire ancient sword continent would belong to the Fang family. The current Fang Chen hadn't reached the point where he could change the cultivation base of everyone in the Fang family. Their cultivation base could only depend on themselves. Fang Chen could only provide them with some external items. After 10 days in the Fang family, Fang Chen secretly set up a peak Dao level formation. This formation wouldn't appear under normal circumstances. It would only be activated when the Fang family was in danger. With this formation, even a true martial realm expert wouldn't be able to destroy the Fang family, unless it was a mystic king realm expert. After setting up the formation, Fang Chen left behind some cultivation techniques. Most of these cultivation techniques were ones that he had practiced before. Finally, after reuniting with his family, he left the Shangfeng country. After leaving behind some trump cards in the Fong family, Fong Chen returned to the Five Elements Academy. In just a month, the ancient Sword Alliance had begun to take shape. Under the management of Dean Wuyun, the ancient Sword Alliance was in order. Fong Chen, you're back. Dean Wuyun led a few true martial realm experts to welcome Fong Chen. Fong Chen nodded to everyone, and his gaze finally fell on Zhang Jingtao. Fong Chen, the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. Zhang Jingtao's face was filled with helplessness. Senior brother Zhang, the path of martial arts is to go against the heavens. If you don't even have confidence in yourself, then what right do you have to go against the heavens? Fong Chen said slowly. Buzz. Fong Chen's words shook Zhang Jingtao's mind. Back then, he was the same as Fong Chen. They were both young geniuses of the ancient Sword Continent. But now, Fong Chen was already the strongest person in the ancient Sword Continent, and he was still in the true martial realm. As time passed, Zhang Jingtao's confidence grew less and less. But now, after hearing Fong Chen's words, it was as if he had been enlightened. Suddenly, spiritual energy surged from Zhang Jingtao's body. He entered a state of enlightenment. Ha ha ha, he's enlightened. Dean Wuyun and the others laughed happily. Zhang Jingtao was enlightened, and the others personally stood guard for him. As for Fong Chen, after exchanging a few simple words with Dean Wuyun, he arrived before Sky Pass. Now, I'm probably qualified to completely control the Five Elements Peak, Fong Chen said to himself. Then, Fong Chen's figure flashed and entered the Sky Pass. Chapter 937. The heaven-piercing peak was a priceless treasure. Although Fong Chen had passed, he hadn't been able to completely control it. And now, Fong Chen had once again stepped into the heaven-piercing peak. Master. The artifact spirit and the demi-beast man instantly appeared and cupped their hands towards Fong Chen. As soon as Fong Chen entered the heaven-piercing peak, he noticed them. I want to completely refine the heaven-piercing peak, said Fong Chen. Master, you? The demi-beast man asked in surprise. Master, have you reached the profound king realm? Fong Chen nodded. Although I haven't reached the profound king realm, I'm confident I can completely refine the heaven-piercing peak. Hearing Fong Chen's words, the demi-beast man and the artifact spirit were both shocked. In just a few years, their master's strength had risen from the condensing reality realm to his current level. Under the gaze of the demi-beast man and the artifact spirit, Fong Chen began to refine the heaven-piercing peak. Hiss! Fong Chen had already refined it once before. Now that he was stronger, refining it was much easier. In just 15 minutes, Fong Chen had completely refined the heaven-piercing peak. At this time, Fong Chen had truly taken control of the heaven-piercing peak. As expected, it's a big deal. Fong Chen couldn't help sighing. The heaven-piercing peak was a space of its own. Countless martial artists lived here. It was just like a mortal world. It was just that there weren't as many people here as there were in the mortal world. Master, congratulations on taking control of the heaven-piercing peak. The artifact spirit and the demi-beast man were full of smiles. Fong Chen taking control of the heaven-piercing peak meant that he could take it with him and leave this place. They hadn't left this place in a long time. With the heaven-piercing peak in control, Fong Chen could easily scan the entire space with a single thought. Within the heaven-piercing peak, there was a cultivation technique pavilion, a weapon pavilion, and a secret technique pavilion. What a fortune, said Fong Chen. Master, now that you've taken control of the heaven-piercing peak, do you want to take it with you? Asked the artifact spirit. The beast man also looked at Fong Chen anxiously. Fong Chen nodded. The half-beast man and the artifact spirit laughed excitedly. After a long while, the artifact spirit stopped laughing and said to Fong Chen, Master, before the old master passed away, he left behind 2 secret techniques. He said that only by completely controlling the heavens link peak can one obtain these 2 secret techniques. Secret technique. Fang Chen's soul spread out, instantly enveloping the entire space of Tongtian Peak. Then he discovered a strange place. There was a vine leaf here. It was different from the 5 checkpoints of the heaven-connecting peak. Fang Chen discovered that when the spiritual energy approached this vine leaf, it actually turned into a strange aura. Is the secret technique here? Fang Chen wondered. With a thought, he arrived at the vine leaf. While in midair, the artifact spirit appeared. Master, the 2 secret techniques are on this vine leaf. However, with Master's current cultivation, you can only cultivate one of them, said the artifact spirit. Fang Chen nodded. His soul had already discovered the 2 secret techniques on this vine leaf. On the vine leaf, there were 2 very small balls of light. Each ball of light represented a secret technique. Void meteor annihilation. Fang Chen's eyes were like torches as he looked at one of the balls of light. On this ball of light, there were 5 large words faintly appearing. This secret technique was called Void Meteor Annihilation. Master, this Void Meteor Annihilation is a very domineering technique. Even in the outer universe, countless warriors would fight over it. The artifact spirit explained, Master has the true meaning of the void, so you are the best candidate to cultivate this technique. After successfully cultivating the Void Meteor Annihilation, one blow can destroy a part of the void. Fang Chen's heart trembled when he heard this. The power of the Void Meteor Annihilation was many times stronger than that of the Golden Light dragon slaying. It seems that these 2 secret techniques are the lifelong efforts of the master of the Tongtian Peak. Then, Fang Chen looked at the other ball of light. Star Sky Art. Just by hearing the name of this technique, one could feel that it was unusual. Star Sky Art. Fang Chen muttered to himself. His intuition told him that this secret technique must be extraordinary. Master, this Star Sky Art is the Master's unique technique. Master is also famous because of this secret technique, said the artifact spirit. If you want to cultivate the Star Sky Art, you must cultivate the Void Meteor Annihilation to the extreme. After a brief understanding, Fang Chen knew that the power of the Star Sky Art was much stronger than that of the Void Meteor Annihilation. When the Star Sky Art was cultivated to a certain level, one could communicate with the stars in the universe and absorb the power of the stars to strengthen oneself. Such a perverted method was truly shocking. However, the cultivation requirements of the celestial heavenly skill were slightly higher. Right now, Fang Chen was still unable to cultivate it. Biting off more than you can chew, said Fang Chen inwardly. With a thought, Fang Chen grabbed the ball of light of the Void Meteor Annihilation and put it into his mind. At this time the artifact spirit continued, Master, with your talent, if you cultivate the Void Meteor Annihilation, you'll at least have the power to protect yourself in the outer realms. Just the power to protect himself? Fang Chen wondered. Right. Do you know about the world core of the mortal world? Asked Fang Chen suddenly. Master, could it be that you want to become the overlord and refine the world core? Asked the artifact spirit. Fang Chen nodded but didn't say anything. Master, in the vast universe, there are countless mortal worlds. Each mortal world has a world core. The mortal world relies on the world core to operate. As long as you can refine the world core, you'll become the overlord of a mortal world, said the artifact spirit. What are the benefits of becoming an overlord? Asked Fang Chen. Once you become an overlord, it means the mortal world has a master. Outsiders won't be able to enter unless they obtain the overlord's approval, said the artifact spirit. Why is that? Fang Chen didn't understand. The realm core is the core of a mortal world. Once it is refined, the mortal world will become an object with an owner, and the mortal world will be enveloped by the natural laws. This is the universe's protection for the mortal world, the artifact spirit explained. If you don't have the master's approval, you won't be able to force your way in, continued the artifact spirit. Hearing the artifact spirit's explanation, Fong Qin finally understood. The laws were supreme existences that reigned above all martial artists. Under the protection of the laws, even peak experts were unable to enter the mortal world. The reason the Heavenspan Peak was able to reach the ancient Sword Continent was because the ancient Sword Continent's world core hadn't been refined, said Fong Qin. That is indeed the case, the artifact spirit said. Master, if you refine the world core, it'll be beneficial to your cultivation. Beneficial? Once you refine the world core, you'll obtain the faith energy of all the continent's martial artists. Faith energy was a kind of illusory energy, but it was incomparably powerful. Almost all of the Outerverse major powers would obtain an endless amount of faith energy. A single person's faith power was very weak, but millions or even hundreds of millions of faith power were very majestic and endless. That faith energy would all enter the world core. Refining the world core meant that he would be able to obtain that enormous amount of faith energy. Faith energy can temper the soul? Asked Fong Qin. The artifact spirit nodded. Faith energy has many uses, but the most obvious is tempering the soul. That's the law of the heavenly Taos that balances the universe's various races. It was much easier for a mortal world's martial artist to refine a world core than for an outsider. Refining the heart of the realm meant that he had unlocked a cheat in his cultivation. After hearing the artifact spirit's words, Fong Qin's heart began to stir. After a short discussion, Fong Qin put away the Heavenspan Peak and left the Heavens Pass, returning to the Five Elements Academy. The Heavenspan Peak had disappeared, but the Heavens Pass hadn't changed at all. No one knew that the Heavens Pass was no longer the Heavens Pass of the past. The Heavenspan Peak had shrunk until it was the size of a palm and was hidden in Fong Qin's spatial ring. Fong Qin took a step forward and arrived at the Five Elements Peak's main peak. At this time, Zhang Jingtao and the others appeared. Fong Qin immediately saw that Zhang Jingtao's cultivation had broken through. Fong Qin, many thanks. Zhang Jingtao cupped his hands in thanks. If he hadn't been enlightened by Fong Qin, perhaps he wouldn't have been so confident in himself. But now he wasn't just confident, he was extremely confident. Chapter 938. The establishment of the Ancient Sword Alliance had completely stabilized the Ancient Sword Continent. Seeing that the Ancient Sword Continent was on the right track, Fong Qin was relieved. After all, the Ancient Sword Continent was his hometown, where his clansmen lived. Standing on the main peak of the Five Elements Peak, Fong Qin looked down at the vast land and sighed. For years ago, he was killed by the Devil Cloud Lien State and entered the Sword Burial State by chance. For years later, he returned and not only resolved the Ancient Sword Continent's crisis, but he also killed the Devil Cloud Lien State. Before leaving the Ancient Sword Continent, Fong Qin had one more thing to do. That was to refine the heart of the realm. Although his cultivation hadn't reached the Mystic King realm, he wanted to try refining the heart of the realm. On this day, Fong Qin left the Five Elements continent and came to the Sky continent. He flew to the peak where the Devil Cloud Lien State had refined the heart of the realm. Let's do it here, Fong Qin muttered to himself. Then he sat down cross-legged and began refining the heart of the realm. In the Devil Cloud Lien State's interspatial ring, Fong Qin found a way to refine the heart of the realm. The heart of the realm was hidden in the sky of the mortal continent. If he wanted to refine it, he had to find it and lure it out. Sitting down cross-legged, Fong Qin's body surged with dense spirit energy. Fong Qin's soul ejected and went to the sky, wanting to communicate with the heart of the realm. The heart of the realm. Fong Qin saw the heart of the realm at a glance. Recognize me as your master, and I can protect the Ancient Sword Continent. Fong Qin said. He was communicating with the heart of the realm. In the sky there was a bright light. This was the heart of the realm. Around the heart of the realm were complex rules. These were the rules that the heavenly Tao had given to the heart of the realm. The ancient sword continent could only exist if the heart of the realm operated normally. Feng Qin carefully observed the heart of the realm and entered a state of enlightenment. The heart of the realm contained countless different types of energy. First was the 5 elements energy. The formation of a world required the 5 elements energy as the foundation, and then other types of energy. The power of the 5 elements. Feng Qin thought to himself, the 5 elemental powers were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They were the polar opposites of each other. In the heart of the world, the 5 types of energy fused together to support the entire world. Is this how the laws of the ancient sword continent operate? Feng Qin, who was in a state of epiphany, began to comprehend the power of the 5 elements. Because he possessed the 5 elements' intent, it was very easy for him to comprehend them. Suddenly, Feng Qin awoke from his epiphany. The power of the 5 elements surrounded him. It really is worthy of being the world core. Just looking at it can give me such an accomplishment. Feng Qin was shaken. No wonder that profound monarch realm outsider was willing to pay any price to refine the realm heart. After comprehending the power of the 5 elements, Feng Qin continued to comprehend. He had discovered the power of darkness and the power of light. Darkness and light. These 2 opposing forces were not too difficult for Feng Qin. That was because he possessed the true meaning of darkness. The 3 Revolution Radiance sword art contained the aura of light. However, his comprehension speed had greatly decreased. It took him a full 3 days to comprehend it. At this time, Feng Qin sensed that the realm heart's repulsive force had weakened a bit. It really is useful. If he tried to forcibly refine the realm heart, the repulsive force would be extremely strong. This was Feng Qin's method of progressing step by step. Let's continue. Feng Qin's face was filled with smiles as he continued to comprehend. After 3 months, the realm heart's repulsive force towards Feng Qin had weakened by more than half. At this time, Feng Qin sensed that he was about to step into the profound king realm. As long as he found the right opportunity, he would be able to step into the legendary realm. He continued to comprehend. Feng Qin closed his eyes. The power of space and time appeared in his mind. These 2 types of energy were the 2 most important types of energy used to construct a world. They were also the most difficult to comprehend. Fortunately, Feng Qin possessed the true meaning of space and time. This was good news. Within the dome of the sky, the realm heart surged with the power of space and time. Once the 2 types of energy shot out from the realm heart, they directly merged with the ancient sword continent. As time passed, Feng Qin's comprehension of the true meaning of space and time became deeper and deeper, and he also deeply understood the ancient sword continent's operation. He sat there for 3 years. Feng Qin was like a statue, quietly sitting on a mountain peak, comprehending the power of space and time. 5 elements province, 5 elements peak. Dean Wuyun and the rest had anxious looks all over their faces. Feng Qin disappeared for 3 years. Where did he go? Asked Elder Han worriedly. Dean, is Feng Qin in seclusion at the 5 Elements Academy? Asked the Bloody Spear Man. At the beginning, no one had paid attention to Feng Qin's disappearance. But now that he had disappeared for 3 years, they finally realized that something wasn't right. During these 3 years, Dean Wuyun had mobilized all the power of the Ancient Sword Alliance to search for Feng Qin. But alas, they hadn't been able to find any trace of Feng Qin. Today, the upper echelons of the 5 Elements Academy had gathered to discuss how to find Feng Qin. With Feng Qin's current strength, he shouldn't be in any danger on the ancient sword continent, said the Bone Weapon Sage Master. How strange. The ancient sword continent is only so big. Even with all the power of the Ancient Sword Alliance, we still can't find him, said Sage Master Dan Qing. hearing their words. A strange glint flashed across Dean Wuyun's eyes. Do you remember why the Devil Cloud Lien province came to the ancient Sword Continent? Hearing Dean Wuyun's words, everyone looked at him. It seems they want to refine the ancient Sword Continent, said Elder Han uncertainly. Dean Wuyun nodded. In these 3 years, we've searched all over the ancient Sword Continent. The only place we didn't go was that mountain peak that pierced the clouds. Could it be that Feng Qin also wants to refine the ancient Sword Continent? The bloody spearman was flabbergasted. Just at this moment, everyone's expressions changed. They sensed that the spiritual qi in the air had suddenly become incomparably sparse. What's going on? Sage Master Dan Yun's expression changed. The spiritual qi in the air has become incomparably sparse. What's going on? They were all true martial experts. Their spiritual senses were extremely sharp. The spiritual qi had become sparse. This matter was incomparably serious. Let's go take a look. With Dean Wuyun at the lead, they all rose into the air above the 5 Elements Academy. At this time, their expressions became even more gloomy. The spiritual qi in the entire 5 Elements province has become much sparser. What's going on? Asked Elder Han. On the mortal continent, martial artists relied on spiritual qi to survive. Once the spiritual qi became sparse, martial artists like them wouldn't be able to survive. This was indeed an extremely serious problem. Could it be a crisis that affects the entire ancient Sword Continent? Asked Sage Master Dan Qing. Let's go to the Tianzhou. Dean Wuyun's expression was gloomy. In the next instant, everyone quickly left the 5 Elements province and headed to the Tianzhou. At the same time, the experts of the Tianzhou and Demon continents also sensed this change. They were extremely anxious. Just what had happened? Why had the spiritual qi become so sparse? When Dean Wuyun and the others arrived in the Tianzhou, the experts of the other 2 continents also arrived. The 2 quasi-kings stared at the mountain peak that pierced the clouds. Their expressions were grave, and their eyes were filled with confusion. All the spiritual qi in the entire ancient Sword Continent has gathered on this mountain peak, said the quasi-king of the Tianzhou. Just what's going on? Asked the quasi-king of the Demon Continent. Let's go up and take a look, said Dean Wuyun. Everyone nodded and flew up the mountain peak. However, before they could reach the peak of the mountain, something unbelievable happened. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. In the next instant, a boundless aura surged out of the mountain peak and covered the entire ancient Sword Continent. The ancient Sword Continent's experts stared at this scene in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual qi in the air had become at least 10 times denser than before. The spiritual qi is so dense, cried the 3 quasi-kings excitedly. Chapter 939. The experts of the 3 prefectures stopped in their tracks, their hearts filled with shock. They had lived for such a long time, but they had never seen such boundless spiritual energy. Ha ha ha! The spiritual energy is so abundant. Could it be that our ancient Sword Continent is about to rise? A cultivator laughed loudly. Spiritual energy was the foundation of a cultivator's cultivation. Without spiritual energy, it was impossible to imagine what the cultivators of the ancient Sword Continent would become. It was said that there had been a rumor that some continents had been damaged by a great battle between experts, causing the spiritual energy to dissipate. Over time, all the spiritual energy in the continent had dissipated, and the continent had become incomparably barren. In the end, the continent had been abandoned. Originally, they were still worried that the spiritual energy would become thin, and the continent would be in danger. But now, the spiritual energy had suddenly become more than 10 times denser. At the same time, all the cultivators of the ancient Sword Continent were celebrating. At this time, on a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds, Feng Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. If someone was here, They would definitely discover that Fong Chen's cultivation had already crossed the final hurdle and stepped into the Mystic King realm. Mystic King realm. A trace of a smile appeared on Fong Chen's face. His every move was able to cause the surrounding heaven and earth power to circulate. Fong Chen could sense every corner of the ancient sword continent with just a thought. This was the overlord of the mortal world. I didn't expect it to take 3 years. Fong Chen sighed in his heart. The process of refining the realm core was also a process of transformation. During this process, Fong Chen's cultivation had stepped into the Mystic King realm, and his spirit had also undergone a great transformation. Most importantly, the Golden Heart had become even more powerful after fusing with the realm core's power. Traces of light circulated around Fong Chen's body. In an instant, Fong Chen stood up. The spiritual energy has become more than 10 times denser. When Fong Chen had refined the world core, he had already understood. Once the mortal world had an overlord, the realm core would gradually evolve. The most obvious thing was that the spiritual qi on the mortal continent would gradually become denser. As the lord of the mortal continent, Fong Chen could control the entire ancient sword continent as he pleased, even though he had only just entered the Mystic King realm. However, even if he encountered a mid-level profound king realm martial artist, or even a high-level profound king realm martial artist, he was still fearless. This was the strength of the overlords of the mortal world. Of course, he had to be in the ancient sword continent. If they were in the outer realm or somewhere else, with Fong Chen's strength, he would at most be able to contend against a mid-level Mystic King realm martial practitioner. As for high-level Mystic King realm martial artists, they couldn't resist at all. Only by being on the ancient sword continent could one mobilize the natural powers of the ancient sword continent to attack the enemy. While Fong Chen was deep in thought, many of the ancient sword alliance's upper echelons arrived at the mountain peak. "Alliance head, why are you here?" cried one of Tianzhou's quasi-kings. "Alliance head, what happened just now?" the quasi-king from the demon province asked. Only Dean Weiyun noticed Fong Chen's aura. "Fong Chen, you've broken through to the Mystic King realm." Only after hearing Dean Weiyun's words did the others notice this. Their faces were filled with excited smiles. With just a true martial realm cultivation, he could easily annihilate the demon cloud province. Now that he had stepped into the Mystic King realm, just how strong was he? Fong Chen nodded when he heard this. "I refined the realm core and became the overlord of the ancient sword continent." Fong Chen didn't hide anything. After all, this kind of thing would be known sooner or later. They didn't know much about the world heart, but with a flick of Fong Chen's wrist, information was transmitted into their minds. A moment later, the true martial realm's upper echelons were filled with shock. Many people didn't dare to believe that Fong Chen had become the overlord of the mortal world. Overlord. It was unknown who called out, but the other martial artists all followed suit. From the Qi refinement realm to the Mystic King realm in less than 15 years, Fong Chen's growth was a genuine legend. After becoming the overlord, Fong Chen's insight had increased, and his comprehension had deepened. Although he had become the ancient sword continent's strongest expert, it wasn't much in the outer realms. In the outer realms, where experts were as common as the clouds, the Mystic King realm was just a low level of power. "Everyone you can return." Fong Chen waved his hand. After becoming the overlord of the mortal world, Fong Chen felt his soul rapidly growing. "Fong Chen, I really didn't dare imagine that you would become the overlord." The bronze ancestor's voice entered Fong Chen's ears. His voice was filled with disbelief and excitement. Fong Chen reaching the Mystic King realm meant that he had a chance of being revived. "Ancestor, I was just about to look for you." Fong Chen said, "Ancestor, with my current strength, I should be able to reconstruct your body. Pass me the information of your life." After returning to the Five Elements province, Fong Chen communicated with Ancestor Bronze. Reviving a mystic king realm expert seemed unattainable in the past. But for the current Fong Qin, it wasn't that difficult. This was because he wasn't an ordinary mystic king realm expert, but the overlord of the mortal continent. Fong Qin spent a month searching the entire ancient sword continent and found all the materials to reconstruct his body. He didn't know before, but after becoming the overlord, Fong Qin discovered many mysterious places in the ancient sword continent. Many of these places were unknown to the outside world. There were no secrets in the ancient sword continent in front of Fong Qin. After a full month, the materials were finally prepared. At this time, he could finally begin to reconstruct Ancestor Bronze's body. Fong Qin found a secluded place and began to reconstruct his body. "Ancestor, can your remnant will come out?" asked Fong Qin. Ancestor Bronze's remnant will came out of Fong Qin's mind. It floated in the air, its aura a bit weak. "Repair the soul!" roared Fong Qin. With a flick of his wrist, countless rays of light flashed around him and poured into Ancestor Bronze's remnant will. Hiss! Ancestor Bronze's remnant will was being repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fong Qin was using the world core to repair Ancestor Bronze's remnant will. Ancestor Bronze was a native of the ancient sword continent. Since birth, his soul had been nourished by the world core. With the world core's repair, Ancestor Bronze's remnant was repaired in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha. This was the happiest Ancestor Bronze had been in all these years. When he had died, he had never imagined that he would be revived one day. Moreover, the world core had personally repaired his soul. In this short period of time, Ancestor Bronze discovered that not only had his soul been repaired, but it had also surpassed when he was alive and reached the peak. Seeing this, Fong Qin knew that the time had come. Reconstruct the body. Fong Qin mobilized the power of heaven and earth, and with the help of the world core, he began to reconstruct his body. The natives of the ancient sword continent were originally restricted by the laws. As the overlord of the ancient sword continent, Fong Qin could control any changes in the ancient sword continent. Using the power of the laws to reconstruct a martial artist's body was incomparably easy. Hiss! A fleshly body slowly appeared. Ancestor Bronze was already overjoyed. 6 hours later, a complete physical body appeared. Fong Qin's forehead was covered in sweat. After continuously using the world core for 6 hours, his body was very weak. Fong Qin gritted his teeth and said, "There's still one last step." In the next moment, his wrist shook and the world core began to spin at high speed. Then it directly enveloped Ancestor Bronze's soul and drilled into the mind of this complete body. Then a law descended from the sky and baptized Ancestor Bronze. Under the baptism of the law, his soul and body were completely merged. At this moment, Ancestor Bronze was perfectly resurrected. Ha ha ha, I'm resurrected. Ancestor Bronze's face was full of smiles. He was full of energy, and his strength was stronger than before he died. Especially his soul, which had been repaired by the world core, was abnormally strong. Ancestor. Fong Qin looked at Ancestor Bronze and smiled. "Fong Qin, you are my benefactor." Ancestor Bronze grinned.